live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket, at him, he's bowled him! It's the taken! Crawley's wrapped on the pad, they're up, he's out! Stephen Smith, it's a screamer!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's, England versus Australia, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket, live from Leeds from a cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. At last, the cricket. I mean, it's only been a 3-day turnaround since Australia went 2-0 up at Lords, but it feels like weeks as far as the madness surrounding that final day. Shock jocks, politicians, the works. And here at Leeds, it's bound to be willing, especially over to our right in the Western Terrace, where they give it big even on a quiet day. And England are going to come hard too. They have to from this position. Remember, no team has come back from this deficit to win the Ashes since 1936-37. And that team had a bloke called Bradman running around. Arguably the best to ever do it for Australia since him, Stephen Smith, turns out today for his 100th Test match. He was concussed out of this Test 4 years ago when Stokes completed the most remarkable win here. But arriving on the back of a ton himself, his second of the tour, the stage feels set once again for the vice-captain to do what he does best. Headingley has long been a place for Ashes gems. Bradman's 2 triples, Australia chasing 404 in a day in 1948, Botham and Willis in 1981, Stokes and Leach the last time around. And in a series that's had it all already, we should be so lucky for it to play out that way again over the next 5 days. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage here up north, up the motorway, Vice-Captain Bharat, Sundaresan, Pete Lalor as well. He's been busy, he's been all over the place, Pete. Oh. We'll start with you though, Baz. You have what we feel like is some confirmed team news for Australia.
Indeed. Good morning, Adam Collins. Good morning, Peter Lalor, and everyone listening back home and around the world. Mitchell Marsh is back. Last time we saw him play Test cricket was in England at the Oval back in 2019. Took 5 wickets on that lively pitch. But just noticing him during training, once the documentary makers are following you around, there's always a first giveaway. And Cam Green, for the first time in his Test career, wasn't around at training on the eve of a Test match, which I thought was strange. And Mitch Marsh had those. They were the telltale signs, the handshakes from Michael Divinito before and after the net session, the one-on-one session he had with him. It didn't look like your usual, or let the reserve have a go at it kind of session. And that's when, and then also taking catches at gully, not just for the right-hander, but also for the left-hander. I'm not sure whether Marsh is the like-for-like replacement at gully for Cam Green, but just getting him ready. And that's when I was convinced he's back.
So we had the jiggery-pokery, Pete, at Edgbaston, where for about quarter of an hour we thought Mitch was playing. I don't think this is that, but that probably tells a broader story about Australia managing Cameron Green carefully, given how precious he is to their fortunes.
He got us a beauty, didn't he, Mitch Marsh, at Edgbaston, marking out his run-up like that. But I suspect there'll be 3 changes to the Australian team. And is it 3 for England or 4?
It's 3.
3. Yeah, I like the look of the England team. It's as strong as I've seen. Look, it's not a bad like-for-like replacement, is it, Mitch Marsh for Cam Green? Mitch Marsh has been around the traps. He's a good cricketer. He won't be intimidated by the situation. I assume that Boland comes in for Hazlewood, and not too much is lost there either. And then we've, of course, got Todd Murphy coming in, and that's going to be one of the more fascinating things, because Todd Murphy held his own in India. India's one thing, but I'm not sure I've ever known an atmosphere as febrile as this on the eve of a Test match. Yeah. I woke up this morning and thought, anything could happen today. It's calm at the moment. It's the calm before the storm. I doubt it will be calm from the moment those teams walk on the field. Just been extraordinary scenes, Adam Collins. Absolutely extraordinary scenes.
Why don't we go to that just for a couple of minutes? Indulge us, Pete. What was it like? I mean, let's go behind the scenes here. We all got asked by Piers Morgan to go on his show, and we all said no because we didn't want to validate him and his program to the 400 people he speaks to of a night on Analog before he pops it out for his clickbait. You took the bait, you went for it and went after him. Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, I was actually keen to go on first time. But I couldn't because I had tickets to the theatre. But I made a mistake of saying on the pod, I would have actually liked to have gone on, Pierce, and I meant it because I had some points to make too. I think what needed to be said and said again that every single person who understands cricket in England says this is nonsense. This is ridiculous. This attack on Australia is out of hand. Atherton, Hussain, Strauss, Butcher. I can go on and on and on, and can make a long list of England captains. I mean, the one exception, of course, is Geoffrey Boycott. But there's a
he never captained England famously, and he flounced off for 3 years and refused to play Test cricket when he didn't get made.
There's a joker in every pack. But there's a more serious. But I don't like what England has done. I don't like the way they have stoked this fire. It's a smokescreen. After the first test, they said, they might have won the match, but we entertained the world. We're the real winners. After this one, they go, they won because they cheated. Yeah. And it's a really bad look, and it puts a lie to this story we've been hearing about Bazball and a new positive way of playing cricket and it's just a game and it doesn't matter. Well, I'm sorry, it looks like it's even more than a game in the way that you've responded in the aftermath to this match, and not just in the immediate aftermath, but they've doubled down on it twice. And it's all very well to think, we wouldn't have done that. But to condemn the other side for doing that, that's an arrogance that I don't like. And anyway, there you go.
Oh, no, you're on the mark, absolutely. They had so many chances to come out and say, let's move on. Joe Root is the only one who hinted at it, didn't he? 2 days ago. That was the classy thing to do. He said, he was asked a lot of questions, like every cricketer has been in the last few days, regardless of whether you're part of this Ashes or you were part of any Ashes in the past. And he said, it happened, and I have my opinions, everybody has their opinion, but let's move on. But rather than that, like you said, they've doubled down, and the comments coming from Brendan McCullum, I thought, were a little over the top.
Really disappointed in Brendan McCullum.
Exactly, someone who has the stature that Brendan McCullum has, and someone who's played cricket all around the world, coached all around the world, for him to say that, the whole beer thing was the start, and then, Australia will live to regret what? And it's not even a question of, they played the laws of the game or found a loophole in it. It was the most straightforward, stumping. A batter leaves the crease. That's what you're told when you're 11 years old.
I mean, the idea that he needed to be taking off for a run to validate the dismissal. I mean, how often do you see batters just dozily find themselves out of the crease? It's a routine. I think what I've learnt in the last few days, and I've lived over here for a long time, played a lot of cricket in England, is that
you got a 4 for the other day, but anyway, we'll talk about that.
I did, I'm sure we will. But, and that's not a bad example. That game, we sat down for lunch and had an hour of lunch with a bottle of red. I mean, we don't have that kind of friendly cricket environment in Australia. I'm not saying all cricket in England is played on those terms, but we don't have a culture of it. We're brought up for it to be for sheep stations, for better or worse. I'm not saying it's necessarily always a good thing, but we're culturally disposed to thinking that Bairstow has done the wrong thing there for being lazy and sloppy and deserves to pay for it with his wicket. Over here, I think in some quarters there is a sense that that is the wrong way to see the game, but I think a lot of that stems from an antiquated notion of gentlemanly cricket, which is not remotely relevant to an Ashes series, Baz.
When push comes to shove, they've done it every single time.
Of course they have.
My question is, if it had happened earlier in the game, if it wasn't Johnny Bairstow on a day where Bazball desperately needed a win, would it have become such a big issue? I don't think so. Because Johnny Bairstow started well, and he was the last white hope at that point for England to come back into the series, and it happened to him. That's the only reason they've and the realization that, before this series, the whole build-up, like Pete said, was Bazball's going to run roughshod over the Australians because it has done so over every other team. I'm not saying they took Australia lightly, but it hasn't worked out. Yes, you can sit and do what Piers Morgan said, pick out instances and say, if this catch had gone our way, England would have won. But the point is, overall, whenever there's been a moment to be seized, they haven't done it. And I put it in my preview, it's been a battle of Australia's relentlessness versus England's restlessness. They've just been restless to move the game, and as a result, they're 2-0 down.
And the fact that even in that interview you did with Piers Morgan, Pete, the counterfactual that, if Bairstow's not given out at that juncture, England are 2-0 up in the series because they had that moral victory at Edgbaston by playing the game and taking the game forward. I mean, it's just a farcical argument made by people who really do reveal themselves as part-time cricket fans.
And look, To a degree, it's all very enjoyable. I mean, it's a cliche, but the one thing that I do like about the relationship between the two countries is you can call into question everything. You know, you can call into their genetic makeup, you know, their physical size, you know, their entire history, what their mum looks like. And nobody really gets too upset about it. But there were a couple of points in that Lord's Test match that went too far. I mean, to learn that one of the Australian staff members' sons was left in tears from abuse in the crowd, that one of the players' mothers had to leave the ground. You know, she was, obviously she would have been perhaps a little hypersensitive to the abuse because her son was out there. But then to see those scenes in the long room, on reflection, it's absolute bloody hooliganism. It is. Unforgivable. That 3 of them have been suspended is probably not enough.
Not enough at all.
Not enough.
No, not at all.
Look, a whole lot of those people should have their memberships torn up. And Australia, if they really wanted to, they would be in their rights to insist that perhaps those members be put in a cage like the people are at the Wanderers, you know, to protect the cricketers. I mean, I know this is hyperbole, but they were disgraceful, disgusting scenes in that long room.
I love it when you're fired up. SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. That'll take a while to get my tongue around, but we're here at the Adam Collins with you, Bharat, Sundaresan with me. We've also got Andrew Sampson with us as we build towards the national anthem. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives. We'll be celebrating the anthem soon enough. I can see Stuart Broad beneath us going through his warm-up routine on his own, just bowling into a mitt at the moment. Stuart Broad has enjoyed a fabulous record at Leeds over the years, taking an extraordinary number of wickets here, and one of the most ever. I think Andrew Sampson will add to that. In terms of wickets against Australia, Broad's up to 142 of them at 29, just 6 behind both of them, the most ever Test wickets against Australia. He took 148 at 28 as well. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, 49 wickets Stuart Broad's got here at Headingley in Test cricket. Leading wicket taker. He went past Freddie Truman, of course, very famous in this part of the world, who had 44 at the ground.
So Broad will open the bowling with Robinson, who picked up a 5-wicket bag here, his first in Test cricket against India a couple of years ago. Mark Wood for extra airspeed, and Chris Wokes playing his first Test of the Bazball era.
I know, really fit in. It's funny just how Bazball works in training sessions. Daniel Lawrence was not playing this game. He had a 20-minute hit yesterday, Adam Collins, against the white ball. Why not?
Why not?
And Marcus Trescothick was just helping him with his bat swing, power swing. And yeah, Chris Wokes the same. He had a net and he played a few more shots than you expect from Chris Wokes. He's just a stylish batter generally, isn't he? But before all that, I must say, Andrew Sampson, I missed your voice. It's good to have you back.
Good to see you. Haven't seen you since when? Before COVID, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, since we were housemates in Canberra, I guess.
It would be, yeah. That's a while back.
That was a long time ago.
Andrew was part of our initial SEN broadcast for the home summer of 2018-19. Became a bit of a cult hero for all the quiz questions he was able to answer.
Peter Russell Clark
lookalike, of course, as well. So if you're new to Andrew's work, you'll enjoy him across this week and at Manchester in the 4th Test as well. We're waiting for the national anthems to start. I can see the singer beneath us, who was rehearsing for much of yesterday.
Oh, she was rehearsing this morning as well.
Rehearsing this morning, so the players will follow suit in the fullness of time. But yes, a reminder that England have won the toss. They're going to be fielding first without James Anderson. That's one of the 3 changes they've made. Mo and Ali into the side. They've rebalanced the team with Mo in at 7, who's enjoyed some success here with the bat. Made a century in 2014 here. It feels like a long time ago. He was batting number 4 on that occasion and got all the way through to the end with James Anderson, who fell second last ball of the Test match. Chris Wokes back in, as we already mentioned, with Mark Wood. For Australia, Cam Green, you picked it first. You broke the news, Baz, on SEN Cricket yesterday that Cam Green would miss. What we now know is that it's a low-level hamstring strain, and he'll be back for Old Trafford next week, but playing it conservatively with their precious resource.
It makes sense, especially if there were question marks about him bowling. He did not bowl a lot of overs, but a longer spell than what we're used to him. And that too, that short pitch barrage he had to dish out in both the first and second innings. Maybe it got to him, but hey, that's why they picked Mitch Marsh, right? They want a like-for-like replacement. You know what? Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh together might just work.
I'm going to see if I can take the anthems here through our effects mic. Just bear with me. If it sounds no good, I'll turn it down and we'll do it off TV. We'll see. First up, the Australian national anthem. The players linked in arms beneath us here. the England national anthem, God Save the King. That's a big old response from the crowd here at Headingley. They are fired up this morning, make no mistake. Jerusalem following the national anthem. The Australian side were linked in arms, swaying from side to side. They've got a prized opportunity this week at Leeds, a famous Ashes ground. If they can win here, they complete their mission. They wanted to win the World Test Championship to start and win here for the first time since 2001. It's not been a happy hunting ground of late, losing in 2019, as they also did in 2001, the last time they won in this country. But it's always been a ground that's delivered plenty. That's the beauty of this ground. It's a great Ashes venue. Bradman's triples, Botham and Willis, Stokes and Leach. Australia's chase of 404 back in 48. It is a truly brilliant venue. As the Australians make their way to the middle, the boos roar out. We'll get used to that. That'll be part of our soundtrack all day, and that's fine. We'll settle into the rhythm there, I'm sure. We knew this was coming. They've been egged on all week by bad faith experts in the media and all the rest of it. So all the fun of the fair. But the Australians know this is coming, and they're pretty relaxed about all the noise and the external stuff.
Yeah, and you have a lot of senior players in this Australian side. Nothing that they haven't experienced before. A lot of them were part of the 2019 Ashes series, where the same chants that we heard at Lord's and the same chants that we'll hear throughout the day here in Headingley, they're used to it. They sing along, they move along. Steve Smith, I was just noticing him during the Australian national anthem. His feet were moving, he can feel it. He's pumping. And just going back to the crowd, Stuart Broad, you said, was having a little bowl into the mitt. The first thing he did as he walked out to have that little bowl, looked at the crowd and just riling them up. He loves it, and he is taking the new ball. Also a word on the two umpires. We have a shift now, a new official group. Ranjan Madhugale is back as match referee. I saw him give his fellow Sri Lankan Kumar Dharmasena a big hug. And India's own Nitin Menon.
Nitin Menon. We saw plenty of Nitin Menon through the Border-Gavaskar series, where he officiated in all 4 test matches. The final couple of bars at Jerusalem here. Then we'll be away. David Warner taking first ball. This was the one ground in 2019 where he got going, a half century under leaden skies on day one. And they were all out for 191, which started a staggering 4 days of Test cricket. Warner averaging 45, doing a job so far throughout the course of the series, a half century on the opening day at Lord's last week. With him, Usman Khawaja, who for a number of years thought this would be the ground where his Test career ended in 2019. Indeed. After getting his recall last year. Damien Fleming, 2-time Ashes winner, jumping in with us as well for the first ball. This is great, isn't it, Flem?
Yeah, morning, boys. Morning, listeners. Yeah, sensational. And the battle continues within the battle, doesn't it? Broad to Dave Warner. They've both had pretty good series, really. Broad's always provided a bit of energy. Backing up, 36 years of age with consecutive test matches. He played against Ireland as well. Just can't wait for this. The pitch, distinctive, stump to stump, just looks a lot drier than it does wide. How much will this new ball move? And then how quickly will they revert back to the bouncer ball?
So the crowd briefly silenced as umpire Dharmasena calls them to attention. 4 slips waiting behind David Warner. Joe Root firing up the crowd already. Broad away from us from the Kirkstall lane end. Round the wicket to Warner. Delivers here. Warner from middle stump. Pushing down the ground and timing it beautifully. Down past mid on towards the rope. It's a boundary. First ball of the Test match. Right out the screws from Warner. It was full and straight and put away.
I mean, that's one of the best shots I've seen, Dave. He must be in good nick. To play the on-drive, it's easy to fall across and you whip it through mid-wicket or square leg. Not with this one. He was very assured. He kept his head still. And really, it was just a check drive. As soon as he beat that field, it was 4 all the way.
That can't happen too often. A boundary first ball of the test. Andrew Sampson will check how often David Warner's done that.
Well, it hasn't happened for tests.
Yeah, twice in the series already. That's the interesting point, isn't it?
Forgot about that. Edgbaston. Broad again. Second ball of the match to Warner here, who leaves alone on the angle. Back towards the left-hander after his shouldered arms. Bairstow takes it away to his right.
Yeah, what David Warner, you said, got a half century, but it was Broad who dismissed him. I overheard him the other day telling Manas Labuschagne he bowled a ball to me which has to be a fluke. There's no way he could have done that. And he's moved so much better in this series as compared to 4 years ago, and which came through in that first ball which just drove down the ground for 4.
So Warner waiting for Broad. In here, bowls, and Warner defends out to extra cover where there is a fielder, no run. So the 4 slips backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the quieter side of the ground in front of the Australian fans. They're wearing their gold caps at the football stand end of the ground.
We get more and more of them. Actually, MC'd the Cato event. There was 700 people there, and I asked the boys, we were lucky enough to talk to Jimmy Pearson, Marcus Harris and Michael Neeson, whether the Aussie players notice it and feed off it, and they do. So be as loud as you can, Aussie fans.
Stuart Broad in. Song carrying his name playing. Bowls here, Warner. Nice straight blade defensively. Broad collects in his follow-through. Gestures to throw. Doesn't. Good stuff all round.
We've got a great view again, haven't we? We are right behind the bowler's arm here. After that first delivery where he got onto middle and leg, he's adjusted beautifully, Stuart Broad. Is Damien, the umpire, just checking his follow-through? Getting into the danger area, which can happen when you're coming around the wicket to left-hand as you follow through towards the batsman.
So Broad, 5th ball of the match. The famous Kirkstall Lane end where Bob Willis did all the damage in 81. Bowls here and edged and taken at second slip. Away to his left, Crawley. Warner's gone for 4. Broad gets him again, and he races over to the Western Terrace, pumping his fists, trying to fire up the local crowd. First blood England. Warner caught it second slip for 4.
Yeah, well, great adjustment. Outside off stump, bowled it into Snick Street to Dave Warner, who didn't go especially hard, but it was enough just to get the outside edge, and it looks like good pace and bounce from Stuart Broad. He's given them so much energy. Maybe Warner not completing that step towards the ball. He was still moving outside edge, and that's very significant, boys. Stuart Broad must have ran 30 metres to pump up the crowd. England are up, the Headingley crowd are up, and Australia 1 down in the first over.
This is what England needed, right? This is what Stuart Broad needed. There's been so much talk in the last couple of days about how they're going to use the crowd, how they're going to use this negativity that's built around the Australian team to their advantage. And it's happened. Very similar dismissal to the many we saw 4 years ago from David Warner. Like Damien Fleming said, he was on the move. That it didn't jump too much at David Warner, but did enough to catch the outside edge, and a very good catch, sharp catch. That ball flew towards third slip.
Manas Labuschagne announced over the loudspeaker, receives a boo as well, averaging 55 in Test cricket into his 41st match. His second here at Leeds. Wicket in the first over for Stuart Broad. What a moment.
His 50th at the ground. Obviously the first bowler to get there at this ground. And his 16th dismissal of David Warner. We know about the record against each other. But up until the end of the 2017-18 Ashes series, it only got Warner out 5 times. And Warner averaged 64.8 against him. It's 11 times since then at an average of just over 9.
Wow. Since
the end of that series.
Talk about having the wood over a player. So Broad a couple of times in the series now. So for Labuschagne, no, for a moment I thought he was going to go round the wicket, just judging by where Khawaja was standing at the non-striker's end. Over the wicket he'll be, but with the leg gully, the man round the corner. 4 slips as well.
And Manas is once again tinkered with his technique in between tests. I wouldn't be surprised if you see him stand more leg in middle. He's focusing a lot on that. In between test matches, the 2 long net sessions he had in the 2 days. that the Australian team have been here at Leeds. Checks the bail as always.
Yep, touches the bail and waits. And Broad does as he does, spinning his hand round and round, looking towards the Western Terrace. Waiting for him here, bowls to Labuschagne. His first ball on leg stump, shout for leg before, only from the cordon, not from Broad. They won't be reviewing that. Leg by to complete the first over, where England have picked up Warner for 4. Australia 1 for 5. That's on the Beaumont Tales scoreboard. Beaumont Tales, huge sale on now. We're here for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And our experts, Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan, are with us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Watching that back on our replay screen, Crawley, fairly straightforward charts away to his left. The ones you want in the slips, aren't they, Flem? Get a good look. No one else is jumping in his way.
One thing I'll say, it's only an over in. It just seems a bit pacier than Edgbaston and Lords, and that's not hard. Edgbaston was absolutely dead as a pitch. Lords, I think, was just a bit slow early moisture, but this seems to be going through okay. And Broad, you know, he's just at the 36. I think he's still at the top of his game.
Oh, very much so. And he runs on passion, doesn't he, Flem? Yeah, that crowd going, just got him going. And just speaking to Michael Atherton, our SEN colleague, yesterday, he did expect this pitch to be faster, and the pitches that they've been practicing on have been pretty spicy as well.
So Robinson from the old football stand in, which looks a lot nicer these days. It's called the Howard stand formerly. Backing onto the rugby ground here at Headingley. Yeah. Overcast now, the sun's hidden behind a cloud. He'll have 4 slips in the leg gully as well for Labuschagne. He's towards us, he's towards Australia's number 3. Robinson's first ball, here's defended. Back down the pitch, no run. So Broad has 12 wickets in the series now, Samo. What's he going at? 4 at not many. 12 rather, not many in terms of his average. As for Robinson, picked up a 5-wicket haul here against India a couple of summers ago.
Man of the match, I think, performance. So it's hard to read the Leeds pitch, isn't it? Like 2 summers ago, Robinson man of the match.
Yeah.
And then last year, Jack Leach with 10 wickets was man of the match.
So it's Robinson here on the way. Passes umpire Menon, bowls to Labuschagne off the mark with a tuck. Out to deep square leg for 1. In fact, it's his second run. The last ball of the previous over was given runs, not leg buys. Australia 1 for 6, Samo.
Yeah, 12 wickets at 25 now for Stuart Broad in the series.
And just on Robinson already, the pace is much better than what we saw in his first few spells at Lords. Maybe getting the new ball is what he was waiting for. But again, the pitch is definitely, the ball is going through a lot quicker from both ends. We saw at Lords there were times when bowling from the nursery end, the ball kept low from pretty much the first over from that end in that test match.
Usman Khawaja has 5 slips behind him. That configuration Stokes enjoys. Robinson on the way over the wicket. Khawaja's first ball is defended. A career average now of 48.1. When he left the test team here in 2019, it was 39. So he's added 9 runs to his average through this extraordinary purple patch.
Yeah, like you said earlier, Adam, it did feel for all the world that it was all over for Usman Khawaja when he was left out after this test. There was talk, wasn't there? Maybe he should be pushed up the order, but Australia went the other way. He's back here as an opener.
Robinson up over the wicket, delivers close to the stumps. Khawaja again defending, as he's done so many times already in the series. Out to mid-on, no run. He's faced, what is it, in excess of 750 balls or something like that.
Just ready-made to play on these pitches. No ball from Robinson. And if we had to look, one of the main differences between the two teams, and I think it is the 1%ers and things that you can nail in-game and at training, is the excessive no balls from England, the excessive buys from Bairstow.
Robinson up, Khawaja plays with one hand off the bat, bit of extra bounce, but gets a single round the corner to Moeen Ali. He's off the mark. 1 for 7 the score. Good little stat that one of my colleagues picked up last night. England have actually made more runs than Australia in the series off the bat, but they're extras that have been game-changing.
And chuck in drop catches. So I don't know. I might have asked you last test match, Bharat. Have you watched the intensity of the Australian fielding practice compared to England, who seem to be a bit more laid back? You know, you just do what you need to do to prepare. But it's funny. These little 1%ers, these little basics that can make you win or lose test matches.
Robinson up. So Labuschagne here defending down the pitch. Can I offer one little more bit of information about the umpires? The central umpire at this end, when it mattered most in the fourth innings in 2019, was Joel Wilson. He's upstairs this week.
He is.
Not on the field. He'll be umpiring next week at Manchester.
But just back to what I said there, we've had close games. So those, if they were more stringent with their no balls, if Bairstow had kept a bit better and they'd taken the catches, the easy ones, they may be winning the series.
Robinson to finish his first over and past the edge of Labuschagne. He was lunging forward. There was movement off the seam. Encouraging start for him. After 2 overs, Australia 1 for 8. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sail on now with Khawaja 1 and Labuschagne 2.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We've got Stuart Broad under cloudy skies now. The fifth slips in as well for Khawaja around the wicket. Makes for a lovely photograph. Broad's first opportunity on Australia's veteran opener. Away from us, up here, wide of the crease, Khawaja pushing out towards extra cover where there won't be a single.
And just see Usman early in his innings, if he's on 40 or 50, he's going to follow through and hit that through the covers for 4, but he's looking to blunt this new ball, negate risks, to bat long, which he's done so well in this series.
Just enough in the surface too that it's going to be challenging early on.
It's quicker and bouncier.
Yeah.
The ball isn't moving. Well, it only has to move millimetres really to get the outside edge, but there's not excessive swing or seam movement so far.
Up, bowls, Khawaja leaves. Yes, it's funny that we've seen really slow tracks here in the last couple of years in domestic cricket, but last year's Test pitch, England were in all sorts with Trent Bolt swinging it around corners until Bairstow played what I said at the time was one of the innings of the century so far. That 100 against the odds brought up in about 80 odd balls. Sampson?
Yeah, 55 for 6 they were last year against New Zealand in reply to 329, and they went on to reach 360 with a huge partnership between Bairstow, who's 162 or 457 in the end, and Jamie Overton, who's 97 in his only Test innings to take.
Debut, yeah, that's right. Down the leg side 4. Might have hit a hit. Might have been buys. Wait for the signal. All buys. So that's taken off again. Round the wicket on the angle. Bairstow had no chance. 1 for 12 Australia.
Yeah, I'm not having a go at Johnny for that one. That was a little bit bizarre. He's laughing too, Bairstow. What did that do? I mean, that really kicked, didn't it? It's hit the same. It swung afterwards. Swung afterwards.
Just going back to your question, Flem. Yeah, the intensity is just not there with the English training. It is a bit too do whatever you want, have fun, whether it's in the nets or just in fielding. And all training sessions, as we know, are optional for this English team.
Oh, okay.
Some back out for Broad. Passes umpire Damascena, bowls here to Khawaja, driving and not quite beating mid-on. Good bit of fielding. That's Chris Wokes back in the side, away to his right. A good first touch, stays at 1 for 12. Could have been 4 otherwise.
No, they've been okay, haven't they? At mid-on and cover, just stopping a few runs already. The bowling's been excellent. And really, the credit to that is that there's actually 5 slips.
Stokes likes doing that, doesn't he? All the catches there waiting. Already 1 in there. Warner caught in the cordon for 4. Bowling here to Khawaja, driving straight to the man at extra cover. Towards the rope, we'll get a boundary. Well timed. So Khawaja's first 4. 2 down the ground from Broad so far. He won't mind that, though, because that does, in theory at least, keep the cordon in play. He's 5. Australia 1 for 16.
And the short, straight boundaries as well. The 2 4s we've seen have come down the ground. You just have to time it. It's a bit too full that time from Stuart Broad. It's a big day for English cricket. They have to win this day. I mean, yeah, you can talk about them winning and coming back into the series. It's a huge day for English cricket, this.
Western Terrace already singing The Great Escape. Bit early for that. Broad up. Bowls to Khawaja to finish, who leaves the lane outside the line of the off stump. So it's 1 for 16 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sail on now. Labuschagne 2, Khawaja 5.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
We hear from Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's as Robinson approaches and bowls to Labuschagne, who defends out towards cover no run. Right.
Just speaking about Marnus Labuschagne, you can see that he's coming well across the stump. He's always tinkers, doesn't he, with his technique and especially his setup. And before the Lord's test, it was more about being middle and off or standing on middle and off and trying to make sure that his head doesn't fall over. But he's edged a few deliveries just outside off stump, hasn't he? Yes, he chased the wide ones at Edgbaston, but at Lord's in the first innings, went to one in fourth or fifth stump.
Robinson from the football stand end. Bowls to Labuschagne, leaving alone on length, but it's done plenty after passing the bat. Nice swing away into the gloves of Bairstow.
A really good carry again for Robinson. And as you know, Adam, we have an interesting relationship, so I did send him a few clips of his batting from side on 2 days out from the test, and he looked at me yesterday. Thanks for the clips. I wasn't happy with what I was doing, so I've revamped it all over.
I can see the Aussie coaching staff doing one of two things: banning you from training for getting in Labuschagne's head, or bringing you in to start throw balls at him. He's facing Robinson here. Labuschagne leaves again outside the line, well outside the line. He's
already had a word with the coaching staff, don't worry. He knows I chuck left arm as well, so that's a different angle. They have Daniel Vittori, but
you can be the wanger. Andrew Sampson.
Good record in a brief career here at Headingley for Marnus Labuschagne. 74 and 80 he made in that test match in 2019. And then earlier this season in a county game for Glamorgan, he got 65 and 170 not out. 389 runs at 129 at the ground so far.
He'll know that as well.
That was the game of the Nisa hat-trick as well in the touring squad, but not in the team. 4 slips, a leg slip. Robinson bowls. Labuschagne clips through the onside. Nice timing. Racing out towards the rope on the eastern side of the ground and reaches it comfortably. So Australia, 3 fours for the morning, one for each of the batters. It moves them to 1 for 20. Labuschagne 6.
Outfield's quick. Really good test match batting for Marnus, who's nicked a couple of full deliveries so far in this series. Robinson has been bowling wide outside off stump. Not a bad line. The ball's been moving away a little bit, but he wants to make him play and they overcompensate. Middle and leg. It's a happy hunting place for Marnus Labuschagne. Doesn't try and overhit the ball. Just a nice little whip through the mid-wicket area for 4.
So field remains the same. Crowd are quiet while Robinson gets to the crease and bowls, and Labuschagne hit on the pad via the inside edge, so only appeals from behind the wicket. Robinson wasn't interested. What did you make of Pat Cummins saying, Flem, that they would have bowled as well?
Yeah, I think the philosophy's changed in this series. A lot of it's got to do with the pitches that Bazball has demanded. And years ago, you'd bowl first to bowl them out on day one and bat once. It's changed now that they know the pitches generally are better for batting on day 4 and 5, and both teams are happy to chase, which is the total different of the history of Test match cricket, isn't it?
Just flip things on its head, doesn't it? Robinson finishing his second over. Labuschagne well in behind it defending. So he's 6, Khawaja 5. On the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now after being sent in. Australia are 1 for 20.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's, the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. That's a bit of a tongue twister. Adam Collins with you, Damien Fleming with me, and Jeremy Coney.
Oh, here we go.
Hello, boys.
JVC for the first time today.
Hello, Oz. How you going? Back in New Zealand too.
Broad bowls and Kawaja tucks into the onside. Nicely played from the leg stump line. He joins Labuschagne on 6, 1 for 21. Our experts with us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Your impressions of the first 20 minutes, Jeremy?
Yeah, well, I mean, having won the toss and bowling, England need to be sharper, don't they? They haven't caught as many catches as they should. In fact, 15 catches I've counted that they've dropped, and Australia 7. So it's over double as far as that goes, but a good start there with Crawley. Probably a catch that was in the second slip that was about 7 out of 10 because you couldn't have time to get your head in line with the ball, so you're catching outside the compass, if you like, of your eyes. So yeah, give him that one, and it carried nicely.
Broad to Labuschagne over the wicket. Labuschagne leaves on length, not far away, and Broad holds his hands up, suggesting that too.
Just before you get it wide of the crease, Rob would see him in. You know, just testing that leave from Marnus.
Yep, just making him aware that he can bring it back and trying to get him to play a little bit wider than he actually really wants to from now on. So, you know, decent thinking from Broad, who's been I think the best English bowler by far.
Just good energy, isn't it? Like, his run-up momentum's fantastic. He's bowling with good pace and bounce.
He arrives and bowls. Again, wide of the crease. Labuschagne tucks him through mid-wicket. Doesn't get all of it. Wokes in pursuit. They'll add 2, and they'll be happy with that. So Labuschagne up to 8, 1 for 23 the score.
Yeah, that's weird to go wide of the crease in again. You know, unless he was trying to bowl a shorter length and he's setting him up for that outswinger, which has got Marnus a couple of times. Surely he's going to bowl a full one swinging away soon. 4 slips in place.
Marnus moving across his stumps. Again, he's gone back to almost a sort of centre, you know, and then shuffle across to cover that off stump. It makes the pads a tempting target sometimes too, doesn't it?
Pulls his left shoulder out in front of his eye as well, looking out towards cover before Broad gets to him and bowls with the 4 slips, and it's full and steered into the 4th slip region. That's a good stop. Saving runs there, Harry Brook, the local boy who'll bat 3 at some stage through the test, and that was played with soft enough hands to keep the ball down on the turf.
Yeah, I don't think that was the outswinger. I think it just went straight. And Marnus losing stability on that back foot. So then it's hard to provide a full face. Yeah, it's just the only thing that saved him was soft hands.
I want you to watch for his left shoulder here, Flem. As he sets up here, he kind of pulls it out in front of his eye. There. He's sort of adjusting his eyes.
A bit like George Bailey when he sets up that left shoulder to mid-off.
Broad bowls and Labuschagne turns into the onside. Much better timing. Gathers pace across the practice wickets. Down towards the rope it goes and gets a second 4. So Labuschagne into double figures. He's 12. Nice shot. 1 for 27.
High percentage of boundaries so far, folks. So just letting you know back home that there's a real pace to this outfield, isn't there? And that's down the ground, but also across the, you know, playing square as well. All the pitches go stretch from one side, whether they're practice pitches, right to the other side. So full value for shots here for playing square or straight, full face of the bat down the ground.
So 1 ball left in over number 5. The wicket so far to fall, David Warner. Be a contender for our Maccas I'm loving it moment. Order the new Bacon Angus at Maccas.
Just pushed hard again, didn't he, David Warner at the ball, as he's done so far, but a faster, more bouncy pitch here.
It is.
Brought the finish. Now Kirkstall Lane end, and Labuschagne leaves alone on the basis of the line outside the off stump. 1 for 27 the score on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sail on now with Kawaja on 6 and Labuschagne 12.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas, the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. We'll get there eventually. As Kawaja waits for Robinson. Over the wicket, 5 slips back. Delivers here, Kawaja squared up into the 4th slip region on the bounce. Where again, Brook gets a touch, so Stokes is in 5th. What a great ground this is, Flem. Over the years, it's just something about this ground and crazy Ashes finishes. You'd remember 81 watching as a kid into the night.
Yeah, both of them's Ashes.
87 ball 100, then Bob Willis takes his 8 for.
Oh, wasn't going to play, wasn't going to be picked, Bobby.
And the change of ends overnight changed everything. Robinson in, bowls here to Kawaja leaving lane. You're great mates with Bob Willis, Jeremy.
Just before I get in there too, like, you know, and you talk to Ian Botham about it, like when you're watching back even the replay, Bobby's just he's in the zone. So he's getting wickets, not even celebrating, and just walking back to his mark. And, you know, Beefy's just going, we didn't see him. He was in that zone. And reminded me a bit of Stokes in the last test match. You know, Broad's embracing the Aussies at lunch, and there's a bit of that. And Stokes just had that look in his face. He just walked off. He was on a mission. Didn't get accomplished, but players get into zones.
Robinson bowls Kawaja, goes back and defends, soft hands to cover, no run.
Bob, it must have been quite hard for whoever was captaining Bob to actually talk to him, because he, not only just when during his over, as he turned at the end of his over, he walked down to fine leg or wherever he was fielding. He was just, his eyes were back in the head, and they were just glazed. So, yeah, he was definitely psychological about what he was doing that day. Man.
Robinson on that angled approach. Bowls here, Kawaja in the short sleeve. Jumper, edges again with soft hands into the fifth slip region where Stokes knocks it down.
And a unique fast bowler to face. You know, not like, you know, I'm saying tongue, you know, goes across his body and a high release, extra bounce. But Bobby had that wide run up as well.
He did, and running in, and he was a bounce bowler really at you. He wasn't, but very accurate, and the variation and bounce that you sometimes used to get in those days on
really
the Headingley pit, it really did. You just weren't certain of how much, and suddenly hit a leap at you. He was tall, man.
Robinson bowls, Kawaja hit on the pad, shout for leg before. Umpire Menon says no, it felt ambitious, it felt a bit belated. So they won't go upstairs. It stays full up to 27.
Good bowling, isn't it? Because this, before the series, Ben Stokes said he wanted fast, flat pitches. That didn't happen in the first 2 test matches. I mean, this is certainly not the Wacker or the Gabba, but it is quicker and bouncier. But this is the first time they've bowled full enough although it bounced over the pads. They probably haven't hit that length enough.
Seeing on our replay screen for tyre power, Falcon tyres 25% off.
It's a vulnerable area, that avenue of apprehension, isn't it?
Last ball here, Robinson over the wicket and Kawaja leaving on length. Nice carry through to Bairstow. Into the over. Australia after being sent in a 1 for 27. Labuschagne 12, Kawaja 6. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Text in here from Casey in Singapore, loving SEN cricket and the call, making me hungry for Aussie runs and Macca's for dinner. Great to have you with us, Casey. 0433 98 11 16 if you're listening in Australia, or
8833 in SEN, New Zealand.
SENZ in New Zealand with Australia.
Gave him a little poem this morning.
Oh, I'll have a look. I'll have a look. Mark Wood has ball in hand.
From the Kirkstall Lane end where it used to be downhill, not so much these days. His first ball of the series is quick and wide outside the off stump and left alone by Labuschagne.
Is that the fastest ball of the series?
91 mile an hour straight away, 146 clicks.
Good change here. Not that Broad's bowling badly, but Wood can get the ball. He bowls fuller and he can get the ball to shape away. And guess what? That first ball swung away. Marnus's eyes, he's indicating to Usman, pacey, and he mimicked the outswinger. Good signs for Mark Wood. First ball.
Yeah, first ball. He was bowling, they reckon, 94 at the nets.
So Wood sprinting away from us like he's in the Olympic Games. Bowls here, squares up Labuschagne, plays with soft hands out to backward point. That's 93. miles an hour, 149 in new money.
Started the first one at sort of off stump and it went away. That one was actually on the stumps for a start, and it squared Marnus Labuschagne up, and it just moved a little too, just to straighten into the line of the stumps. Good ball. Wonder if you should have a little bat pad in there with the bounce that Wood's going to get as well.
Yeah.
If he's going to angle it in like that.
If it doesn't swing, Marnus will be looking to hit him through mid-wicket square leg.
So Wood, who just gives it absolutely everything running up to the crease. Bowls here to Labuschagne, wide of it, down the leg side, taken by Bairstow, nothing on it. Again at high pace, 1 for 27, 95. So he's got 90, that's 152 kilometres an hour with his third ball. There was a great piece in the Telegraph yesterday written by Tim Wigmore about how much duress fast bowlers go through to bowl above 90 mile an hour, and the running they do and the paces they have to run at to reach those sort of speeds. And I think Woods clocked it running at 25 kilometres an hour on the way up. Faster than any treadmill goes was the comparison used.
That's almost as fast as a limited speed zone.
Yeah, he's not allowed to bowl in those.
You can't go that past a bus.
Not in school hours.
Can he get quicker? Labuschagne, leg stump, gets it away for 4. What did it hit, I wonder? Looking out towards umpire Damasena, front pad. So 4 runs for Australia, leg byes in the book, 1 for 31 the score. Again, he's really zipping it through. England have missed this pace through the series so far.
This is just, I'm excited. Pace, a bit of swing. Also for the batting, you can use his pace against him. Play the ball fine. You're going to get 4 runs. They do have a leg slip, leg gully.
Yeah, they do. I was going to mention that.
He better not fall across the crease too much, Marnus. There's runs at mid-wicket, square leg. But if I was Wood, I'm still want to target off stump, encourage driving through the offside.
Bowls to Labuschagne, full and pushed out towards cover where Stuart Broad does the fielding. Again, 151 kilometres an hour. It's going to be compelling watching his speed every ball in this first spell.
It's cracking cricket, isn't it? Really, the pace. And, the batsmen, if they do get it right, there's runs there for them as well, and the score will move along quickly, but there are plenty of catches, 5 of them there, and then plus the keeper 6.
They've gone back a long way, Bairstow in the slips, compared to Broad.
Look at that, they're back on the advertising side pretty much. As far back as you see in Test cricket, that's for sure. So Wood to finish. Yet to concede a run. Bowls here, Labuschagne goes back and it bounces up towards his gloves, keeps it down. Good batting from Labuschagne. 1 for 31 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. There'll be a change in commentary. Adam White coming in for me with Labuschagne 11 and Khawaja on 6.
Polaris end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test Cricket thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, with Australia 1 for 31. And Robinson is going to continue from the Howard stand end. He's bowling to Khawaja, who's leaving outside off stump with the angle. Adam White in the commentary box. Also Jarrod Kimber replacing Damien Fleming. Jeremy Coney is continuing. What's your thoughts, Jarrod, on the first half hour?
A little bit disappointed they don't have the barbecue bacon Angus.
Yeah, he'd love that.
It's
English
making me incredibly hungry.
Big meat man here. In fact, I'm surrounded by meat men around me.
I want the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I want it for lunch today. Robinson getting bright sunshine here at Headingley to Khawaja, who again is leaving with the angle across the left-hander. Yeah, Jarrod, the first half hour, your thoughts?
I thought there was a lot of balls that they played across the line, especially Marnus off a length. But his head was in perfect position for all of them, and the ball didn't really do much off the surface. I don't know. Were you on Jeremy when Warner was?
No, I wasn't. No.
Yeah, I thought he probably just played it a ball.
Just pushed it.
Yeah, he didn't need to be
involved. He's done a lot actually in the series. Been able to get away with it because the pitches have been so slow and low.
It's a lot quicker, isn't it? The outfield's incredible.
Yeah.
Robinson again past the umpire bowls to Khawaja, who from the stumps plays up to mid-on in defence. And Broad does the fielding.
Khawaja hit an off drive for 4.
Yeah.
He barely hit it.
You almost have to be in a little bit to try and just cover the angles, because if you're not going to catch up with it.
No. I think Mark Butcher on the TV called it a marble run.
Yeah.
So certainly value for shots. When you've got Mark Wood bowling at the pace he's bowling at, probably with a toothpick hit it for 4. You got a little bit on it. As Robinson bowls again to Khawaja, who once more leaves outside off stump. 5 slips in play. It feels like a long time we've seen 5 legitimate slips. 5th slip's almost gully, I guess, but it would be a fine gully. But it's so rare to see that many in the cordon.
They started this way in Edgbaston, and then obviously there was no point continuing. This is a wicket that's worth trying it.
Yep. Aussie might enjoy this pitch too, though. You know, bowling on this.
Mitch Marsh, 7 for.
Yeah.
Robinson again, none for 7 in his 4th over. Bowls to Khawaja from the stumps again. Defends up to mid-on, getting right across, head in front of with the line of the ball. Full face of the bat up to Broad.
How many times have we seen that shot in this series so far?
Yeah, they're now bowling a lot more over the wicket to him, and they're trying to. This is a sort of pitch with that little bit of extra pace that you should be able to get him to nick off occasionally. But his hands are so soft on those shots.
5 slips and a backward point behind the wicket on the offside. This time Khawaja firmly back to the bowler on the bounce, and Robinson does well in his follow through to cleanly gather with 2 hands. End of the over. That's a maiden. Australia on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, 1 for 31.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Mark Wood is in flight again, past the umpire, bowls to Labuschagne, and that one swings away from the outside edge. And he was committed to playing that, Labuschagne, and Bairstow diving in front of first slip to take the ball. That one swung a long way, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's got decent carry too, doesn't it? Well, yeah, well, it does after it pitches actually and goes past the stump. You know, sometimes you get here. See, there she goes, and Bairstow has to watch it really closely. But good pace again, good to start the over. Marnus Labuschagne holding the position, not following it with his hands.
4 slips and a leg slip as Wood bowls again, and that one's nasty. That took the shoulder of the bat. Unfortunately for Labuschagne, second bounce into the backward point region. And listen to the crowd. This is electric cricket here at Headingley. It's a totally different game when Mark Wood is bowling.
It's good. It's up around kind of the chest area.
Just
playing
get the fingers, that one?
Defensive stroke.
Sort of fingers and shoulder of the bat. No control, really.
Yeah, took the outside sort of up by the splice, wasn't it, really? Up by the shoulder of the bat.
The crowd getting behind Wood. He's on the runway again. Past the umpire, bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves outside off stump. Good pace again from Wood.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's getting so much swing as well, because it's not necessarily something that he always does.
You know what it makes me think? You know, I don't think with this bowling attack that they've got here, the 5 bowlers, so that Stokes will be bowling too much.
The crowd's just realised that ball was at 96.5 miles an hour, which is 155.
Yeah, this is West Indian pace.
This is dead set
they had 4 or
serious
5
pace.
of them.
In his second over, it's fair to say he's in full stride. Crowd again behind him. Wood a bit wider on the crease. Bowls to Labuschagne, who's beaten again. Again, the shape away in the air. Labuschagne committed to what he thought was the right line. It wasn't, but it didn't take the edge.
His back foot is quite wide on the crease, isn't it, really? And he's sort of angling in slightly, always at the batsman.
Well, there's a little bit of club cricketer about him, because after that ball, he almost didn't follow through. Oh, no, he fell over.
He fell over. He does that. He does that. Throws himself, actually, off his feet.
It almost feels like it's a high jumper at the Olympic Games, the top of his run-up. the way the crowd gets behind him. Mark Wood again on the approach. Bright sunshine here at Headingley. He bowls to Labuschagne, who tentatively pushes at that one into the covers. Found the middle of the bat. Broad doing the fielding, no run.
Probably should have reverse ramped that one. Missed opportunity.
You wouldn't need to get too much of it for just to fly into the grandstand, such as the pace. I'm nervous up here for Marnus and Usman having to face this sort of speed. Taking his time this time, Wood. Now he's ready to go again. 4 slips waiting and a leg slip. Wood bowls. Labuschagne in behind it, playing it well defensively away on the onside. What a great over from Mark Wood. A maiden, still Australia on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard, 1 for 31.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's, the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's as well. If you weren't hungry before, I'm sure you're hungry after that, as we've got a change at the Howard Stand end, and we're going to see Wokes for the first time in this Test series.
Yeah, I was going to say about the swing for Wood. I just wonder whether, I mean, the captain at the moment is the 6th bowler, really, Stokes, but he can bowl genuine, medium, fast swing bowling. Look, he got Smith out in that first test, didn't he? He got Khawaja out as well. I think it's probably worth, he always saves himself until everybody else has had a go and it's too late. I think in the first morning, just have 3 or 4 overs. You've got nothing to lose.
Wokes is in, past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, tries to pull bottom edge straight down into the body, and it ricochets away on the offside along the ground.
So far, no, he's just bowled. I don't need him to bowl 12 overs short at Lords. You know, testing all the problems with your knee and that sort of thing. I think here, in these sort of conditions, have someone to run in and to swing the ball at medium fast. I think it's an option anyway, put it that way. I don't think it'll be used, but I think it is there for him.
Jeremy Coney, thanks to Red Energy.
Oh, that's all right.
As Khawaja defends a full ball away on the offside. 100% Australian electricity.
I want to point
Red
out
Energy.
that they haven't paid my fare over.
It's an interesting point you make, Jeremy, that Ben Stokes spoke in the press conference after the first test about how he feels he's only really got one spell in him, and he bowled 12 overs on the bounce at Lords. He felt like, as soon as I cool down, I can't bowl again, so I might as well just bowl as many as I can. So he talked about just picking his moment. Wokes here bowls to Khawaja, drives down the ground 4. Nothing more than just a push all along the ground and out to the rope, and that is a wonderful boundary there to Usman Khawaja. He's up to 10. Andrew Sampson.
His first runs off the bat of 28 balls, but perhaps more significantly, 800 balls Khawaja's now played in the series.
And we're only in the 3rd test.
And we're only in the 3rd test, and nobody else has faced more than 346
what's
on the other side.
What's the most balls? Is it a Bradman kind of record?
Yeah, it's,
it's
over 2,000.
When we get there.
When we get there. So it is comfortably over 2,000 balls faced in the series.
Wow. Wokes again. No change to the field despite that boundary down the ground. He bowls to Khawaja, who leaves that one a bit shorter and across the left-hander, and it goes through to Bairstow at chest high.
So Khawaja's now actively looking for the drive for pretty much the first time in this entire series. I think this is the difference in his game from 5 years ago and 10 years ago, where he played Usman Khawaja cricket, and now he plays to the conditions very well. And then that happens when you're a more experienced player and you understand your game better. But even the last over, he tried to force a drive off Ollie Robertson. He's like, well, this is a wicket I can drive on. Whereas he almost didn't play a drive at Edgbaston.
Wokes again. Over the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, driving firmly, but this time can't beat mid off, and there's no run.
But just on your Stokes point, he won't bowl this early because he doesn't like the new ball. So he will wait at least until it's 15 to 20 overs. He doesn't like the way it feels in his hand. It's one of the reasons that it's held him back in white ball cricket. Just doesn't like bowling with a new ball. Feels like he can't control it. They use him sometimes in emergencies, but it's not his thing. He likes to bowl with an old ball and then bowl like Neil Wagner. Bowls lots of bounces, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Last ball of the over here, Wokes bowls, good ball, and Khawaja, it was a tight lead, but a good leave through to keeper Bairstow. End of the over, Australia 1 for 35 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Labuschagne 11, Khawaja 10.
What a magnificent game this has been here today at the home of football, the MCG, and the Tigers go forward again to try and get the knockout punch. Punt road in, left half forward, Cochin, wonderful pick-up, hand pass to Martin. Dusty's 30 metres out, over the top to rerun for a goal. And the Tigers are racing away with this game.
Thanks, Rex. So when the final siren sounds, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Mark Wood is ready. This is SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. As Wood approaches to bowl to Labuschagne, who's in defence. That one right on the stumps. Back and across Labuschagne, then sort of half forward, pushing into the offside.
You can hear, if you've listened to a lot of cricket, you can hear that the ball is hitting the bat at this end.
Yes.
Whereas in the last over, you could actually hear the way that Usman was hitting the ball, and with Marnus against Wood, it's hitting the bat. We've got Andrew Sampson's got a friend called Dean Duplessis, who's a blind cricket commentator, and that's the sort of thing that he picks up on. That's how he has to commentate the game, of course, because he can't see it. So it's the sort of thing that you can tell the difference. So he can tell when the ball's hitting the bat rather than when the bat is hitting the ball.
Fantastic.
I mean, he tells me that anyway.
He's extraordinary, Dean.
Wood again bowls to Labuschagne. That one, another nasty one that gets high on the splice. He played well away on the onside. Just wonder how long it's going to be before Stokes thinks about a bat pad. That wouldn't have been too far away. There wasn't a lot of control with that, but at least he played Jarrod with soft hands to keep it down on the onside.
Dean will say, there's a change of bowling while he's commentating, and you're kind of like, how can you know that? But you can hear the different footsteps of the players.
That's
from the stump mic. It's extraordinary.
Wow.
He pays incredible attention. He quite often comments when you're doing commentating, and he's picked up things that you haven't picked up with your eyes.
Here we go. We're actually going to get the bat pad now.
Yeah.
So they've sacrificed one of the 5 slips to go into bat pads. So still 4 and a leg slip and a bat pad. It's aggressive fielding or field placings. As Wood comes in again, bowls to Labuschagne, who's hit on the pad, very high on the pad, just because of the pace at 152 from Wood, as Labuschagne tried to get back and across in defence.
Most balls faced in a series is Wally Hammond in 1928-29. He faced 2,519.
How many test matches?
905 runs. 5.
5 test matches.
Ashes in Australia in 28-29.
They also batted okay in New Zealand a couple of times, Wally Hammond, as well.
Mere average of 563 there, yeah.
Good morning to our New Zealand listeners.
Wood spins the ball in his hands at the top of his run. Now he starts his approach. Past the umpire, bowls to Labuschagne. It's a bouncer, and it's gone over everybody's head and down to the rope for 4 byes. That was quick, it was short, and it was still going up when it went past Bairstow, let alone Labuschagne. 93 kilometres an hour for a short one.
That just took off, didn't it? That looked like we were on an Australian wicket or a South African wicket for a moment there. He's skiddy, but that one has just got some... It's just a bit too short, and that has beaten Bairstow by 1.2 metres.
Minimum.
It might have been 1.3.
I exaggerate, Jarrod, but that was miles over his head.
I mean, Bairstow sort of put his hand up as if to say, look, everyone's seeing I'm still trying, right?
Wood again in the sunshine. Past the umpire, bowls to Labuschagne, who's beaten by a beauty. Back and across in defence went Labuschagne and watched it go past the outside edge through to Bairstow, chest high.
Absolutely brilliant delivery. He hasn't bowled as many great deliveries so far. We're excited about the pace, and also he swung some of them. He hasn't bowled many brilliant deliveries, but this is wide on the crease. Straightens maybe just a touch. It actually swings probably after it beats him, which is probably good for Bairstow, because I'm not sure Bairstow was in the right position. They might have flown past him again, but beautiful delivery. So, yeah, 4 slips, leg slip, short leg. And you can hear now the England players are trying to get the crowd behind Wood.
Last ball of Wood's over. In he comes. Bowls to Labuschagne, who is hit again as he goes back and across in defence. Maybe a bit of inside edge as well, but that's just too quick. That's just good bowling. Again, over 90 miles an hour. Over bowled, 1 for 39 Australia on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Labuschagne 11, Khawaja 10.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Chris Wokes will continue from the Howard stand end here at Headingley with Australia 1 for 39. SEN Test cricket thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Wokes in past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, who drives firmly, confidently, but can't beat mid-off, and there's no run.
So if you are under your covers in New Zealand, or if it's late night in Australia, you will have heard the difference of the sound there. That was Usman Khawaja hitting the ball.
Yes.
And in the last over, I'm not sure Marnus actually hit a ball. A ball hit his bat. He played and missed. There was one that went over his head. So it's completely different from the two ends. And it's not that Chris Wokes is bowling poorly either. It's just it's normal cricket from one end and Mark Wood from the other.
It does feel, Jarrod, that even in this early phase that they want to try and maximise what they can from Wokes. The body language is we want to try and score as much as possible as Khawaja finds the middle of the bat again driving. Just short of a half volley. Up to mid-off. Even that first ball he bowled, he tried to pull it away. Yep. It's almost like a bit of more positive intent against what is essentially the fourth seamer in the attack.
So Chris Wokes is really interesting because he's a bowler who shows you the ball before he comes in. So it's a very classical action. And so a lot of players around the world enjoy facing. It doesn't mean he doesn't get them out.
Yes.
But they feel like a little bit more comfortable. So even when he was a little bit quicker and he's bowling around 90 miles an hour, it didn't feel like 90 miles an hour in the way that Mark Wood would.
Wokes again bowls. That takes the edge, inside edge, spits out behind square leg, out to the deep. Moeen Ali does the fielding and Khawaja gets a single, but no control in that stroke from the Australian opening batsman. Australia 1 for 40. Labuschagne 11 and Khawaja 11. The man out, David Warner, out to Broad again for 4, caught in the cordon, pushing at 1 in the first over of the match.
Is it the first time we've had a change of ends for these two batters in a little while, isn't it?
Yes.
Feels like they've been stuck at their ends.
Yep, it's just the first single since the 5th over and only the 5th single of the whole day to go with 5 fours and a couple of four buys as well. It's gone to the boundary more often than it's gone for a single.
So Wokes, for the first time, bowls to Labuschagne, who's hit on the pad trying to work away on the onside. Khawaja thought about a single and then thought, no, I'm better staying at home.
A bit unfair on Bairstow, that second buys call, wasn't it?
Yeah, that one was a bit. There was also 4 leg buys, of course.
Yeah.
So it's actually 8 balls have gone to the boundary, but only 5 have gone for singles.
And it's an attacking field as well. There's plenty of gaps out there, but they are looking for the boundaries at the moment.
Yes. So for Wokes bowling to the right-handed Labuschagne, it's 4 slips, a backward point, an extra cover on the offside, and then the onside, a leg slip, a deep backward square leg, and a wideish mid-on. Wokes to Labuschagne here, who leaves. Late decision to leave. And you could see there that the bat was quite close to the ball as it went past, and almost panic from Labuschagne to quickly get the bat away. Oh, gee, that was a bit close.
Joe Denley in his career was an incredibly defensive player, and for long parts of a lot of his innings, his most productive shot would be the leave. And it's because he had this ability to leave the ball off the middle of the bat and go past 4 slip over and over again. So you can get runs there.
Last ball of the over here. Wokes to Labuschagne. And Labuschagne's hit high on the leg, leaving, ball seaming back and hitting him high up on the thigh, and went away on the offside. So a good finish to the over there from Chris Wokes, but no wicket. Labuschagne and Khawaja both on 11. Australia at the end of the over. On the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, 1 for 40.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, Well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, Headingley. Cloudy sometimes, sunny other times, but it's a packed house, and it is such a wonderful place to watch cricket. There might only be 20-odd thousand in, but it feels like 50 or 60,000. Such is the atmosphere that's created. You're right on top of the action here in Leeds. 3 slips and a bat pad. Wood for the first time to Khawaja, and Khawaja leaves a quick ball outside off stump. Again, Bairstow back near the sponsor logo on the grass, taking it at chest high.
So they just showed a graphic on the TV. So Marnus Labuschagne pretty much all series has been batting out of his crease. I'd say he's probably at most been 40 centimetres out of his crease, but more often than not he's been out of his crease. To Mark Wood, he could not be any deeper. He's almost standing back on the stumps at the moment.
Right. Interesting to see how Usman goes against Mark Wood, because he's looked so relaxed to this point. Wood again, past the umpire, bowls. Khawaja plays it nicely, back and across, defending back down the pitch.
Yeah, it looked like he just had a little bit more time. Than Marnus has just been a little bit rushed so far.
Yep, absolutely. And it's hard to tell, Jarrod, whether that's just Marnus's body language or his idiosyncrasies. And he has got as much time as Khawaja, or whether it's just Khawaja's got so much time, full stop.
I just think, the extra pace has bothered Marnus a little bit more so far. Yep. So we're seeing that this is the quickest pitch so far in the series, even without Mark Wood.
3 slips backward point, bat pad, and leg slip, all catches as Wood bowls to Khawaja. It's a bouncer, and Khawaja that time moved quickly to duck underneath the short ball from Mark Wood.
Yeah, good heat on that one.
92 miles an hour for a short ball.
It's funny to see a real bouncer after last week's shuttlecock bounces.
That's right, this is real fast bowler cricket. It just feels a totally different game, doesn't it?
Yeah. With all due respect to Ollie Roberts' 77 mile an hour bounces, that one felt a little bit more brutal.
Yes. Wood again into his 4th over. Steaming in, bowls to Khawaja. Good lead, that one not too far away. Probably left more on length than line as it went over off stump. But Khawaja enough confidence in the pitch and enough confidence in his judgment to let that one go past.
Yeah, there's been good pace to carry, as Bairstow found out earlier. Again, though, that one just swung back a little bit after it went past the bat. So he's getting swing, but it's not troubling the batters at the moment. And I should point out that Mark Wood fell over again on that ball.
Yeah, we're looking at the replay, thanks to Tyre Power, Falcon Tyres, it's 25% off. At one point, you think he's going to hurt himself falling over. Wood again to Khawaja, cuts. No real timing in the shot, but still gets a good piece of it across the square. It goes a lot quicker, and it's hauled in just inside the rope, and they come back for a comfortable 2. So Khawaja up to 13, Australia up to 1 for 42.
After all the boundaries we've seen so far, Andrew, you wouldn't expect the 90 mile an hour wide short ball that's being cut to not go for 4. He must have really mishit that.
He must have, yeah. First runs off Wood, first ball of his 4th over.
First runs off the bat?
Off Wood, yeah.
Yeah. And we're down to 3 slips for Khawaja as well now, I see.
Yes. Last ball of the over here. Wood bowls to Khawaja. It's bowled him! Straight through the gates! And Mark Wood delivers for his country with the massive wicket of Usman Khawaja. The stumps explode. One of them lying on the grass. And what is now the last ball before the first drinks break, England now have both openers. And the man that's troubled them all series is walking off. Pure speed from the speedster. Bang! Leg stump out of the ground.
Yeah, tried to drive that from the crease, maybe curved back into him a little bit, 152 kilometres an hour, stuck in the crease, facing a fast bowler, decides to drive it, and a little bit of movement, inside edge back onto the stumps, and they exploded, didn't they?
That's dramatic Test cricket. That is Test cricket at its absolute best. Khawaja out for 13, bowled Mark Wood. Australia 2 for 42 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard as we take a drink. Adam Collins shortly.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Staying healthy and active requires support. So stock up on vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Look for Blackmore's Probiotic Plus Immune Defense 30 capsules, $18.99. Nature's Own Odorless Fish Oil 1,000 milligram 500 capsules, $22.99. Caruso's Vitamin K2 Plus D3 60 capsules, $24.97. And Wagner Super Joint Support 200 capsules, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
So Braun, fifth ball of the match. The famous Kirkstall Lane end where Bob Willis did all the damage in 81. Bowls here and edged and taken at second slip. Away to his left, Crawley. Warner's gone for 4. Broad gets him again and he races over to the Western Terrace, pumping his fists, trying to fire up the local crowd.
Good balls to Khawaja. It's bowled him straight through the gates. And Mark Wood delivers for his country. With the massive wicket of Usman Khawaja, the stumps explode. One of them lying on the grass.
What an hour of Test cricket that is for Macca's. The barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. David Warner caught from the fifth ball of the match by Zach Crawley at second slip from his old nemesis, Stuart Broad, and then Khawaja. Genuine, searing pace through the gate. Castled for 13. It's 2 for 42 at the first drinks break. Adam Collins with you. Bharat Sundaresan with me, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, and that's what Mark Wood is bowling, gas.
Oof. Nothing like pace in cricket, is there? And it's genuine pace. You're not talking 87, 88 miles an hour. You're talking 95, 96. And you know, Khawaja has been so solid throughout this series. In fact, so solid since he made his comeback to Test cricket 18 months ago. But that's what pace can do for you. And Usman Khawaja will look back at that shot and wonder where his feet were. They were all over the place. A terrible shot. But it was the first over he'd faced from Mark Wood. Everything up until that point was slightly short of length. And then Mark Wood went full and straight. And Khawaja had no idea. I mean, his bat was all over. I think he got a little inside edge as well, and leg stump was grounded. England needed that.
So the new hour starts with Wokes. Away from the football stand-in. Bowling here. Labuschagne driving. Full face of the bat. Out through cover just. Sneaks it past Broad, who's diving across the practice wickets. Out towards the rope in front of the Western Terrace, and it will reach it. The outfield has been quick. This match so far has been quick. 2 for 48. We're only in the 14th over.
It's rare that a fielder puts in 2 dives and still concedes a boundary. As the ball went past Stuart Broad, he went down, tried to haul it in, couldn't do it, and ran all the way, and then put in another dive. Still wasn't good enough. And in between, during the drinks break, Adam, they've changed the ball as well. Wonder why England would want this ball changed.
Why would you do it?
I know. Manas seems to So just the same, he was around, hanging around Stuart Broad and Ben Stokes, having a word, as always.
So Wokes has 4 slips and the leg slip. Into Labuschagne. Bowls here, and Labuschagne leaves alone an outswinger into the gloves of Bairstow. So Stephen Smith walked out at the drinks break as well, playing test number 100. He played his second test match here all the way back in 2010. Got Andrew Sampson with us as well.
Against Pakistan, wasn't it?
At Lords. And made 77 here against Pakistan, his only test match, number 8 in vain. Pakistan chased down. There to chase down.
Just on our screen here for tyre power, Falcon tyres 25% off. The central umpire Nick Mennett had to fix the stump mic because Mark Wood took it out with the previous ball before the drinks interval. Wokes in, wider of the crease, Labuschagne defence straight back down the pitch, no run. I'm going to advance an unpopular opinion here from an Australian perspective. I like the imperial measurement for fast bowling. I like that there's sort of that overarching goal that sits there. 100 mile an hour. Can anyone reach it in a test match? Never happened before. A couple of times in one day, as with Shao Bakhtar in the 2003 World Cup, where Nick Knight just pops out to mid-on, no run.
Nothing happened, really.
Brett Lee did it in a one-dayer as well, I reckon, but no one else has reached 100. Wood might today. Wokes bowls and leaving alone, where the ball just comes back off the seam a wee bit from Wokes again into the gloves of Bairstow. So one goes away, one comes back. Good bowling.
And Mark Wood is always quick, but today he just seems fired up. He's flying. You can see it in his run-up and his follow-through.
We've seen him fall over on 4 occasions, haven't we? Which is always a sign that Wood... Well, he always falls over. But we'll keep a running tally of that. In fact, I'll get Samo to do that. Keep a running tally through the match. How many times does Mark Wood fall over in his follow-through? I've seen 4. We're seeing shots of them changing the ball in the drinks break as Wokes arrives and bowls and Labuschagne defends into the onside. Dabs it just in front of square for 1. So Steve Smith gets a look at Wokes with 1 ball left in the over, 2 for 47, Labuschagne 15.
He's looked a little rattled against Mark Wood, Manus. To his credit, he's hung in there, he survived. He's been beaten a few times. There hasn't been a lot of movement off the pitch at all, has it, Adam?
So a few stray boos for Steve Smith facing up. I mean, give me a spell.
Well, this is to be expected. And there you go.
There we go. The other one. Fun. Of course, Smith didn't play here in 2019 when this chant did the rounds everywhere. Wokes up, bowls here. Smith first ball defended. Then he does that shuffle across the stumps and dancing from one foot to the other. 14 overs gone, 2 for 47 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard with Labuschagne 16, Smith yet to score.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, spikies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from $619,019. I'll try that again, shall we? From $619,900. So $619,000. There you go. We'll get better around as we go. Henley.com.au. Might rewrite that credit. We've got Ollie Robinson, who's going to continue and replace Mark Wood. Andrew Sampson.
Mark Wood, beautiful opening spell figures, 4-3-2-1.
Oh, beautiful. That's the sort of thing you pick up on. That's why we love you, Samo. Robinson, change of ends, 4 slips a gully. In here to Labuschagne, he's 16, and he's nearly through. Ever so close. That passed the front pad via the inside edge onto the back pad. Sampson again.
I think every one of those balls is over 90 miles an hour. I didn't see every single one of them, but
no, they were.
I didn't see one that went below 90.
I'm looking forward to the CricViz analysis on where that sits in terms of fastest spells bowled in their database going back to 2006. It's going to be right up there, I reckon. Maybe some white ball spells in 20 over cricket where there's 4 overs, but certainly I've never seen a spell quite like that in my time following Test cricket.
I think I was just in the box next door, and he averaged 95.5 at the MCG.
Robinson in, bowls here, pushing into the onside is Labuschagne. They get 1. 2 for 48, he's 17.
So that was his quickest spell in Test cricket. So that was, what, 18 months ago?
Just felt different, didn't it? Because England were behind in that match and it didn't have the same oomph as morning one at Headingley, bowling from this famous end, Kirkstall Lane end, where mentioned before, of course, it's where Bob Willis, when they had the hill here, he used to run downhill towards the football stand end. They levelled it up about a decade ago, unfortunately. I think there's a nice kind of local quirk here. So Smith facing his second ball from Robinson. Probably glad it's not Wood. Delivers here, and Smith gets down the track and clips straight to mid-on where there's no run. Well, not straight to. Required a dive from Wokes.
We saw at Lord's, Steve Smith was in a hurry. Raced 25 of 20 balls. Just the 2 balls he's faced already. Looks like he's realised he needs to get off to a flyer of sorts and then settle down.
It was 25 from 14 in that first innings, which is his quickest start in Test cricket, Smith. Never made it to 25 in fewer balls from last week at headquarters, where he saluted for his 32nd ton. He's on strike to Robinson. Away from us, bowls here, defends and takes a quick single to cover. Labuschagne work to do. Directed, it'll be interesting. Broad doesn't execute it. Tell you what, that was tip and run stuff from Smith. I think Labuschagne was probably through. He's so quick between the wickets, but halfway down the strip with Broad looming. That was close. 2 for 49. We'll get a second look here for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off.
Yeah, in hindsight, you'll say he picked the right fielder. Fast bowler's already bowled a spell, but that was not a safe run. He just pushed it straight to Stuart Broad and ran. Manas is amongst the quickest in this Australian team and looks like he would have made it. Just glad it was Manas.
Robinson's got the 4 slips still for Labuschagne. Bowls here, leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. We also sidestepped. Two of the fielders thought that was over. Not quite 1 ball left, lads. We saw that bouncer that went over the head of Labuschagne. It's a front foot no ball from Robinson.
Second no ball already today.
I wonder what would have. I haven't really thought this through, but if it took off and landed just inside the rope. So it was no balls, wasn't it, Samo?
No, it was given byes.
I was given byes. My apologies. I thought it was no balls. So it would have been. Have we ever seen a 6 byes in Test cricket?
Not that I know of.
No. I mean, famous stories of Jeff Thompson doing it in Test cricket, but
yeah.
Sun's back out. 2 left for Robinson. Bowls here and leaving alone the ball that comes back towards him. That's good bowling from Robinson wide of the crease. Wobble ball. So no meaningful pace compared to Wood, but he's very skillful and he has got a big bag of wickets here against India a couple of summers ago.
Yeah, and he has his tail up. The pace has been up as compared to Lord's. And just going back to that bouncer, I don't know whether you noticed Johnny Bairstow as he was running back. For a couple of seconds, he just stood next to the rope and he almost pretended like he's going to stand there for Mark Wood. Shot straight boundaries, don't forget.
With that no ball 2 deliveries ago, Australia brought up their 50 as well. Last ball here and leaving alone again is Labuschagne, watching it all the way into the gloves of Bairstow. So 2 for 50 after 15. With Labuschagne 17, Smith on 1, and our coverage for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
England have celebrated 2 wickets this morning for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating large. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, so celebrating large is Steve Smith, his 100th test. So let's just go through a few of the stats on that.
Let's do that. He's on 1. Facing Wokes in from the football stand end. Bowls here, Smith shuffling forward and defending. No run.
So 1968, Colin Cowdrey was the first player to reach 100 tests. The second one was Jeff Boycott in 1981. By the end of the 20th century, there were 20 players who played 100 tests. 23 years later, Steve Smith is the 75th player to play 100 tests. The 15th for Australia.
I wonder whether that might be a bit of a bell curve as well in terms of the proliferation of Test cricket in the last 20 years. But, and it's a big but, as Wokes delivers here and Smith leaves alone, not far away, good bowling. The fact that, well, where you're from, Andrew, in South Africa, there'll be fewer Test matches in the next 4 years, and that's just a disaster in my view, and I'm sure it is yours too. And as countries around the world play less and less due to the direction of travel with T20 leagues and all the rest of it, there may not be that many more who reach 100 who don't play for Australia, India and England.
I can't imagine another South African doing it, to be honest, although they are trying to arrange tests outside of the FTP, apparently.
Are they? Wokes bowls, Smith leaves alone extravagantly. That was a shorter delivery, so he let it fly past over the top of, well, not leg stump, but further away again. But Smith watched it after turning and pirouetting.
In classic fashion. But it's also a generational thing, right? We see Steve Smith, we've seen, and you'll be on top of this, Andrew. In the last 2-3 years, a lot of cricketers from that era playing the 100 Test. Kohli, Nathan Lyon, David Warner, Pujara, and now Steve Smith.
Yes, how many more there will be outside of the big 3 years?
An open question. Wokes bowls wider of the crease. Smith plays into the onside. Another quick single. Labuschagne through. Well played, well run. Smith 2 for 51, the score. Yes, the performances in 100th Test matches as well. I'll get you to look that up, Sam. I'm pretty sure there's a page that documents this on your database. With, the twin tons from Ricky Ponting back in 2006. 2007. No, sorry. Six.
Yeah. Warner making the double 100.
Warner's double 100. There'll be others as down. Did Cowdrey get one on his 100th Test, Samo? I seem to recall Cowdrey might have...
Alex Stewart, maybe?
Alex Stewart,
I'll
give you the list now, yeah.
Wokes in bowls here. Labuschagne leaves late. Leaves very, very late. He wanted to play at that all the way until the point when he didn't. As Jeremy Coney jumps back in as well.
Yeah, one record that Steve Smith's already got is most runs after 100 Tests, because he's on 9-1-1-5 now. 1-1, yeah. Brian Lara had 8,916 after 100 Tests.
Right. So can he go big today, make the milestone count?
He looks eager.
Yeah, body language.
Yeah, very much so.
As he says himself, when he gesticulates like this, it's a symbol of him being really switched on. Wokes bowls and Labuschagne leaves late again with the over-the-top lightsaber like Stephen Smith used to do years ago. End of 16 overs, 2 for 51. The Australian team for Red Energy awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provided by CanStar. Labuschagne 17, Smith on 2.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Down the leg side from Robinson to start his new over, and Smith gets inside the line and shoulders up. A great graphic from Sky between overs there on our screen for tyre power. Fulton tyres 25% off the setup to Khawaja. Back of a length, back of a length, back of a length. 2 metres full up through the gate, gone.
And Khawaja had really no issues with the back of the length, did he? He's getting into great positions. It was only when he went full. And also it's because Usman Khawaja isn't someone who moves his front foot a lot. That's what got him into trouble. Feet were all over the place.
They were. They went for a drive. And also, I got the feeling the ball moved just a little bit back into him, got the inside edge.
Yeah. Robinson bowls 4 slips, leaving alone is Smith with the lightsaber this time. Jeremy, have you ever seen a spell of consistent pace like that in Test cricket across 4 overs at that level?
Yes.
You have a quick nod and a smile.
Yes.
You did play against the Windies in their pomp, I suppose.
Yeah. And there were a few more of them too. So yeah, but it was genuine fast bowling, wasn't it? And that was great. I'm surprised Broad hasn't been brought back from this end. He's gone to Robinson rather than Broad. Broad, I thought, he's only had 3 overs, I think, this morning. I would have brought him back here to replace Wood.
Robinson a bit wider on the crease and leaving alone again is Smith with that over the top.
Chris Vokes has bowled, 4 overs. Maybe he wants to give both Broad and Robinson a go at both ends.
Well, he really wants to bowl Wood at Smith, I would have thought, early on. And he's only clearly going to bowl him in short spells. He wants him to bowl, for example, at head, I would have thought early on.
For sure.
But this is a good cricket pitch, I think, because it's the best bowling pitch that we've seen in this series so far. There's carry, there's a wee bit of nip.
Robinson to Smith on 2, and he leaves further outside the off stump. What a contrast to Edgbaston morning 1, which was dead.
Absolutely. And yet, as a batsman, if you do get in, there are runs on offer. You score quite quickly, don't you? So, the fast outfield and so on. I guess that was Khawaja's lowest number of balls that he's faced in the series so far, Andrew. Just the 37.
Yeah. Maybe the first innings. Oh no, he batted at lunch, so.
Yeah. I'll tell you what they were. I think 70 was his lowest prior to this.
Robinson up, bowls, and Smith defends. Into the onside, another quick single to mid-wicket. So his 3 singles have all been in front of square, tap no more than 10 metres from where he defended, and moves to 3 with that. It's 2 for 52.
Yeah, to his credit, he's picked the fast bowlers and then run.
Yeah.
Would have you given Wood one more against Smith?
Well, that's the issue, isn't it? He had 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket for 2 runs. Do you give him 1 more? 5 sounds okay to me, not 6. But he didn't. He's obviously brought it down. That's what I'm going to bowl you. And he's gone to Robinson.
That's the extra flexibility they got with 4 quicks, isn't it? They can share it around. Robinson to finish on the leg stump of Labuschagne, but he can't quite tuck it away. It ends up at mid-on. 17 gone, 2 for 52, Australia. Labuschagne 17, Smith 3, and our coverage for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Staying healthy and active requires support. So stock up on vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Look for Blackmore's Probiotic Plus Immune Defense 30 capsules, $18.99. Nature's Own Odorless Fish Oil 1,000 milligram 500 capsules, $22.99. Caruso's Vitamin K2 Plus D3 60 capsules, $24.97. And Wagner Super Joint Support 200 capsules, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan, Jeremy Coney and Andrew Sampson.
70 balls he faced at the first innings, Lawrence.
It's Wokes in. 5th over of his spell. Football stand end. Leg stump. Smith shovels it into mid-wicket for another single into that region. 4 of them for him. 2 for 53.
This is an interesting little period because this is the phase, I think, in the game where England just holding the game a bit more, where they've got their sort of 3rd and 4th bowler operating together. You've got basically someone coming up into the wind and into the breeze in Wokes, and then someone coming down the breeze and also down the hill, particularly in Robinson. He'll enjoy that.
Wokes up. Cordon packed. Bowls here. Labuschagne driving to broad it. Extra cover, no run.
But it's a period in which England will not want these 2 batsmen to get settled, and and they'd love to pick one of them up, of course, during this period, but if they don't do that, they don't want to be getting hit for runs either. So that's the kind of phase we've reached in the game now. We're waiting for Broad to come. That's why I thought Broad would be on here, that you're keeping a danger end going. Now obviously waiting for Wood to come back too.
In here, Wokes wide of the crease. Labuschagne hit on the pad, shout for leg before going down the leg side. And height as well, according to Ben Stokes at leg gully when the bowler goes up and wants him to consider a review.
A height also, according to Steve Smith. You always keep an eye on him if you want to go for a review as a fielding captain.
Gives you all the cues.
But the advantage England have in this test with Mark Wood is the moment where the game has moved away from them is Travis Head walking out to bat. But this time, whenever he walks out to bat, they have Mark Wood to counter that. It might still work.
Good decision not to review. We see it again for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off. That was going over the top. Wokes halfway through his over. Bowls here. Labuschagne in behind the defending. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, the centuries in the 100th test. Colin Cowdery, Javed Miander, Gordon Greenwich, Alex Stewart, Inzamam ul Haq, Ricky Ponting in both innings, Graham Smith, Hashim Amla, and Joe Root and David Warner. The last 2 both went on to make double hundreds.
Ah, yes, of course. Right. Joe Root as well, yep.
In India, isn't it? In Chennai.
Yep, 218.
So Wokes in. Up to the crease. Bowls here. Labuschagne way down the leg side. It was a full toss down the leg side. Just missed his mark entirely. Labuschagne doesn't make the most of it. It's a change-up possibly.
Yeah, maybe a change-up. Just try to roll his fingers over the ball.
See it again here for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off.
Maybe an off cutter. Yeah.
Oh, it was the knuckleball.
Knuckleball. Completely lost control of it.
Yeah, full toss with it. Got away with it though, didn't he? Because of the change-up.
You can see what he was thinking.
It's actually a change down,
yes.
Really, isn't it? You wonder what Mark Wood's slower ball would be. 90.
91.
Yeah. So Wokes to complete his over. Wide of the crease, hits Labuschagne on the pad again, but that's trending way down the leg side. So into the over, 2 for 53. Our delivery of the day for Macca's, Autovar delivery on the My Macca's app was Kawaja, bowled by Wood. He was out for 13. Now it's Labuschagne on 17 and Smith on 4.
Beaumont Styles is proudly proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's number one, Beaumont Tiles.
We're live at Leeds for Macca's, the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Mark Wood drifts over to the Western Terrace and receives a round of applause from the fans in that direction. Robinson, new over to Smith on 4 bowls here, leaves the ball, it comes back, hits him on the pad, shouldering arms. The umpire says no. That came back off the seam, but surely not enough. Umpire Damasena not convinced, and I don't think Ben Stokes will be either.
Yeah, I think the only reason why Ollie Robinson was so excited was the length of the ball. It was much fuller. You get a lot of these appeals when the batter shoulders arms and it hits his pads. He was well outside off them, of course.
Good ball. Well outside, but yes.
Kept a little low as well, didn't it? Yeah.
Wobble seam delivery, seeing that for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off.
Steve Smith wouldn't mind that. He would just look at it and go, I was in good position.
Smith facing Robinson here, and Smith leaves alone outside the off stump. There's a number of reporters who are embedded within the Western Terrace today from all the newspapers to write a colour piece. Saw Tim Wigmore's out there, Emma John's out there from The Guardian. Haven't got much to write about so far. They've actually been pretty well behaved after the booze at the start. Yeah. They missed their chance with Smith because Smith came out during the drinks break.
Yeah. It's not lunch yet. Let's just wait till later in the day.
I suppose it might be more of a factor when they're bowling.
Wait for Alex Carey to walk in the new villain of Australia for some reason. The nicest villain you'll ever meet.
There's been a change of field here, so Wood's going to come in front of square, which means they've got now 2 leg gullies. 2 leg gullies and 3 slips. Robinson to Smith. He's faced 15 balls so far. Bowls here. Smith back of a length. Inside edge past Bairstow for 4.
Did he get anything on it?
He sure did.
Yeah.
He sure did. That's a drop catch from Bairstow. We're right over the top of that one. That was glove or high up on the blade. Either way, Smith gets a chance. He moves to 8-2 for 56. We need a second look at this, Jeremy Coney. Talk us through it.
Yeah, well, it's nipping back, as Robinson does. It's outside the off stump, but he gets an inside edge, and Bairstow gets a glove on it. His left hand. And again, it's that lack of just general movement, and so he's having to dive a lot. It's not an easy chance, let's be fair to Johnny Bairstow, but at the same time, someone who's moving really fleet of foot, you might get a little extra step.
He gets a pat on the dive. Back from Stokes as Robinson goes again, and Smith leaves a ball that also moves prodigiously off the seam. Robinson, good spell from the Kirkstall lane end.
Yeah, I mean, if you just see that replay, you'd think, it's a tough chance down the leg side, but it's how laden-footed he is. There's no movement at all. The weight just on his heels. So as a result, he has no option but to dive for it, go with one hand. You'd see Alex Carey, someone like him, his weight is always in the balls of his feet. He would have moved a lot quicker.
Of course, they had the chance to bring folks in this week. They had their opportunity. They chose to go the other way. Robinson in, Smith shuffling forward before defending. First time we've seen him use his feet. Out to backward point it goes. Outside part of the bat, no run.
Yeah, it's just that lack of fluency, I think. And that might be just he's not completely over the injury he had, which was a bad one. But it also means, has implications, I think, for the slips as well. You don't go wider. You're actually much closer to the keeper, for example, and so you don't therefore cover as much territory. Your slip cordon doesn't cover as much territory either.
No one knows slip cordon's better than Jeremy Coney, one of the best to ever do it. Robinson to finish his 7th over. A good one at that. Bowls here, and Smith leaves alone. He's 8. Labuschagne 17. Smith dropped in the over. 2 for 57, Australia. Our coverage is for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
So it is going to be Wokes to continue. They're going to hold their nerve on Broad and Wood for now. 6th over, up here, football stand end. Labuschagne leaves over the top of the off stump. It's been better Wokes in the last couple.
Yeah, I just think he's a wee bit short. I think it's, every time he's hitting the batsman on the pad, it's too high. I think, it's one of those surfaces you do have to take a risk. Now, whether he's been told, you just keep it tight. You're at the bottom end, in other words, running up the slope a little bit. You're probably running into a little breeze as well. So it's not the preferred end.
Doing the Cape Bush, running up that hill, Wokes. Up here, bowls to Labuschagne, leading edge, squared up through the cordon. It's quick outfield, so it might go. Work to do. Yep, does go for 4. So Labuschagne up to 21. That's his 4th boundary, Australia 2 for 61, but well bowled.
That length again, Jeremy. Finally corrects it. He went full, took a chance. On a leading edge almost, did Marnus Labuschagne, got squared up.
Yeah, but even a thickish outside edge has run the full way to the boundary. It just shows you how fast this outfield is.
This ground's in great nick. Pitch perfect for it at the moment. Outfield as well. Value there for everybody on morning 1 at Leeds. Wokes up to Labuschagne, delivers here. He's edged and he's taken it first slip. Straight into the breadbasket of Joe Root. Wokes found the outside edge of Labuschagne a number of times. He's kept those down, but with lovely carry here at Headingley, all the way into the court, and England have a third after inserting Australia. Labuschagne gone for 21, Australia 3 for 61, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, it's exactly what England wanted. He's just got it to move away, if anything. And Labuschagne has played at a ball that's just a little wide. And he's got the outside edge, and it's carried very nicely through to the first slip. Expect your first slip to take those ones. And so Marnus Labuschagne 21. And now this is the 20th over. These are the sort of conditions you can lose 3 on the first, morning. And you can still make a decent total. So now it's just up to the rest to bat well. Now Head.
I know. Welcome back, Chris Wokes. We spent the last 10 years watching him do this so many times on English pitches. Hits that right length. You were talking about him being a little too short at the start of this over. He corrected it, went too full the last delivery, but this was that perfect length. Getting Marnus out nicking again. It was a ball maybe that Marnus could have left alone. But we've seen throughout this series, he's been feeling for those. Lovely bowling, not very good batting.
It's just that little nip that I was talking about a while ago, that it is. If you land it on the seam, it will grip and it will move away. That was a kind of a nipping from the leg across the edge of the bat and took it comfortably.
Yeah, Travis Head, who enjoys counter-attacking on challenging surfaces. We saw that in World Test Championship final in similar circumstances in this series so far. 50, 16, 77 and 7. When it's a bit grassy and a bit of extra bounce, that's where Head can play his best shots. Interesting to see whether they start with the short ball. At least a couple of fielders back for it. They'll inevitably bowl it to him. They're going to stay conventional. Packed cordon, 4 slips and just the long leg and a mid-wicket and a mid-on the onside.
No moustache for Travis Head, don't forget.
I don't like this.
I don't like this. I complained it to his wife as well. We bumped into each other at the lead station. Come on, let him have it back.
So halfway through a successful over. Head's first ball from Wokes on leg stump, pushed into the onside. No run. It was after he's left out at Nagpur. We went up to him, didn't we? And we said, Travis, get the moustache back, straight back in the team, and so it proved.
And he averages some, I think, 182 or something with the moustache. But again, beautiful length from Chris Wokes to Marnus Labuschagne. And you could see Marnus as he was walking back, hitting himself on the pad. Disappointed that he's been dismissed in a very similar fashion again. Maybe he had to play at it. Maybe he could have left it alone. It's just a little bit of nip.
Wokes to Head, close to the stumps, over the wicket. Head drives and beats Smith off for 4. Off the mark with a boundary as well. Out towards the football stand it goes. Had one man to beat. That was Mark Wood and did on the dive. Head 4, Australia 3 for 65.
Predictable from Travis Head. If you give him a little bit of width and go full, he will drive you down the ground. And you just expect Mark Wood to be warming up. I did see Wood and Head meet in the middle as Travis Head walked out to bat.
Bit early for that. Before the watershed. Jeremy, very bottom hand there from Head as well.
Yeah, I think if he can get him onto that back foot with just an uncertain length, I think the slips will come into play here. It'll also have a gully.
There's 4 of them. Wokes to finish, shorter delivery. Head rides the bounce out towards cover. End of the over. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. With Adam White coming in for me, Damien Fleming will return as well. Heads 4, Smith 8. A successful over for England. Australia 3 for 65.
My favourite film scene to reenact is Tom Cruise's entrance in Risky Business.
The movie The Notebook, and the scene where she is with her boyfriend and she said, if I'm a bird, you're a bird, and they're reenacting a scene in the ocean.
The iconic Luke, I am your father scene.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their motto is, if it's legal, it's possible. So you have the freedom to celebrate your life your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test cricket thanks to Maccas. No Mark Wood. Robinson continuing. Bowling to Steve Smith with 3 slips and 2 leg gullies. They take a single as this one hits him high on the leg, pushing away on the offside. So a leg by or maybe an inside edge.
It's been a good period for England, actually, hasn't it? With their, as I say, their 3rd and 4th kind of bowlers operating here. Robinson perhaps the 3rd and Wokes the 4th. And while the 2 danger men sort of are resting at this point, how long they do that? Do they want to give Wood a couple of overs before, or 1 over before lunch at head in particular? But the ball is nipped a wee bit. They're hitting the seam, and it's keeping these bowlers in the game, really.
Look at this field straight away. Yes. The Travis Head, though. It is a bouncer ball field.
4 on the fence, Flem.
Bat pads deep.
No slip. Robinson's ahead. It's short, it's down leg side, and Head tried to follow it but doesn't make contact. For someone that has only faced 4 balls now, no slip in a test match.
No, well, they just feel that he's so vulnerable and jumps. And once you jump and take your feet off the ground, then you can only really play with your hands to adjust. So you end up playing at the ball a lot more than you really want to.
He swung at that one, though. He might be prepared to take him on.
Gully in a bat pad. Robinson bowls to Head, who does hook it away in the air, but between 2 of them, and that has gone for 4. That wasn't controlled. It was a top edge, but it's gone between fine leg and backwards square leg for 4.
I think he's got runs, but you're either giving it away or actually having a real go at it. He's just sort of tried to roll his wrists on that. Whether he's maybe trying to keep it down, maybe, which I don't mind, but the top edge. But if he's going to go hard.
So there are 3 out on the hook on the leg side. As Robinson comes in again to bowl to Head, it's short. He tries to play the same shot. It hits him on the thigh pad. They run through for a single as it just ballooned away on the offside. So, Flem, it's just to explain the field. Well, you want to have a go at the field?
Oh, no, just wanted to pose a question to Jeremy. His 3 shots so far with that type of delivery, it's not discouraging bowling there.
No, you keep going. You keep going. He's missed one and gotten the one on the pad. Could have got a little bottom edge onto it, and the bat pad comes into play. The second one, OK, it went for 4, but it was in between 2 fielders and not controlled. Quite smart of Smith, actually, to get down there after that one there.
Good call. Robinson to Smith, 3 slips, 2 leg gullies. He plays on the onside. Nice shot out to the man sweeping at square leg, so they run through for an easy single.
Although we're going to see it again, aren't we? Travis is on strike. I must admit, he'll prefer to be facing Robinson than Wood bowling that sort of line and length with that field.
So I'll just go through the field for those that are listening. You've got fine leg, deep backward square leg and deep forward square leg, and then a fly slip on the rope plus a backward point. So that's 5 on the fence. Robinson comes in, bowls, and Heads jumping and defending back down the pitch.
But the key men as well, I think, is in the bat pad area. So it's interesting when he's facing.
It is. End of the over, 3 for 72 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
Chemist Warehouse has winter covered with all the essentials at the lowest prices. Like Guardium Acid Reflux Relief 14 tablets, $8.99. Betadine Ready to Use Sore Throat Gargle 200ml, $9.99. Benadryl dry cough and nasal congestion 200ml, $11.99. And don't forget Nurofen Meltlet Citrus or Berry Burst 40 tablets, $12.49. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Welcome back to Headingley Live Test Cricket. SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And Wokes is going to continue.
Yeah, they're missing a trick. Wokes has got a wicket. He can work down there at the Howard stand, but you know, for Robinson, that last short ball, it looked military medium, and even Trav, who wants to jump, was able to ride it. First preference, Wood, bowling 95 miles an hour. Second, Broad, who's bowled beautifully, only bowled 3 overs.
Wokes a new over, bowling to Smith, who gets right across his stumps and defends away into the onside. No run.
Surely you'd think with a new man in like Head, hasn't faced many deliveries, only 7 balls, and has looked a wee bit iffy about it as well. You'd have someone with a wee bit more pace on. It'd be nice to have Wood. We've got perhaps another, say, 3 or 4 overs. 4 overs to go to lunch. And maybe if Wood can bowl 2 overs.
Wokes close to the umpire bowls. Hooked away by Steve Smith. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. Sensational shot. It's gone all the way for 6. He rocked back and he swung it away behind square leg, and he knew the moment it hit his bat that was clearing the fence.
Yeah, we saw this last summer, an adjustment from Stephen Smith. He felt like he'd lost his hook and pull shot, so he started to get himself more side on, so he could generate more power through the ball, playing that horizontal shot. And how easy did he do that?
Absolutely. He's up to 16, 3 for 78. He waits for Wokes again, pushes away on the onside off his thigh pad. Forward to square leg, can get a single.
But his technique, the total opposite of Travis Head, who jumps and rides. Yeah. Smith was just in a great position to easily put that away.
Well, he's so much more selective about the shot. That's the key to, I think, the way to playing this short pitch bowling is you must be selective. The angle that it's coming to you, the height that it's coming to you, and being able to keep your feet on the ground so you can either, you move sideways and avoid it, or you go underneath it.
Head back on strike, and this peculiar field is in play again. Wokes bowls. Head gets a short one, tries to play it and doesn't make contact. That one from way outside off stump. He was trying to swing it away, Flem, on the onside.
Selective?
No. Because it's the angle of the delivery is going across him. He has to do a lot of work to get that to the onside and fetch it from outside his off stump, and it's up around the shoulder height, isn't it?
Actually looked like it was an off cutter.
And he
slow ball.
Yep, he played over
pace
the top
off
of it. Interesting cricket. Just over 15 minutes before lunch. Wokes bowls again. It's another short one, a good one. And Head jumps and then rocks back at the same time and watches it go past at about nose height through to the keeper.
Well, he's back to the trampoline, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, but at least the hands were dropped a little bit more there. They didn't come up and want to play.
That's a good bouncer.
1 ball left in the over here for Wokes. 1 for 27, his figures. He's bowled nearly 7 overs consecutively from the Howard stand end. He bowls to Head again, who slashes and misses outside off stump. So, a good over there from Wokes, but no edge. 3 for 79 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Head 9, Smith 17.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Gentlemen, there is a change in the attack. Is it who you'd hoped it would be?
I prefer to see Mark Wood.
It's not
But
Mark
secondary is Stuart Broad, who's had a great series. He bounced out Travis Head at Lord's. So, let him charge in, bowl fast and full to Smith, short and fast ahead.
So 3 slips, a leg slip and a leg gully in play, and a backward point. The catches as Broad steams in. Bowls to Smith, who's backing across and nudging it away forward of square leg for an easy single. Now the unconventional cricket continues, with Travis Head back on strike. The score 3 for 80 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Smith 18, Head 9.
He's not going to let it go, is he, Trav? He's taking it on. Broad's a little bit quicker and he's bouncier than Robinson.
Slightly taller, I think, too.
5 on the fence. No slip, but there is a gully. Stuart Broad is ready. He's on the approach. Past the umpire, bowls to Head. It wasn't too short, and Head easily back and across, defending away up to Moeen Ali at a sort of a wideish mid-off position on the square.
Yeah, that's just a bit of mid-tempo rock, isn't it? Just short of a length, you know. I think he needs a little bit heavy metal thunder here. A little bit shorter, a little bit quicker. It's sort of exciting, isn't it? Because you just feel like Trav can't let it go. He's going to take it on.
3 men on the hook. A fly slip and a backward point all on the rope. You see short and Head ducks underneath. Made the decision early.
Not the best duck I've ever seen. I think he's been mentored by Danny Morris.
Yeah.
That he actually nearly headbutted that ball.
Now, that helmet's is going to take a bit of a punishment, I think, really.
So we've got a change here.
Danny. I was talking to Danny Morris, one of the famous number. You know, he used to knock in his helmet to get ready for his defence.
Yeah.
The change in the field is square leg now is bat pad. So another one in an aggressive fielding position. Broad approaches again. Head. Played that awkwardly nearly onto his stumps. He poked at it. It was short, inside edge, into his feet. That could have very easily ricocheted back onto the stumps. It didn't.
So even when he's not trying to attempt the hook or pull, he's still trying to hit the ball. Yeah. And it makes him so vulnerable.
Why it looks so dramatic is that he takes his eye off the ball on contact. He did that again there, looking at the replay. Thanks to tyre power. 2 more balls left in the over. Broad again bowls. Head plays that one better. Back and across. Pushing the way back to Moeen Ali again in that offside position. Quite straight, but on the square. It's almost a catching position, isn't it?
Remarkable fields, isn't it? 3 wickets down. The ball's moved. It's been the quickest and bouncier pitch.
Yeah.
And the field is just spread. So they're giving him the single.
Yes, so Moeen Ali from that shortish, straightish position on the pitch has now gone out into the deep.
I think there was a single to Moeen anyway.
Everyone is on the fence except for Gully and bat pad. Last ball of the over. They want Head to have a single. That one again. He jumps and lets it go past, but it nearly took the glove. Dramatic cricket here, but Travis Head survives. He's on 9. Smith is on 18. At the end of the over on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard, Australia 3 for 8.
This International Lipstick Day, Revlon is donating $2 from every super lustrous lipstick sold at Chemist Warehouse to look good, feel better. A foundation that helps women face cancer with confidence. For high impact and moisturising lips, buy Revlon Super Lustrous Lipstick, Australia's #1 lipstick from Chemist Warehouse, and inspire confidence through the power of lipstick. Promotion ends 2nd of August 2023. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Live Test cricket on SEN thanks to Maccas. Mark Wood is into the attack. He's replaced Chris Wokes at the Howard stand.
Oh boy.
So different end to what we saw from him initially.
Wow, that's interesting. Running up into the... running uphill.
Says to me they've got the ends wrong.
Yeah.
Steve Smith waits. Wood bowls quick and off the stumps. Smith plays nicely out through backward square leg and they can come back for 2. So good batting there from Smith. It was quick, straight up.
I don't think this was planned, Whitey, was it? Because he's bowling from the wrong end.
Yeah.
It still might work, but it seems like a last-minute decision.
Yeah, me too.
10 minutes until lunch, so maybe they can swap it around after lunch. I'm not sure.
Good batting from Smith, though. Really running hard that first one, just knocking it leg side so he can get that 2 to retain the strike.
3 slips, a leg slip and a gully. Wood bowls. Smith up on his toes, punching up to Broad at extra cover, no run.
It's funny when you talk about fast bowlers not getting through the crease. I mean, he gets through with such velocity. He always, well, often falls on the ground. Yeah. He's not leaving anything in his run-up. No. Anything with his push-off with the back leg.
He's often thrown himself off his feet. Maybe that, I wondered whether that for a moment was the issue, because he was doing it from this, you know, the Kirkstall Lane end as well, whether they say, oh, don't like that sort of running in that, and the front foot is not feeling
quite right. He was scuffing the front foot from the other end.
Woods on the approach again to Steve Smith. Back it across. Smith nurses, takes a single, just nudging it away on the onside. It puts Travis Head on strike. Woods got 3 balls at him here.
Yep. I've got my popcorn.
It feels like the tail end is on strike, but he's not.
No.
He's got one of the best records in Australian cricket when it comes to test matches in the last 20 or 30 years, just statistically.
Now, let's see if it does bring a bit more pace. At that stage, he's not bowling at 90 yet. At that one last on 89 miles an hour. So let's see if the fact that he's bowling to Travis Head now will...
And we just don't know what Trav's going to do.
No. Well, we think we do, don't we?
Yeah. We're probably surprised if it's the other option where he just ducks or lets the ball go.
3 on the hook.
I tell you, if he gets a top edge, we're catching it up here
the same
in
thing.
the commentary box.
I was just thinking.
You go first, Jeremy.
Yeah,
you got better hands than me. I'll catch you.
Here we go. Mark Wood to Travis Head. It's short. It's down leg side. Head, did he go? He could be out.
There was a noise.
He's dropped.
There's a noise.
Bairstow diving away, got hands to it. It's not dropped. It's called byes.
Wow. I thought I heard something.
I thought I heard something as well.
And Wood cannot believe it.
He's laughing as he goes past the umpire. Let's have a look at the replay thanks to tyre power. Down leg side.
He's gone up the middle of the bat.
Massive deflection.
What is the umpire doing and what is Bairstow doing? Cross seamer.
Big deflection.
Big deflection. And this is 2 gloves. Last time I spoke to you, it was 1 glove and he put it down. This is 2 gloves to it. That's got to be held.
Wow. Wow.
Wood bowls to Smith, takes a single to Gully. Head's got to be quick here, and there should be an overthrow, but Smith has run through the crease, so they can't come back for 2.
Like if he'd caught that and the umpire gave it not out,
to review straight
Wood
away.
would have had to really go to Stokes, and surely the boys would have known, but that's out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the tyre power replay.
Bairstow is costing England again, and as gifted he is with the bat, he's going to be in the negatives if Travis Head scores heavily.
Last ball of the over here. Wood is steaming in. Bowls to Head, who's jumping and defending back down the offside of the pitch. A lot happening in that over, but Australia survived. 3 for 85 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Head 9, Smith 22.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket, thanks to Mac, as we're having a look at more replays. Thanks to tyre power and Flem. The body language of Johnny, it's not too good. Stuart Broad continues to Smith, who leaves a full ball outside.
Just so obvious. I'm thinking to myself, as the batsman, can you go upstairs? Every run's important. Why don't you get out for 99 and that run doesn't count? They come off the middle of his bat. You should be able to go upstairs and go, oh, no, I hit that.
He's on 10, really, rather than 9.
I'm saying he's on 10. Why can't the third umpire call that? They're watching no balls. Why can't they go, well, that's a run?
It's probably the next extension of the third umpire.
I'm calling for it. I'm not bloody now.
Broad again, bowls to Smith, who's easy out, caught behind. Umpire nods, he's gone. Stuart Broad strikes, or does he? We are going upstairs. We are going upstairs, and we are going upstairs thanks to IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 1-3 IMAR. Steve Smith poking at that one. There was a noise. The umpire thinks it's an edge.
Broady, I mean, it's no indication. Stuart Broad believes it's out, but he's got it wrong before. Stephen Smith, for me, it's close to an inside edge. Close to an inside edge. Bairstow catches the ball. Good start. They're all confident behind the wicket.
We're looking now. He's out.
Inside, yeah.
Steve Smith is out in his 100th test. He's out for 22 on the stroke of lunch. 5 minutes until lunch. Steve Smith cannot believe it. Head down, staring at the inside edge on his bat. And Australia loses a 4th wicket in the first session of this third test. Steve Smith caught behind off the bowling of Stuart Broad.
Broad's got him a few times in this series, and it's been a similar length. He's challenged Stephen Smith's outside edge, and now it's been the inside. Not his best review, but a lot of wickets down, so he's given it a chance. He can't believe it, Stephen Smith. But that was a confident shout from Broad and from behind the wicket. And to think, if Johnny Bairstow has taken the catch for Travis Head in the previous over, Australia would be 5 down. So big session. They've won the toss and bowled. Didn't work at Lords. It's working here. And now we've got Mitchell Marsh coming into the team for Cam Green, coming in at 4 for 85 under the pump. Hasn't played a lot of cricket recently, not a lot of red ball cricket.
What a moment for Mitch Marsh to come out with just 3 minutes until lunch. He's been a tourist for the last month. And Stuart Broad turned to the crowd. Yeah, he's turned to the crowd and said, I want some volume.
It's a mosh pit. It is a rock concert mosh pit here at Headingley.
So Steve Smith out for 22. Australia 4 for 85. And again, he's calling for noise. Mitch Marsh on strike. 4 balls left in the over. 4 slips in play. Broad bowls and shouldering arms. Mitch Marsh.
Nice orthodox leave. We haven't seen those for a while, have we?
I like your nod. There was a real appreciative nod of that for Mitch. His reaction straight away, Stephen Smith, watching the replay, cannot believe it.
Flem, it was a confident review. Now, he's always not out in his own mind. But he genuinely, I think, didn't think he hit that one.
It's an interesting DRS scenario there, Broad versus Smith. One always thinks it's out, and one always thinks it's not out.
Broad again to Marsh, who's leaving, and hits the body, but hit him outside the line by some way.
Running wide.
Spits out to second slip. There's 5 slips now in play for Marsh.
Will they get another over, Whitey?
Well, there's 2 balls left and about 90 seconds. They'd want to be quick, and they'd want that extra over because it would be Mark Wood to Travis Head. Again, looking at that replay, thanks to tyre power, that's actually quite a thick edge, isn't it?
Yeah, there'll be a bit of red on his... I don't know if they can see it now, but if you look at your bat in the old days, that'd have a red mark on it.
Broad again, bowls to Marsh, who's pushing forward confidently into the offside.
Oh, look at this. Stuart Broad is sprinting back to his mark.
And as a result of that, Mitch Marsh does some gardening.
Yeah, Trav, go down for a chat, please. Oh, booing for a bit of gardening.
Yeah.
It's 12:59 local time. Broad is ready.
Take his guard. No.
Marsh is ready. In he comes. Last ball of the over. Past the umpire, bowls to Marsh, who drives nicely. Through cover point for 4. Mitch Marsh is away. Beautiful shot. And at the end of the over, it's 4 for 89 Australia. We might just keep with the cricket here to see whether we can get one more over in. We will.
Oh, jeez.
Mark Wood gave his cap to the umpire and he said, yep, Mark, you can have one more.
I think the umpires are sensing the moment here. I don't think they'd like to be walking off if they'd call lunch.
Once that ball got hit for 4, I thought there's no chance there's going to be another over. So here we go. Mark Wood, he's on the runway. He's bowling to Travis Head. It's fullish. He's going to get a run head, pushing away on the offside into the covers. Bit of an anticlimax. Head to 10, 4 for 90. When I say it wasn't full, but it wasn't bouncer. It was sort of just short of a length.
Good feeling, Jeremy, just to get a single up the other end, just before lunch. Good luck, mate.
Yeah, and
down the other end.
Yeah, he's also he's trying to get on with Mark Wood as well. You see, he's having a little chat to him.
Smart.
Trying to suck up to him so he doesn't.
Well,
bowling well.
I did get an edge.
Good to see you back
down there. Yeah.
How are the injuries?
Yeah. Do you like this, Ian?
Kids.
The kids.
Wood bowling to Mitch Marsh, who tries to pull away on the onside and doesn't make contact.
What was that? He's tried to hit it. Back to Leeds. 4 balls to go. And what's Trav's walking now? What would Trav say? Yeah, good on you. Go for it.
I'd do the same thing, don't worry, mate.
You could be 24 at the end of this over.
Mate, he's going to bowl short, so just go for it. That's what I do.
Well, it wasn't a hook, it was a pull, wasn't it, really?
It was sort of
he's looking to go sort of through mid-wicket.
It's a good swing.
4 balls to go.
4 slips, a backward point, a cover on the offside. Wood on the runway again, bowls to Marsh, who's beaten by a good delivery. He pushed forward at that one. It seemed away, maybe a little bit of movement in the air as well, and beat the outside edge. Listen to the crowd.
He's actually more dangerous, Wood, when he bowls full. And the bounce is a surprise weapon. Because he can get that shape away from right-hand batsmen. Oh, that's a cracker.
Yeah.
So let's now take the opportunity to welcome in our audiences from New South Wales and Queensland after tonight's rugby league. And you've come at a good time. There's only a couple of balls left till lunch, but you've got Mark Wood bowling 150 k's an hour to Mitch Marsh. In he comes, he bowls. Marsh plays away on the onside from the stumps up to mid-on, no run.
Down goes Wood again for about the 5th or 6th time in his follow-through.
So for the new audiences, Australia 4 for 90. Steve Smith just dismissed in his 100th Test match for 22. Heady's 10, Marsh is 4.
Well, Adams Collins asked me to keep account of how many times he's gone down, and I reckon that's 6 now, and he's 6th over, 1 and over.
Is that the most for the series? I believe it is.
I think so, yes. Certainly he is most for the series.
Andrew Sampson does not miss anything. 2 balls left until lunch. Australia 4 for 90 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Wood bowls and a late
7.
Good decision from Marsh to lead.
You were looking down.
More of a genuflect, but no, that's onto the knee.
7.
7, so it's more than 1 and over now.
1 ball left, so we know that Travis Head is going to be safe. He's 10 not out from 18 balls, but he was dropped down leg side in Mark Wood's last over off the bowling of Bairstow.
But pad out strengthens the slip cordon. You wouldn't want to be edging one there. 5 slips.
Last ball before lunch. Now even Mark Wood putting the hand up and saying, come on, help me here, crowd.
I'd like to see Mitch Marsh counter that and do it himself too. Come on.
Here we go. Last ball before lunch. Wood past the umpire, bowls it short, and it's tugged away on the onside for a single forward of the square leg umpire. What an eventful session we've had here at Headingley. This Ashes series just keeps getting better and better. England winning the toss, Ben Stokes having no hesitation in sending Australia in. And at lunch, it is Australia 4 for 91 from 26 overs. Travis Head is 10 not out. And Mitch Marsh with him as well. He is on 5.
Yep, just when you can't think it's going to get any better and any more exciting, we've just had as exhilarating session as we've seen in this Ashes series, and a lot of it gets down to the actual pitch. We've had 2 poor pitches. They've been slow, having a lack of pace, and this hasn't moved excessively today. There's been enough swing and seam, but the pace and the bounce has provided edges and good catches behind the wicket, and the batsmen have been able to play their shots on an outfield that's absolutely lightning. But this good balanced England team that has more options with the ball, they've generally all chipped in, and these next 2 partnerships for Australia are vital. Travis Head, Mitchell Marsh coming into the team with not much cricket, Alex Carey. We need a couple of 50s at least from those 3 players, but a very, very good session for England.
So David Warner was the first out. He was caught Crawley, bowled Broad for 4. Usman Khawaja bowled Wood for 13. Marnus Labuschagne the third out. He was out caught Root, bowled Wokes for 21. And the last man out, Stephen Smith, caught Bairstow, bowled Broad for 22. He did review that decision, but on replay, clear inside edge, and England had got a 4th. Head is 10 not out. Marsh is 5 not out. The wicket takers for England, Broad 2 for 20, Wood 1 for 8, and Wokes 1 for 27. For those that have just joined our coverage, Mark Wood in his first spell was clocking speeds of 155 kilometres an hour. It was a pulsating first session. What's been the Macca's delivery of the day so far, Flem?
Yeah, I'm going Wood to Usman Khawaja. It was pace, and it actually swung in late, and the man that's faced more balls, or hundreds more balls than anyone else in the series, whose defence has stood up to everything England can throw at him, gets knocked over by, there's probably 95 miles an hour in-swinger, brilliantly bowled.
So, bearing in mind that England sent Australia in 4 for 91, is it definitely England's way? Or
no, it's England's way. Yeah, it's England's way. Flem Viz, 65% England.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
I'm happy with that. Flem Viz is better than Win Viz.
I reckon it is.
More accurate. No, I shouldn't say that. Okay, we're going to take a break here from Headingley. Overcast skies, but no hint of rain. Australia at lunch, 4 for 91. We're going to take a break and then come back with Paul Sebastiani back in the SEN studio. Broad again, bowls to Smith, who's easy out, caught behind. Umpire nods, he's gone. Stuart Broad strikes, or does he? We are going upstairs. We're looking now, he's out.
Inside, yeah.
Steve Smith is out in his 100th test. He's out for 22 on the stroke of lunch. 5 minutes until lunch. Steve Smith cannot believe it.
If you're joining us from the footy, what a session that was. The 4th wicket to fall was Steve Smith, caught behind from Broad. Blew a review in the process, gone for 22, and that was 4 for 85. It's now 4 for 91. The earlier wickets, David Warner was caught at second slip in the first over of the test match after England won the toss and bowled. Broad gets him again, caught him to Corden. Khawaja bowled by a Wood thunderbolt for 13. Labuschagne caught by Root at first slip from the bowling of Wokes for 21. So a quick pitch, plenty going on, genuine movement through the air as well. The lights are on at Leeds, all happening, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, it's been a good session for England, hasn't it, really? They've, after winning the toss, and Broad picking up 2 wickets in that first session, and then Wood, of course. Wood, while he's only got 1 wicket, you just sense he's had an influence around the Australians a bit, and the feeling that this is a slightly different innings that you're facing with us in it now. You know, the bowling seems, you know, and you can sense the batsmen they're breathing heavily, you know, when they're aroused. I use that in the nicest sense.
And Jarrod, we heard at lunch that that's the second quickest spell on record from CricViz in terms of what Wood did in his first 4 overs. The previous quickest was Wood as well at Lords a couple of years ago, but the point here is he was quicker across 4 overs than Jofra was at Lords 4 years ago.
Yeah, you can tell why they were aroused in the nicest sense.
So Broad to restart, bowling at Mitch Marsh. Resuming on 5 from our Kirkstall lane in, 4 slips, Broad bowls over the wicket. Marsh pushes out towards mid-wicket, no run. Mitchell Marsh back in the side after 4 years. He's made 2 test tons, both of them against England in the summer of 17-18.
Yeah, I think, the only bowler who's probably at Mark Wood's pace is probably Anrik Nortje, right? I think Jofra's probably, a little bit slower than that. And obviously he can go up and down with his pace in a different way. And I don't think Anrik's quite as quick as Wood, but there's not much in it. He is the quickest bowler in the world. It's just a shame we get to see him so infrequently.
Enjoy him while he's fit. Brought up towards Mitch Marsh. All the catches there. Delivers here. Marsh goes back and turns to long leg to the western side of the ground. He's 7, 4 for 92.
Where did Marsh make his runs? Did he make runs in Old Trafford? Do you remember that?
Oh, in 2015.
Was it 2015?
So he came into the side after the first test match. So Watson played at Cardiff.
I've got a feeling he made runs in the north. And I was at the ground. The actual ground.
Well, they didn't play a test at Old Trafford in 15. So that might be,
it wasn't that one.
It wasn't that one. He made a brisk 40-odd at Lords when they were making declaration runs.
Edgbaston he might have. Well, I can't remember.
Well, that's middle.
It's north of London.
So the field spreads for Head. Extraordinary stuff, really. 3 out for the short ball, plus a fly slip, plus a deep backward point. Brought away from us, over the wicket, no slips, and Head gets his gloves underneath it. The first of many, many short balls coming his way in this session, you think?
Yeah, no, definitely. They actually bowled with all the fielders out on the boundary before, so they could give him a single to keep him on strike. Which is kind of like a right-hand lead in boxing. The ultimate thing. You might bat at number 5, but we don't think you're very good at all. We don't want to bowl to Steve Smith, so feel free to get a single. And he still couldn't get the single because he got a short ball and he got in his own way. So he really doesn't like this stuff.
Your memory's deceiving you, Jarrod. Marsh didn't make any meaningful runs in 2015 apart from the 27 not out at Lords. Broad bowls here. Head down the leg side, doesn't quite catch up with it. Through to the gloves of Bairstow. He's a talking point at lunch. I'll tell you what, downstairs, Johnny Bairstow putting Travis Head down the leg side. Hard to think of a more straightforward down the leg side. Chant's got a great look at it. Waist high. Hard to understand why they've stuck with him as keeper when they had the opportunity to shuffle the deck with Ollie Pope missing out this week. Jeremy?
I agree, and I thought as soon as Moeen Ali was selected, I thought that Folkes would probably come into the 11. It seems to make sense. I mean, if he's going to bat 5, well, that's all right. He's going to bat 5, but to give him the gloves as well and bat 5, not sure.
Broad to Head over the wicket, short ball, tries to take it on, gets hit in the guts, maybe via an inside edge, gives it a rub as well.
Yeah, he didn't look good again there. Got himself. It gets in a lot of different messes. I think with Bairstow, I think England decided, and I think from a long way out, they always wanted Bairstow in with the gloves because that allowed them to have 7 attacking batting options. But I also don't think that they spent a lot of time watching him wicket keep since he broke his leg. And he's not usually this bad. This is worse than Bairstow is.
Because he had that terrible run when he was making loads of runs in 16. He couldn't catch it all. They stuck with him. Broad to finish the first over after lunch. Into Head again. Back of a length. Short ball gets up in the end. Head takes it on. Gets nowhere near it. Over the lid. Broad's got his hands on his head. 4 for 92 at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Head's still there on 10. Marsh is on 6. And that's going to be a consistent theme through the session. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, he didn't have a great series in 2015, 48 runs at 12, but he did do well in the one days in that season.
But that 27, if I remember, was one of the better 27s I've seen.
Tell us about the one day, Samo.
The one days he averaged 44.6, 634 runs, strike rate of 116, and 8 wickets in the series as well.
He was player of the series across those 5 one days, Mitch Marsh.
Some of those runs would have been in the north, right?
No, actually not.
No? They're all down south.
So Chris Wokes will get the first opportunity, interesting, from the football stand-in. Took 1 for 27 before lunch. That was the big wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, who just played down the wrong line. Nice little outswing up taken by Root at slip.
When you're talking about a period where Bairstow kept dropping the catches, I remember talking to someone with the England team, and we were talking about wicket-keeping in general, and they brought Bairstow up. And they said he's averaging 73 in this period. And they said if he continues to average 73, he's probably dropping the right amount of numbers to make that an average of 45.
Yeah, they've certainly given themselves chances to change it up with Bairstow, but they've got back into this tricky situation because no one doubts his spot in the side. That's the thing, Jeremy. We're not talking about dropping him necessarily. He bat at 5 without the gloves and do what he did last year, ideally.
Well, He's just not fleet of foot at the moment, is he? No, there's the agility.
Wokes to Marsh to start his session. Short ball over mid-wicket it goes. Gets plenty of that. Goes the aerial route all the way for 6. So Marsh rocking back. Wokes not quite quick enough to threaten the West Australian. 4 for 98. Marsh into double figures. Shot.
That was disrespectful. That looked like he was facing an under 14 who'd bowled in the wrong nets to him. He just absolutely bashes this over, almost over long on. It wasn't even a pull shot. It was just, I don't really fancy you, Chris. You're going to have to go fetch this one.
Yeah, will it prompt any change here? Stuart Broad's going over to the onside.
We need to be at long on for that. Maybe 7 rows back.
So it's 3 slips a gully, a point, a cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. So most conventional 6-3 field for Wokes. Into Marsh again, Fuller, and defended back down the pitch.
Yeah, it needs to be Fuller or faster, one or the other, doesn't it, for Marsh if he's going to... I actually don't mind if 1 or 2 of the Aussies have a go on this. Mm-hmm. They may even... OK, let's just say they might be bowled out this session.
Yep.
Let's say that, because with Wood around and, you know, the tail kind of after Cummins kind of slides away quite a lot, I would think. And so, you know, they might want to bowl on this while it's like still in this condition.
Wokes bowls, Marsh edges and he's caught it. First slip he's put down. He's put down by Jarrod, in and out. Wokes thought he had him. Running towards the vice-captain, or the former captain, I should say, to celebrate. But Jarrod has got a great pair of hands, already taken 1 catch today. They miss a chance straight after lunch, Jeremy Coney.
Going across, just really pushed at him. It's very comfortable height. Very comfortable height. He had the head in line with it. What's happened is that he's been surprised by the pace and it's hit on the heels of the hand, if you like, right up on the hard bit and bounced from there. So it's just a case of not watching, really, not quite concentrating enough.
Root can't believe it. Wokes bowls here. Marsh drives down the ground but doesn't quite beat Stuart Broad, who dives away. Good bit of fielding after the drop catch. So 3 drop catches, all from Yorkshireman, 2 for Bairstow, 1 for Root.
Hands on his knees, are they, Tony?
Well, we're watching here. He's got his hands resting on his thighs.
You don't like that, do you, Jezza?
See, it's just hit him on the...
Yeah, he was quick.
Yeah. Just surprised him with a bit of pace.
We had a bit of a slips catching seminar in our Airbnb last night, didn't we, with Jeremy explaining the right place for your hands and resting them on your thighs doesn't seem to be...
They're mocking me, everybody. Just don't listen to it.
Wokes bowls and Marsh leaves alone, outswinger into the gloves of Bairstow. Takes that cleanly. But I do think your point deserves revisiting. You look at the cordon. He's not actually putting his hands on his knees. He's got his hands out, but he's like forearms on his thighs. So he's halfway towards a traditional catching position, which is out of fashion at the moment.
He's actually let it come too far, too. It's tucked into the body, whereas it needs to be out just comfortable in front of you.
Wokes to finish his over. Should have a wicket in it. Into Marsh, bowls and defends out towards mid-off. Marsh 12, Head 10, Australia. 4 for 98 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sale on now.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas get the Bacon Angus at Maccas. It's going to be Broad from out Kirkstall Lane end again. 3 back for the short ball on the onside, plus the fly slip at Head. Short leg as well. Bowls here. Head takes on the short ball out the deep backward square. Finds the gap, bisecting the fielders. They keep it in just on the relay. Ben Stokes down there with Chris Wokes. Really good bit of fielding by the captain. Had to dive and scoop up in one motion. They had a couple. Heads 12, Australia bring up their 100 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, it was a good shot. He rolled around with that a little bit. But
yeah.
Stokes made a mess of that save, and it's 4.
Yeah, my apologies. It looks like he got it out in time.
Yeah.
It's 4. Yeah, we'll get a second look upstairs from...
He kind of dived around it, and his flick was really good, but it never looked 100% there.
I thought he had the indoor cricket flick to a T there, but not quite. We're seeing it back.
He also got up a little bit like an indoor cricket dad.
Our replays for Tyre Power, Falcon tyres 25% off, and they will eventually signal this 4, I suspect. Joel Wilson, the third umpire this week. Yeah, he's definitely touching the sponge when the ball's in the hand. I don't know why we're still watching replays. Poor old Joel.
Joel could get this wrong.
It's in the frame. I mean, he's clearly touched
it
the
looks
sponge.
like his hands just bounces off it.
I mean, I can't imagine a scenario where this is not fault, but
I
it
think
is Joel.
Yeah, it looks as if he's painting the sign, doesn't it, really? He's got it out there.
Hang on.
And it was not
hang on. Surely not.
No. Joel's decided.
What's going on here? Broad over the wicket. Bowls hit ahead on 12. Short ball again. Takes it to the finest of the three men out there for one. He's 13, 4 for 101. How has that happened, Andrew Sampson?
You should have seen Andrew just sigh as he had to rub out his scoring.
That's 3 runs now that Head's been cheated out of. Because, of course, the drop catch down the side was
that was a single.
So he should be on 16.
Yep. Single.
So when he gets out for 97, he won't be happy, will he?
It further bolsters my argument for specialist third umpires, specialist TV umpires, because that's not good from Joel. Not good at all. He's got form on this ground, of course, from 2019. Back to 4 slips for Marsh, so a completely different field for the right-hander. He's given 1 catch to first slip since lunch that was put down by Joe Root.
Just pushed hard at it, didn't he, too, that one? That's a little bit reminiscent of the left-handed Warner.
Broad over the wicket, our end bowls here, and leaving alone is Marsh outside the line. Marsh known for playing with hard hands. It's kind of his game. When he gets on top, he makes it a virtue, but these aren't the conditions for it, are they?
You'll have to tell me, does he play a lot of short form cricket now? Is it that he doesn't play a lot of red ball cricket, mate? Really?
He still plays.
Does he?
But yeah,
okay.
But no, he's certainly a specialist.
Yeah, I mean, he's just played 1 first-class game since December 21. He got 108 not out in a Sheffield Shield game earlier this year. But just the 1 game in 18 months.
Yeah.
Bit injured a lot.
That's not a lot.
As well, but yeah.
No, but all that's injured.
Broad bowls and Marsh leaves on length. It comes back towards him, goes over the stumps.
He hasn't played a lot of cricket either. You know, so he's been in and out. He's an IPL player as well, but it's he's not always been available.
He missed a stack of cricket as I dropped my cup off the table. Good work, me. In 1920, after playing the last test at the Oval, he punched the locker when getting out and broke his hand and missed the whole stack of the season when he was the incumbent all-rounder. It's a while ago now. 2 left in the over. Marsh facing Broad, delivers here, and Broad plays, Marsh plays just in front of point for 1. Makes him 13 from 20 balls, 4 for 102 the score.
Do you have a puncher locker, Jeremy?
Pardon?
Do you have a puncher locker?
I didn't have a locker.
What did you punch?
No way did I have a locker.
Just a brick wall?
Just my coffin, cricket coffin. That was all.
I can't imagine you were the type to give that a whack with the bat on the way back in.
Not really.
No.
Well, we only had a couple of bats maximum, you know. You had one that you used and one that you were breaking in and slept with.
Broad in, last ball to Head, goes back and defends the mid-wicket. End of the over, Head's 13, Marsh 13 as well. 4 for 102 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
The old favourite, My Way, takes an early lead in the Celebrating Live Stakes, followed by High Tea, who's travelling well. Red Tulips is blooming beautifully, followed in behind them by Wind Beneath My Wings. Coming late is the Harleyhurst. Yes, it's the Harleyhurst who's running on. They hit the line. The judges call for the photo in the Celebrating Live Stakes.
Thanks, Brian. When you reach the final finishing line, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at turbinbrothers.com.au. Turbin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from $619,000. Chris Wokes to continue from the football stand end. Not a million miles away from the part of the ground that Jeremy Coney changed in 1983 here as Wokes gets up to the crease and bowls here, and Marsh leaves alone into the gloves of Bairstow on the eastern side of the ground, Jeremy, where you famously beat England for the first time ever in England, wasn't it? You never beat them as New Zealand had never been successful in this country in a test match.
No, that was yeah. It wasn't 81, of course. It was 83.
Did I say 81? I meant 83.
No, but no, yeah.
What happened in 81? Probably nothing worth mentioning.
81 World Bosun.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something like that, wasn't it? And Willis. But no, 83. Yeah, we had a victory, our first one from in England.
In here, Wokes bowls, Marsh drives, but it's a point where Mo and Ali bobbles it up. They get one across the practice pitches. They might want two. They keep with one. Marsh 14, 4 for 103, the score still. Of course.
But we were over there, over basically where the newsstand is over there to the east at the moment. But we were on with the upstairs part of what was the administration area for Yorkshire in those days, and so we were in the kitchen. We changed the kitchen, and you could see where the appliances had been. You know, you could see the mark on the linoleum that they had moved it all, and it was an interesting place to change.
Head on strike, field spread, short ball coming. Bowls here, head, ducks a really short bouncer. Has to be a wide. Has to be a wide. If that's not a wide, this is ridiculous. Jarrod, Jeremy, if this is not a wide, then what are we doing?
Yeah, it looked
we're
massively.
trying to commentate sensibly so that we can convey what we've seen, and that was a wide.
It's not getting called. If they want to trying to find a way to combat bouncer wars, well, they're going to have to be stricter on that. Wokes in again, delivers to head, short on his hip, tucked around the corner, places it well enough for just the one. Mo and Ali does the fielding in front of the Western Terrace. Head joins Marsh on 14, 4 for 104. Of course, you hit the winning runs in that test, Jeremy, smacking them both of them over mid-wicket. Tell us more about that.
Well, I can't tell you too much more. Well,
about that day beating.
Oh, the day. I don't know how many we were chasing. It wasn't a lot, but we were sort of about 4 or 5 down because Richard Hadley was batting with me. I remember that, and he came to me when Ian Botham was brought on for a new spell. He said he's going to drag it down, Jerry, and he did. And so I managed to whip one over, and so we won that match.
Wokes bowls wide of the crease, Marsh leaves.
The other interesting thing was about 533 New Zealanders came to watch because it was a lovely day and they figured that we might have a chance of winning. So they, after we'd sort of celebrated a bit, they filed their way, about 530 of them, filed their way up into our kitchen as well. And so we celebrated all the players and all the New Zealand fans who had arrived from various parts of the UK. We had a great night there. My word, we lifted the roof a few times, I tell you.
Wokes to finish. Marsh drives straight and well. Wokes might have took some pace off it in his follow-through with his fingers, but it should still get down to the rope for 4, and it does. So Marsh, his second boundary, moving to 18. 4 for 108 at the end of the 30th over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Staying healthy and active requires support. So stock up on vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Look for Blackmore's Probiotic Plus Immune Defense 30 capsules, $18.99. Nature's Own Odorless Fish Oil 1,000 milligram 500 capsules, $22.99. Caruso's Vitamin K2 Plus D3 60 capsules, $24.97. And Wagner Super Joint Support 200 capsules, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Lovely straight drive from Mitchell Marsh to complete the previous over. It'll be Stuart Broad in the sun. Lights are on as well. So all lit up here at Headingley. Broad to head, which means the field spreads once more. Just a gully behind the wicket catching. Short leg as well. Bowls here, short ball, and he hits it straight to fine leg inside the line. Head knew it was coming. Into position early. He's 15 with the single, 4 for 109. We've got Andrew Sampson with the scorecard of that famous New Zealand victory here in 1983 that Jeremy was instrumental to with the bat, but also a couple of big wickets he got as well, didn't he, Sampson?
Yeah, well, just firstly 101 you were chasing, won by 5 wickets, and the main memory I certainly have of that test match is, of course, that Richard Hadley didn't take any wickets.
Correct.
In New Zealand, the greatest bowler ever in New Zealand's first ever test. Because Cairns got about 7 in the first innings. Cairns got 7 in the first innings, 3 in the second.
Yeah.
You see Coney 2 for 21 and 2 for 30.
And look at who he got.
Yeah.
That's Broad with the 4 slips.
Well, Bob Willis was a good wicket.
Now 3 slips in a gully. We're building to this.
Famously respected.
Broad away from us. Kirkstall Lane end. Mitchell Marsh cuts away. That's a glorious shot. It has flown out to the rope. You would have heard through the effects mic the clunk it made out the middle of the blade. Marsh 22 finding some form.
This is the way Marsh got to play, doesn't he? Any little sort of, he pounces on these slightly short and wide, or one that's full that he could drive down the ground. It's a good sign. He's had a bit of luck with the drop catch where it should have been taken, but in between he's starting to play some big shots.
Thanks for a lovely replay for Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres 25% off. Crowd trying to fire Broad up. They've not been a factor yet today, despite all the expectations when we arrived. Broad again. Has to be better than that to Marsh. Bowls now. Marsh, a bit fuller, defends down the pitch. So back to Andrew Sampson, and that scorecard you're pouring through.
So Willis in the first innings. Caught Jeff Crow, bowled Coney. More importantly, you got Chris. You put the spectators out of their misery, having watched Chris Taveray make 69 in 5 hours. Got him out. Caught by Ian Smith.
Lovely second innings. Lovely fellow, Chris Taveray, actually.
Second innings, Alan Lamb bowled Coney 28.
Yes.
And
just too quick.
IT Botham caught Howarth bowled Coney for 4.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was a bit of bad luck for, you know, the captain was still awake at first slip.
Broad bowls here, Marsh leaves.
He actually, I got a feeling he tried to sweep it and managed to pull it round to, was so slow, in fact, the bat sort of just came around and I might have hit the back of the bat, actually, and got it to first slip. It was extraordinary. Jeffrey there.
Off his throat, fending away.
Well, thank you.
So 4 of your test wickets, 2 of them.
Yeah, and Richard had none. What I remember was later on in the evening up in the kitchen, over in one corner of the kitchen were 3 generations of Hadleys, all of them in tears.
Broad bowls, Marsh leaves.
And certainly there was the dad, Walter Hadley, who was emotional about the first victory, and we had 11 draws and 17 losses, I think,
he
to that
captained
stage.
the 49ers.
Captained the 49ers, that's right. So it was an emotional moment for him, and then Richard was in tears, of course, because he hadn't got a wicket in the match. and then his son Nicholas was in tears. Richard had mistakenly put on some deep heat instead when he was changing his nappies. So that was the most understandable of the 3. So it was extraordinary, really.
Broad to finish his 8th over. Into Marsh, who plays with hard hands in front of point. Comfortably so. Takes on Stokes, gets 1, keeps the strike with the single. Marsh up to 23. Australia 4 for 114 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, a wheel alignment will help with your car's handling and stop your tyres from wearing out too quickly. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
We're live at Leeds for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I've heard of deep heat in the undies as a prank. I've never heard of deep heat on the baby's nappy.
Yeah.
Not the way I usually go about it, Jarrod. I don't think you were either.
No. No, I mean, there's enough ways to make your child cry.
Yes. It's going to be Chris Wakes continuing in here. Oh, and he's not indeed not going to bowl at all. Something's going on behind the bowler's arm, something like that. But Jarrod, Ian Botham famously said he never changed nappies.
Said he never changed nappies, and then when he was questioned on it by Scottish school children live on TV, he then said, "What are you going to do? Send them through the mail to me?" Which I thought was a perfectly reasonable explanation for him not doing nappies.
It's one of the great clips. If you're at home and you want to YouTube it, just type in Ian Botham's Scottish students. It's the best 10 minutes you'll have today. As Wokes bowls, and on the inside part of the bat, Mitchell Marsh gets a single to mid-on. He's 24, 4 for 115. He talks about shooting.
How he has to shoot deer because deer are taking over. And if he wasn't shooting them, that would be a problem. What else has he got in there, Colo?
There's
there's a little bit of talk about the cannabis, isn't there? And that it just these students they must have done so much research on Ian Botham.
Yeah.
And every question makes him more angry. And there's a whole panel of them just firing. It's like 40 Jeremy Paxmans.
In here, bowling is Woke. Short ball to head. He takes it on and gets it out to deep backward square on the bounce. Not far away from the catcher. That's the captain, Stokes. It did hang in the air for a while. It reached him.
I think
In time for one, I should say, head 16, 4 for 116.
I've got a feeling that Both got in trouble too in that test match. They used to have, the English side used to always have a meal prior to the test, get together. It seemed a bit of a strange thing to do. However, they did that, and Willis was the captain, and he said, look, fellas, the press are on to us. Let's just look after each other during the test. Don't get involved with anything. Let's quietly beat New Zealand again.
Wokes up. Marsh facing. Off the hip, Bairstow to his left. It's a screamer of a catch, but on this occasion, he hasn't hit it. So Bairstow put one down before lunch in similar circumstances off Travis Head. A conventional one off the face of the bat. They're not reviewing it. That's off the thigh pad, so it's in vain. But at least Bairstow caught this one.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if he was able to drive off the right foot to get out to the left there. You need to have that bent if you can, so it's just that driving off it that'll just take you a little bit further. Here it is now. Yes, it's certainly come off that thigh pad area. He's actually taken a little step, hasn't he?
That's better.
Yeah, much better. That'll do. That's the other way of getting there. Certainly come off that just by the rump area.
Wokes bowls, Marsh full straight dug out off the inside edge onto the pad, spills out to mid-off. Good contest forming here.
But after saying to Both, and the rest of the team, don't go out, fellas, Both was off and said, do you want to come with me, Gat? And so off they went together, and they went out, and they ended up actually having a few little snorts, and then, when I say snorts, that means a drink, by the way, everybody, and then they went out to the nightclub, and they were spending there, and there was Both doing a few sherbets on the floor, and having a couple there, and one of those, and one up high, and so on. And Gat said, well, I'm off now, Both. And he said, no, I'm going to stay for a while.
Wokes bowls to Marsh. Hit on the pad. Shout for leg before. Looks like it's going down leg. Isn't given out by umpire men, and I can't see them reviewing that. The way Marsh was playing it out to mid-wicket, it's going to have to be doing plenty. Although in saying that, Stokes wants to consult the keeper, Bairstow, but no, they've called the whole thing off.
So anyway, he's dancing there and that sort of thing, and he leaves later on, and he's got his arm around a rather nice-looking person. And so he's walking out, and sure enough, out jumps a photographer who's been waiting there quietly behind a bush and takes a snap. And so it's on the front page the next morning, and everyone's waiting for him to come down and have his breakfast. They're waiting there, and there's the paper in the middle of the table waiting, and they push it towards him. He looks at it for a while. He said, oh, Kath's going to kill me. Kath is going to kill me.
Wokes to finish the over, Marsh defending, back down the pitch. We're going to keep going through the over here. Keep talking, Jeremy.
Yeah, and they said, oh, yeah, I was not surprised. He said, I told her I'd given up smoking 3 months ago.
Watching the replay back of the Marsh leg before shout in the over, it would have been umpire's call. Had it been given a Marsh reviewed, he would have been out, but that's not to be. There's going to be a change in commentary. Adam White coming in for me. Jeremy's jumping out as well. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in. Jarrod, you just keep talking.
Am I still in? Am I not finished?
You should have finished, but keep talking.
I'll keep talking. No, it was closer than we thought, I think, that last one. When you saw it on the first replay, before we saw the Hawkeye, it looked like it was massively going down leg, and you can understand why Wokes and Bairstow didn't think that it was that close. But when you actually had a look at the Hawkeye, it was the top of leg stump. But even so, I don't think it was a bad decision by the umpire, or a bad decision by England not to refer either. We've got a similar field for short broad, just a slight delay here as Bharat is getting his headset on. There's something that England is not happy about. Is it the field?
Yeah. What is it? I think Joe Root's not happy about something at short leg.
They're very precise with how they want the field, but it might have something to do with the flying.
Oh, it's the
camera.
It's the spider cam again. He's asking the spider cam to move the other way. Maybe he senses a wicket.
Broad is ready. Past the umpire. Bowls to head. It's short and it's tugged away behind square leg off the thigh pad with a horizontal blade. And they take a single. So the score moves along to 4 for 117 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Head 17. Mitchell Marsh back on strike on 24. Bharat, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Andrew. This is what we wanted, right? Some life in the pitch, and as soon as there's some life in the pitch, these are not extremely bowler-friendly conditions. I wouldn't say that. It's nipped around a little bit, still runs to be scored. The ball's coming onto the bat, but we're seeing a contest between ball and bat, which we haven't seen a lot of in this series so far.
Stuart Broad ready again to bowl to Mitch Marsh. 3 slips and a gully. Past the umpire, he bowls, and Marsh is defending away on the onside to forward square leg, and there's no run.
And of course, everything changes every time Mark Wood has a ball in his hand. I'd be really disappointed not getting Travis Head out with the first ball he bowled him. That was a matchup, a contest everybody was looking forward to. Maybe not so much Travis Head, but, but he's a brave boy, Travis. I'm sure he was and knowing Travis Head, he would have enjoyed that battle, and he would be looking forward to facing Mark Wood now that he's got his eye in.
Yes. Broad again. Headband on, bowls to Marsh, who pushes. Oh, in fact, that's all it was. It was a push, and it's going to be 4 through the covers. He just leant on that, and you could hear the sound off the bat. It was a real crack for nothing more than a push or a jab, and it goes out to the boundary for 4.
Now, one thing about Mitchell Marsh, it always makes a brilliant sound, the ball off his bat. It's a really good timer of the ball for someone built so muscularly. Strong boy, it's Mitchell Marsh, but he times the ball beautifully, especially when he plays the cover drive. Underrated, the Mitchell Marsh cover drive, I would say.
Yes. He's up to 28, 4 for 121. Broad again bowls, and this time in defence. Marsh pushes back to the bowler. He's just got such an exaggerated backswing that everything comes through so quickly as he snaps on contact with his wrists. It's quite the sight.
Yeah, and which is why he is such a fun 6-hitter to watch.
Yes.
You know, Glenn Maxwell hits a lot of 6s. Marcus Stoinis hits a lot of 6s. Just talking about other white ball players or regular white ball players in the Australian side. But there's something about the Mitchell Marsh 6-hitting. That's because of the bat swing.
Broad again bowls. Marsh flicks away past the square leg umpire out into some open territory. At least 2. Moeen Ali's got a lot of work to do to come around from backwards square leg on the rope. And they come back for a comfortable 2. Marsh to 30. The score 4 for 123.
And he's raced on to 30, and not to take away Cameron Green's wonderful contributions, all-round contributions in the last 2.5 years that he's been an integral part of this Australian side. But the way we've seen him start test innings, it takes a while. And where Australia were when that 4th wicket fell with Steve Smith getting out, I think Marsh has made the difference for now.
Yep, absolutely. Now man goes back at forward square leg on the rope, so 2 out on the hook. Stuart Broad again approaches, bowls. It's not short, but it's not full, and it's easy for Marsh with the angle just turn into the onside and take that single out to the man in the deep. 1 more to the score. Marsh to 31, 4 for 124. And that is the completion of the over. So it's the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, 4 for 124 as we take a break.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley with Australia 4 for 124. Wokes to continue, bowling to Marsh, who advances and then leaves. On the walk as Wokes delivered that delivery.
The ball is still nipping around quite a bit off the pitch. Not a lot. Be interested to see if Ben Stokes even considers Moeen Ali for a couple of overs, because you know Mitchell Marsh will get after him, and Travis Head, even though Moeen Ali is no R. Ashwin, but he can feel for the ball, and just to see if there's any grip on this pitch. Still pretty dry in the middle.
3 slips in a gully. Wokes to Marsh, who gets a short one. He tries to heave and misses. Trying to take it away onto the onside, and he wasn't trying to hit that on the ground. He was trying to hit that one into the stands.
Yeah, I was worried for a second. He was aiming for Headingley car park F, which is where I parked my rental car. If he had connected, it would have flown straight in there. It was an almighty swing from Mitchell Marsh. He hit one pull shot of Chris Wokes off the front foot But on that occasion, the ball just got up a little more. This one just snuck under his bat.
You can hear the trumpeter in the background as Wokes approaches, bowls to Marsh, who flicks it fine, but down to fine leg. There's one, and that's all there'll be. I'm going to put Andrew Sampson under a bit of pressure here. Andrew, how many balls has Head faced since lunch compared to Marsh? I'll give you some time on that one. I won't put you under too much pressure. Now the crowd's getting involved. It's been a little bit sedate, Bharat, since lunch, hasn't it?
I know. What happened to the rowdy Yorkshire crowd we were expecting? I mean, it's good there's been no overt booing.
Yeah.
It's helped that the wickets have fallen.
Wokes again to Head. It's short. It's heaved away on the onside. Out to 3 men. Catching on the rope. Mo and Ali at square leg doing the fielding just in front of square. So just the single. So Head to 18. Marsh 32. Andrew?
That was the 13th ball the Heads faced this lunch. Marsh has faced 33.
Yeah.
There you go. And I'm a little disappointed with... I understand the short ball tactic to Travis Head. But if you have Mark Wood bowling, maybe makes sense. Chris Wokes is bowling so well. Hitting the seam nicely, getting the ball to nip around. Should have had a second wicket. Maybe they can attack Travis Head in 2 different ways.
Wokes again from the Howard stand end, bowls to Marsh. He just turns into the onside. That was an off spinner, slower ball, and he rides it, Marsh, and just takes the single into the vacant mid-wicket region. So 33 to Marsh.
He bowled a knuckle ball earlier. I think this is another... Oh, no, this is more like...
It was a floated type of delivery, wasn't it?
It wasn't even an off break, was it? Or off cutter, was it? He didn't roll his fingers on the ball.
It looked like it off the pitch, but no, that was a real sort of T20 sort of delivery. Australia 4 for 127. Last ball of the over here. Wokes to Head. It's short, and he just rides that one in defence back to the bowler along the ground. Over bowled on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on at the moment. Australia 4 for 127.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you've hit a nasty pothole recently, there could be damage that only an expert can spot. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket from Headingley. And the good news is...
Beat a lot of us here.
That's right.
Oh, no, of course.
Peter Lalor for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Pete, you've just come at a perfect time because Mark Wood is back in the attack. 4 slips. He's bowling to Marsh. First ball is a quick one outside off stump, and Marsh leaves alone.
Oh, that's furious pace, isn't it? I love to see Besso's taking that right up at face level. What have you seen, Bharat?
You know, the first delivery that Mark Wood has bowled today, which was under 90 miles an hour, it looked a lot quicker than 90 miles. 89 was how it was recorded. Yeah, Mark Wood, game changes every time he has a ball in his hand.
Well, Usman Khawaja tried to take him on with a drive. That was extremely ill-advised approach. In the over before lunch, Mitch Marsh tried to pull him over mid-wicket, which I think was also ill-advised, but he got away with it.
Wood again past the umpire, bowls to Marsh. It's short. That's pulled away through mid-on for 4. Stuart Broad had a play on that, but it just went too quickly. He couldn't get down to his left, and it races into the rope at mid-on.
Now, this is the first short ball from Mark Wood, which is bang straight, I think almost on his half of the pitch. And it just sat up, didn't it? A shot, and then he had enough time, Mitchell Marsh. Didn't make great contact, but I think he was hitting in the right area, though. He wasn't trying to hit it too square. He was trying to slap it through mid-on.
He had more time to look at that one than the one that he tried before lunch. The one before lunch was...
just flew past his back.
Looking at that replay, thanks to Tyre Power, you say he didn't get onto it. No, I don't think he did, but he still hit it very hard. Wood again, what's the response? It's a Yorker, and it's dug out by Marsh straight into the stumps of the non-striker's end.
Well, we have the perfect clash here. I don't think there is a batter in world cricket who hits the ball harder than Mitch Marsh, and there aren't many who bowl faster than Mark Wood.
And both of them, Mitch Marsh hits a mean ball, but he's not technically the best batter in the world. Mark Wood flings a mean ball with a legal bowling action, but he's not the most technically sound, and it's not the most accurate either. So it's a clash of the two bisons.
Wood on the runway again, past the umpire, bowls to Marsh, who leaves outside off stump, as Wood, a bit of calisthenics action from him, flipping over and doing a bit of a cartwheel, and he's followed through.
Andrew Sampson was supposed to keep count of how many times he's fallen. Was that number 14? I think I've been counting.
14?
Yeah. I mean,
Really? I've missed a few. Yeah. We had him up to 7 at lunchtime.
Well, I do have a tendency to exaggerate.
That's a function of how fast he runs in, isn't it? And he actually, that previous ball, the short delivery, he was looking at his footmark, so he's slipping there a little bit. Yeah. But he really does throw himself into the delivery. You call him a bison, but he's about half the size of Marsh.
Wood again bowls to Marsh, who pushes into the onside from his thigh pad and takes a single wide of Broad to his right. Just seeing a beach ball fall onto the field of play on the western side of the ground, and the security guard took it and took the air out of it and said, you're not getting that back.
And they think the Australians are the villains. Travis Head, I remember in Edgbaston, carefully threw the ball back to them, even though they were abusing the hell out of him. That's the good Australians. The new Australians, Andrew Sampson.
So 1 ball left in the over. So 1 ball here for Travis Head to negotiate with this crazy field.
Wonder if this ball will switch outside off stump.
It is short, and Head fends at it on the bounce to Gully. He actually played that one okay with soft hands, intentionally playing it into the gully on the bounce. End of the over. Australia 4 for 132 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Head 18, Mitchell Marsh 38.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like, you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley in Leeds. And it is Australia going along okay at the moment. We are going to see a change at the Howard stand end. Australia 4 for 132. Bharat, who have we got coming on now?
Yeah, Ollie Robinson has bowled much better in his first 2 spells than we've seen in his early spells in the other test matches. He comes back stronger as the day progresses, generally.
He's bowling here to Mitch Marsh, and Marsh leaves outside off stump.
He was welcomed to the wicket this morning with the Barmy Army trumpeter playing Mrs. Robinson.
Of course.
Simon and Garfunkel hit.
Yeah.
Before your time, of course.
No. I mean, it's a popular enough song.
Was it?
Yeah. I mean, I grew up on Pink Floyd, so that was well before my time.
Did the family Sundaresan play it on tabla and at home?
The harmonium.
Harmonium, sitar. It's quite a musical family, aren't you?
It is, yeah. I played the violin, the tabla, the harmonium.
Your dad taught George Harrison how to play sitar, is that correct?
He did, that's right.
Robinson again past the umpire, bowls to Marsh, who's on the... Oh, he's out. He's on the walk and he's been caught, or has he?
No, he hasn't. It looked like it.
Gee, that looked very much out.
Now, I think the way the ball floated into the... No, I'm not surprised.
Top flap.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they're not reviewing this, or are they?
They're having a look at it. Robinson didn't seem interested.
No. Oh, they're going for it.
They are going for it.
There was 2 noises, but it just seemed to pop up off the knee roll and just floated so slowly to slip cord that not even an English slipper could put it down.
It was a strange one because Marsh again on the walk. Now we're behind him where we are, so it's hard to tell how it actually responded.
Looks guilty.
Just the way it floated towards the slip region tells me maybe there was no bat, but we'll see.
Here we go. Thanks to Tyre Power. Here's the replay, the all-important replay. No, it is the flap of the pad. So Marsh survives. He had his tongue out as he turned around and saw it get taken in the slip cordon. But that's missed the bat by some margin.
You can generally make out the way the ball travels towards the slip corner. Not always.
There's that second noise. It's come off the thigh pad.
So both legs, didn't it? It hit both legs.
It's never going to be LBW as well outside the line. So England have burnt a review. Stokes wasn't convinced.
No, he wasn't.
Nobody was. Ollie Robinson was the only one who was coaxing him to go for it. And Ben Stokes, hands on knees.
I know it's very early here. They weren't starting to drink before the first delivery, but gee, it's a pretty quiet crowd.
It is.
Yeah.
Robinson's ready again. Pass the umpire bowls to Marsh, who leaves outside off stump.
I thought we were expecting them to be sort of as ugly as the long room. We were expecting sort of full-on hooliganism at this event, but it's been quite peaceful.
No, but one thing we've learned in the last week is the worst form of hooliganism comes when you have men in jackets and colourful ties.
I went for a walk around the ground this morning. Everything was very friendly. Lots of Australian fans around. None of them getting taunted. Ran into Mr. and Mrs. Howard.
Oh, nice.
Former Prime Minister and his wife.
I see there's a man dressed as a chicken.
Robinson again bowls. Again on the walk, Marsh, and he plays and misses. Pushing at that one. A little bit of shape away. And that was good bowling there from Robinson.
Yeah, Travis Head just having a little wander down, just having a quick word with Mitch Marsh. He's tried, there's one thing about batting outside your crease, but he's been walking at both Chris Stokes and Ollie Robinson now. And ending up so far outside off stump that he's playing at balls which if he's just stayed in his crease, he could leave alone. And the D point's coming back in.
Yep.
Interesting.
2 balls left in the over.
He squares himself up a bit, doesn't he? He has a chance on that outside edge.
Robinson again past the umpire bowls, and Marsh cuts for 4. Brilliant shot backward of point. He lashed at that one, and it came off the bat like a rocket and down to the rope for 4. Marsh up to 42, and that's the 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, the one thing you can't do to either batter is give them width. They'll kill you. And he just smashed that ball. That ball can't feel very, very good about itself if Mitchell Marsh gets after you. He just thrashes it.
He has made 42 of the 51 in this partnership.
Batting with Travis Head, too.
I know.
Robinson, last ball the over, a bit wider on the crease, and Marsh is forward, lunging forward. Hit high up on the stickers of the bat, but still found the middle. And no problems there at all. At the end of the over on the Beaumont Taylor scoreboard, Australia 4 for 136.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley. Australia 4 for 136 after this first ball. In fact, we'll go to Andrew Sampson now. Andrew, you got some details?
Yeah, 50 partnership, just 11.4 overs.
Oh, nice.
4 over, 4 and over.
Expected with these two.
As you said, 42 of them by Mitchell Marsh.
And most of the balls as well, as we said before, it was kind of going at about 75%. Mitch Marsh.
Oh, they're having issues with the spider cam when it's at that end. I don't know whether there's some issue where it gets stuck. A few times, even at the start, before the start of the last over.
We're ready now, though. Wood charging in. Bowls to Head, who's hit on the pad. He'll take a single as he tried to get back and across and defend. It spits out on the offside. In fact, there's a bit of bat in that. Inside edge onto the body, so they'll take a single. Head to 18, 4 for 1. In fact, head to 19, 4 for 137.
Such a wonderful story, though, right, Mitchell Marsh? Pete, you remember the press conference at the Oval 4 years ago? And I asked him a question, very innocent question it was, about why do you think Australia, or you would divide opinions in Australia? That's when he gave the heart-rending answer.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, you've got a good memory, Bharat. Yeah.
And he said, no, most of Australia hates me, but hopefully someday I can win them over. He did win them over, helping them win that T20 World Cup a couple of years ago.
Would again pass the umpire bowls to Marsh, who flicks it away backward a square leg, but there is protection out there. Moeen Ali doing the fielding and just a single.
It's bizarre how the public can get the wrong perception about a guy. Probably the most popular, genial, entertaining, friendly, funny guy in the team. I think a little bit of that was teased out in those documentaries, the test documentaries. You got a little look at his personality. But I've heard staff members say, at Christmas lunch, you want to be on Marsh's table. He's the life of the party.
But he'd take all the food, though, wouldn't he?
Bison.
Head back on strike, so the field spreads. This unconventional field again. Wood bowls, head is hit on the thigh pad, this time ballooning away to square leg. They'll take a single, and I reckon this one will be a leg by.
He's the guy who marked out his run-up.
Yes.
The edge basket test and sucked everybody in, especially me.
But just yesterday, the one thing, while I did tweet about how I thought he's going to play, the one thing I did not talk about was he copped a painful blow to his right hand, I think it was. It was the penultimate ball he faced in the net. And there was concern, because clearly by then the decision was made that he was playing ahead of Cameron Green. But then to lose him would probably have meant my man Michael Nisa would have come in, but just generally you could see the concern around the Australian camp at that point.
Wood charging in again, bowls. That's a Yorker, and Marsh digs it out, then gets down on one knee and says, "No, I'm not running."
Sorry, I forgot I was on radio there. That was a ripper. 150 kilometres an hour right at the toe. He runs in like an angry bloke with a rock, doesn't he? Like he's just going to hurl it at you.
Yeah, like he's...
And he does.
It's part of a riot of some kind.
Yeah.
Bharat Sundaresan and also Pete Law, your experts for energy.
How does a little man generate so much speed? I mean, you see Mark Wood, you'd have been in the same room as him and think, oh, you're Mark Wood.
Yeah.
You can't be. You're too small. Yeah.
Wood again. Coming into bowl to Marsh. It's short, and Marsh hooks it away and puts it into the crowd. Extravagant, but brilliant from Mitchell Marsh. And he's now up to 49 at 4 for 145. The fastest bowler in the world, no problems for Mitch.
91 miles an hour, that bouncer. That came quickly and went quicker off Mitchell Marsh's bat. He gave it everything. Into the Western Terraces it flew.
That'll keep them quiet.
I underestimated him, criticising him attempting that pull shot before lunch. He's pulled 2 off since, and that one was hard and square. Not quite flat, but nearly there.
Last ball of the over. Marsh on 49. He waits. He leaves, and that one swings after it passes. And Bairstow did very well, diving between first and second slip to glove that one. Not a wide. It's the end of the over on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Australia 4 for 145.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
Thanks to Maccas, Australia 4 for 145. Head 19, Mitchell Marsh 49. For the journos in both of you here, is this becoming a bit of a story how well Mitchell Marsh is batting here? Because he's essentially in this team because Cameron Green is injured. We'll wait for Robinson here. First ball, the new over and head, trying to heave away a short one from outside off stump. Doesn't make contact.
Exactly what went through my mind in the overbreak. I think Mitch Marsh is shaping up as the story of the day at the moment.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You need a rounder number than 49.
Yeah, true. But at the moment, the way he's batted, got that one life, Jarrod putting down a sitter at first slip. Yeah,
because it's not just the score he's made, it's the way he's doing it.
It's the impact he's had. I mean, it's rare to see Travis Head play second fiddle in any partnership.
Robinson again. Bowls to Head, who tries to cut and doesn't make contact. That one, he tried to play over gully. It was a late decision to play, and he's just missed it.
So such a low percentage shot. Because the only thing he can achieve is either get an edge to slip or hit it straight down. The deep fly slips.
That was so
close
Harry
to
Brook,
yeah. It was all right on the boundaries, like an extremely fine third man, almost like a backstop.
Essentially, first slip is on the boundary.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's exactly the kind of shot he's there for.
He just keeps wanting to play it. Robinson again bowls to Head, who dabs that one through backward point. That was control, just a single. And he puts the main man, Mitchell Marsh, back on strike. Head to 20, Marsh 49. Australia 4 for 146. This likely to be the last over before drinks.
Yeah, it's the kind of innings Mitch Marsh was expected to play pretty much every time he was brought back to the test side, right? The reason Australian cricket has persisted with him for so long, even if he hasn't played a lot of test cricket in the last 4 or 5 years, or no test at all since that Oval one, is because they know he's capable of this. His batting's really come of age in white ball cricket ever since he got the chance to bat higher up the order. And we've seen it here with backs to the wall. He's played quite a brilliant innings already.
Cloudy skies at the moment. The lights shining on Mitch Marsh's bat as he waits for Robinson. He plays onto the onside, takes the single, and there is a half century for Mitchell Marsh. He acknowledges his teammates and now members of the crowd coming into the team at the last minute to replace the injured Cameron Green. No longer a tourist. He's well and truly in the action with a half century.
Yeah, one of the more popular half centuries. You'll see many members of the Australian camp on the balcony here at Headingley applauding, giving him a semi-standing ovation. They're not all jumping onto their feet yet. Maybe 50 runs later.
Andrew, some details on the 50.
59 balls, 6 fours, 2 sixes.
Thanks for coming. Head back on strike. Gets a bouncer and almost hit him in the head. He took his eye off that one, ducked at the last minute, through to the keeper.
Left the periscope up. Now his head, not playing this short ball really well. He tried ducking, but the bat was just,
Yes, you're right, Bharat.
Yeah.
That's very nearly hit his helmet and very nearly hit his bat.
No,
his head went down and his hands and bat went at the ball.
Exactly.
Just taking his eye off it again, Travis.
6th time he's got to 50. The 2 times he got to 50 before against England, he went on to hundreds both times, 2 test hundreds.
Robinson bowls again. Head nearly this time chops it onto his foot. Not the stumps, nearly his foot. And that is the completion of the over. The umpires are waving the drinks onto the field here at Headingley, so we are essentially halfway through the first day here at Headingley. Australia 4 for 147, Head on 20, Marsh on 50. No wickets since lunch. Australia certainly with the honours in the first hour of the second session. A break and back with Adam Collins shortly.
Australia win the third hour of play. They're 4 for 147. They were 4 for 91 at lunch. They're going very nicely as well. Mitchell Marsh, 50 not out. What an addition he's been. An exercise in contrast. He's doing it easy. Travis Head very much not on 20, but he's surviving the short ball attack so far. Adam Collins picking up commentary. Damien Fleming joining me as well. He's enjoying what he's seeing from Mitch. Peter Lalor sticking around. How are you, Flem?
Hey, hello, Pete, listeners. So happy. And you succinctly put it there. Mitch has actually cruised, hasn't he? He's played some powerful hook shots against the pace of Wood and the other seamers. And Travis Head, who got off to a bit of a flyer, he's getting bombarded. He hasn't found a solution to that, but he's still there.
It's fun watching him scrap, Travis Head, because we know that if he gets through the tough bit, we've seen this before.
Yeah.
Once he gets through the interrogation, then, well, he could be in. Had a chance, so's Marsh. Just after lunch, dropped a slip. He's back on strike to Wood, sprinting away from our end. Bowls here, Marsh, right at the middle of the bat, out towards mid-on, knows the call. Marsh, such a popular member of the Aussie team.
We love him
as well. He's often wore the fluorescent vest as the 12th man, either in short form cricket or in the test side, and had his detractors, and fair enough, his record at number 6 for Australia early on in his career was a poor one, but he's found a way to get back in the side here and making the most of it.
Yeah, and he looked good straight away. He come in at a tough time just before lunch, but his footwork was really assured, and it was that good that he actually got a half volley at the last ball, just punched it through the covers for 4.
Wood up, passes umpire Damasena here, bowls, and Marsh drives out through cover. Lovely shot, great timing again to the eastern side of the ground. 4 more for Mitchell Marsh. He's hit 7 fours and 2 sixes in his 54 from just 61 balls. 4 for 151, another little mini milestone along the way. Pete Lalor.
Adam, Damien, Mitch Marsh is batting like a guy who isn't batting for his place in the team, isn't batting for his future. He's in the team until he's not, so he may as well have some fun.
Yeah, but he's very assured with his. He walked at the bowlers a couple of times and had a couple of nibbles. Besides that, when he's decided to play the pull and hook shot, he's in the middle of the bat. He's left them, he's blocked them, but when he's got that cover drive, he's nailed them.
Can Wood get quick again? Bowls here to Marsh, back of a length, leaves it alone. Good swing through to Bairstow, not quite full enough.
It's not a bad ball, but once again, that's a good leave, isn't it? It's easy. Oh, my innings has a lot of momentum. I want that to keep going, and maybe a young Mitch, when he had that number 6 position, like you were saying, Colo, would have had a go at a delivery like that, and you've made a nice little 15, 20 and you've edged out. But this is a older, more mature Mitch, and as you said, Pete, you know, he's not playing as if it's that, you know, his life depends on it, that, you know, he too much pressure on himself. He's just letting it happen.
He's not whacking every ball. He's dropping. There's some very sensible singles being run. Just drop it.
Because they're on offer.
Spread. Yes.
Yeah, there's still 4 slips there for Wood. Bowling here to Marsh, full and driven again, even better. Wow. The other side of cover. That is a mighty shot. Gets on top of the bounce and creams it for 4. Marsh up to 58, 4 for 155.
There's a bit of Sir Ian Botham about that one, wasn't it? You know, just that expansive check drive, and he held it. The late Dean Jones would be proud of him, wouldn't he? Dino used to have that distinctive hold of a pose when he got one out of the screws, but this is great batting.
Just kept his shape, didn't he? Usman Khawaja, have a look at that shot.
Partnership now worth 70 from 86 balls, putting pressure on England, who did so well to take 4 in the first stretch. Wood up again, 2 left in an expensive over. Marsh, middle stump, pushing down towards mid-on, again out the middle of the bat. The point you make about age, I think, is an important one. We always thought of Marsh as the kid in the team, didn't we? He's nearly 32. And he actually has been around for a long time, made his test debut in 2014. Player of a World Cup final a couple of years ago in the T20 format. Forced his way into that team through Big Bash scores and took that chance when people would probably...
Yeah, we're not winning that tournament without Mitch Marsh.
I reckon there was a consensus form that he wouldn't play for Australia again at that point.
But he made number 3. That number 3 was a bit of a problem for the Aussies in T20 cricket, and he just made it his own. And I think it's impacted onto his Sheffield Shield batting, and now we're seeing it at test level.
Wood to finish. Marsh defends with soft hands to cover. Good over for Australia. A couple of boundaries for Marsh, who's 58. Heads 20. Australia 4 for 155 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above-award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
Our experts are here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, and one of them is our statistician, scorer, historian, Andrew Sampson. Got something for us?
Yeah, Mark Wood's first 4 overs, 1 for 2, and then his second spell of 2 overs, he went for 6 runs. His third spell so far, he's bowled 3 overs for 21.
Pace down a bit too.
Yep.
We'll keep him bowling.
It's always the thing with those extreme quicks, isn't it, that their reach is a tipping point.
He's going to have a big part to play when they get into our tail, Wood. And so is this man,
Pace
Owen
off.
Alley.
Yeah, first time we've seen spin today.
And how will Trav play it? Will he feel like this is a chance to actually find the boundary and get some momentum to my innings?
They've got to catch us straight.
Straight hit, which they deployed at Birmingham.
Very straight.
Right in front of the Howard stand. Sorry.
Moeen Ali's first ball head whips it straight back to the bowler on the bounce, so a sign of aggression straight away. We've got deep square leg, got a straight hit just to the offside behind the bowler's arm and a deep point out. Just a slip in close, the rest ringed up on the 1. Moeen round the wicket, football stand end, head well forward in defence.
I was saying earlier I ran into John Howard and he was looking for his seats. I said, are they in the Howard stand? He said, no, we're actually in the Hawk suite.
Wow.
Very good.
Yeah.
Moeen bowls, wider on the crease, head goes back to cut, goes past first slip for 4. Not far away from Joe Root, stuck out of left hand. It was on the cut, so he had barely any reaction time. Takes head to 24. That's the 3rd time he's found the rope. Australia 4 for 159, but not far away, Andrew Sampson.
Well, 12:37 was when he last hit a boundary. Of course, there was a lunch break in between, but that's still over 2 hours ago.
That would have to hit Root in the chest. It'd have to be a chest mark, wouldn't it? So, yeah, if you're going to flash outside off stump, use your quick hands. If you get caught, it's obviously going to be a good catch.
Moeen bowls to Head defending the cover. So Travis Head, as we know, likes to counter-attack against the spinners when he can. He needs to get in first, and I suppose he has faced 43 balls now. 44 make that. Moeen bowls, Head tries to play it through the offside, off the inside edge, the backward square it goes. Mitch Marsh wants one, there isn't one, set back. So eventful already with Moeen Ali bowling. I wonder how that spinning finger's going as well. Couldn't play last week because he tore it all up.
He's got more support, hasn't he, in this game? They want him to do more effort in the second innings.
Moeen to Head back to defend. No run to cover. It's the end of the over. First one bowled from the spinner. 4 for 159 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Head 24, Marsh 58.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Tyre Power stores are owned by local families who understand the cost of living pressures. We're here to help you save on your tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. We've got Ollie Robinson back in the attack, replacing Mark Wood, who had 21 runs taken from 3 overs at out Kirkstall Lane end. At the other end of the ground, Pete.
Just quickly, if he drops short of a length, it's going to be crowd catches to Mitchell Marsh.
2 back for it. Robinson bowls to Marsh. It's full, hits him on the pad. And they sneak through for what looks to be a leg by, unless there was an inside edge. Robinson gestures to kick the ball away. Bit of frustration there straight away. 4 for 160 with the leg by.
Well, the football pitch is behind this ground, isn't it?
Rugby pitch.
Rugby pitch, is it?
Yeah. It's the Leeds Rhinos, I think, over the back there.
But we used to kick the footy out there.
Did you?
Aussie rules.
Yeah, nice one.
No, it's versus Julio's.
I met you kicking.
Nerds used to win.
You and I think, first met in Mumbai having a kick of the footy.
Okay, back then.
Yeah.
Have you improved?
Mardo or someone?
Yeah, we were probably not getting a game. So it was Mardo, myself, and you.
Yeah. No slip with Head on strike. Field spread again for the short ball. Fly slip as well. Bowls here. Short ball takes it on. Out towards deep backward square. Finds the gap for 4. No one can see it. He's bisected the fielders. They didn't move a muscle. There was 2 of them there. One at deep backward square, right on square, right in the middle of them. Head to 28. That's his second boundary in a hurry. 4 for 164.
Because the 3 men are out and there's none of that sort of catching fieldsman halfway, the gaps look bigger, don't they? For Head, if he keeps the ball down and hits it hard, he's going to find the boundary a lot.
So he's got through the test of Wood. Can he make the most of this? Robinson up over the wicket, Head short again, pulls again, out towards square leg, and it won't be 4 this time. A diving stop put in there by Chris Wokes in a relay effort with Ben Stokes, but hit it just as well. So Head moving through the gears, up to 29 with the single, 4 for 165.
That's medium pace, half trackers. Oof. If he bowls that to Mitch, I don't know what that suburb is there, but he's going to hit a house.
Let's see if he can clear the Western Terrace.
That's York. It's town. It's another town.
He's going to hit it to York.
Yeah.
York's about 20 minutes on the train from here.
I know.
He's in that kind of mood.
But only one Mitch Marsh hit.
Partnership of 80 now. Robinson, angled approach away from us. Kirkstall Lane end. Marsh defends straight back down the pitch. No run. Has a ping at the stumps, as he's entitled to do.
Yep.
Crowd enjoy it. Why not?
Spirit of cricket.
Yep.
All good.
All good. We saw a ball go into the football ground about 4 seasons ago when Joss Butler was in the Test side. They were building the new stand.
Oh, okay.
But they had the roof, and Joss cleared the roof and popped it onto the football ground.
Can you still go there in the first deck of the Howard stand and watch the cricket and football? There are windows either end.
Yeah, both sides. That's right. Yeah. It's a beautiful spot to watch. Those dining rooms on the right, Pete, beautifully positioned.
I watched the first overs from the lower deck of the Howard stand, just next to the sight screen there.
Super spot. Robinson in. Marsh on the front foot, pushing just in front of point. No single. Batting well. Batting really well.
A lot of Australians out there in the crowd.
Yeah.
To Peter Sitch. Rob Sitch's brother.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Bit of a destination test match at Headingley, isn't it? Like people, all the history here in Ashes cricket, straight after Lords, back to back, and so on.
Some bloke sitting next to me, he said, "I've left the family in London, dashed up to Leeds."
Yep. He's going back to the family, or is he just going to keep going? He's reached that point in his life.
I left mine.
Hasn't he?
I left mine 7 weeks ago. I can't remember where I put him.
Yeah, next stop Scotland. Robinson the finish. Marsh again defends. This partnership's been worth 100 balls for 80 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. 4 for 165 with Marsh on 59, Head on 29.
When it comes to joist hangers, strap bracing and metal connectors, Pazlode's cordless positive placement nailer owns the job. It's fast and accurate. For quick wins on site, get onto Pazlode's new PPN Master.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
Our Australian teams for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. Moeen Ali prepares to bowl a new over from the football stand that we're referring to, the Howard stand, so it's called now.
Spider Cam just getting out of the way again.
Moeen bowls, second over, starts to head, turns it into the onside, no single.
It's a nervous runner, Marsh. I don't like that.
Getting a lot. I think he's seeing the ball that big. He just wants to get down the other end.
Yeah, get out of the way, Heady. You're holding the game up.
Still got the straight hit. Moeen bowls, Head drives out through cover, times it well. They'll be happy with the single though to the sweeper around from point. Zach Crawley heading to the 30s from 50 balls, 4 for 166.
It's the head flick, isn't it? You know, he doesn't use the top elbow. It's all bottom hand, but he generates a lot of power.
Swats it a bit.
Marsh's first crack at Moeen. What are they going to do here? They'll keep the straight hit, interestingly. So they've obviously got a view about the way that Moeen bowls. They get rid of the deep point. We know Marsh loves to cut. Any width, that'll be gone. Deep square leg. The rest actually in on the one. So they're going to try and squeeze him a bit here. Moeen will go round the wicket to Marsh. Bowls here. Marsh goes back and tucks and can't beat mid-wicket. Ben Duckett dives away to his right.
Timed that pretty well, though. They got to Duckett very quickly.
Seeing Moeen's spinning finger up close on our screen here for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off. It is really hacked up already. Down the leg side, hits him on the pad. They get a leg bite, a short, fine leg. 4 for 167.
That would surprise me if that's a photograph from today. That looked like his spinning finger 2 weeks ago.
I wonder.
Yeah.
Because he would have had to have bowled the nets this week, right? He did. Bharat saw him bowl.
He bowled leading into Lords, didn't he?
Made of tough stuff, that's for sure. Moeen round the wicket, slip with Head on strike, goes back and punches to cover. No run.
We've got Moeen, who hasn't played Test cricket or first-class cricket for years. We've got Marsh, who's played 1 game in 2 years. We've got Wood, who's played 1 game in about the same.
That was the concern with Wood in the first couple, not having his loads up. Bowling here, Moeen, and through the covers. Head threads the needle, gets it on the full, using his feet just enough. Head up to 34 at the end of the over, 4 for 171. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you get the power of expert advice from independent owners who really know tyres. It's always advice about what's best for you and your budget. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
We're here for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Pete Lawler.
We've got breaking news from the long room.
Ooh, interesting. Robinson away from us. Bowls to Marsh. Delivers here. Marsh pulls out towards deep backwards square. Gets the angle right. Gets 4. Didn't get all of it. Didn't need to. He's so strong, Marsh.
I'm telling you, he's lining Robinson up. Robinson's been into him, throwing the ball at him, gesturing aggressively. That's an under edge from Marsh that's gone for 4. I'm telling you, there's going to be a half tracker that is going to go to York. We will never see that ball again.
If your children are out in the garden on the western side of the ground, bring them in. Bring them in. It's not going to be safe.
This ball is in the twilight of its Test career.
He's 63 now, Marsh. Robinson in. Drops short. Marsh pulls, gets it fine. 4 more. Maybe an inside edge, maybe the pad. Wait for the signal. It is leg buys. Australia won't mind. 4 for 179. This partnership motoring up to 94.
Just between boundaries. They've changed the rules in the long room. They have increased the size of the cordon behind the roped-off area used by teams as they come through the long room. So they're keeping those hooligans a little bit further from the players. We will be restricting members' access.
Is Robinson walking
Robinson's
off?
walking off.
Excuse me.
Now, we saw Robinson Flem kick the ball away in the previous over. In his first ball of the spell, he ran up to the ball and gestured to kick it away. And after 2 boundaries in this over, he's walked straight from the field. Well, this is a story.
And he's I got a sense from his body language, this isn't a little injury.
Robinson off the ground. He crosses the rope now.
Yeah, he looks quite emotional. He looks like he might even be crying. He's walking quite well, not too badly. Certainly not a Nathan
So I wonder what it is,
situation.
because if you get frustrated to kick the ball, I mean, that's a pretty aggressive thing too. So you wouldn't want to be, unless he did it.
That's what I'm saying. That motion of kicking the ball.
That's his own fault.
Yes.
So if he's injured himself attempting to kick the cricket ball, well, let's just wait how it goes up. So this decreases their bowling options.
Well, they're unlikely to have Stokes, aren't they?
And Ali might have to bowl more than we thought.
It's going to have a knock-on effect.
And they've got a longer, shorter batting lineup too.
And Wood cannot be used in long spells.
And this happened to Moeen at Edgbaston, didn't it? Didn't have any supporters in that team with Stokes not bowling Billy at all there. Busted his finger. So Broad will continue the over in place of Robinson. First ball left alone. Pete, you can just finish.
I'll just quickly that off. So basically, they're going to put the ropes back so that the members can't get close to the players as they come through the long room. They are going to restrict members' access to the stairs, where we saw some of the ugliest behaviour, and they're going to do a thorough review of their protocols, and they're going to put it back on the members to police themselves. It is unacceptable for any of us to point the finger of blame at others unless we're willing to intervene ourselves when we see behaviours which fall short of what is expected of members. I would have sent in the riot squad, but this will do until...
They're taking some measures.
That's a classic British sentence, isn't it? Broad bowls and Marsh thrashes over point. He's given it the kitchen sink. How's the contact? Mitchell Marsh, he's flying. Australia have put on 98 for the 5th wicket. They've hit 4 boundaries in the last 5 deliveries. They're up to 4 for 179. Marsh has got 67.
Yeah, this is the Marsh motorway of mayhem. He is smashing them, and it is not slogging, is it? No. We're just seeing just the powerfulness of Mitch. The correctness of his technique. It's reminding me, as I said, like Sir Ian Botham at his pomp, who is also a technically correct batsman that had unbelievable power.
They send the deep backward point back as a response to that, and Broad wants to run up, and Marsh says, hang on a minute, wait for me. Not ready as yet. Australia's run rate's up to 4.3, and actually we're behind the scoreboard. It's 4 for 183, so the board can't keep up either.
He's still sweating on that short ball, I'm telling you.
How did they get to 180?
Yeah.
They've raced.
2 left in the over. Broad bowling for Robinson. Delivers here, and Marsh shimmies down and defends into the offside.
So with the MCC, good. I'm disappointed it's got to that. Pat Cummins alluded to it that the players, it is unique, and we want to keep that tradition where the players walk through there.
Yeah.
But we can't have any more instances of that behaviour. Otherwise, it's going to have to be stronger than what they've put in place now.
It's the only ground in the world where you get that close, isn't it? So they've got a privileged position and they have to behave that way. Last ball of the over, Broad bowls and Marsh pulls out the deep square. Again, gets the angle pretty good, but they've got an extra man back there now. It's the sub. I think that's Harry Duke fielding the Yorkshireman. End of the over, another busy one for Australia. 4 for 184. The partnership's worth 99 with Marsh 68. Head 34 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now.
Paslode's cordless positive placement nailer is the ultimate workmate. It's fast, accurate, and solid as. For quick wins on site, there's no going back. Paslode's new PPN Master.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Australia motoring since lunch from 4 for 91 to 4 for 184. Moeen starting a new over. Bowling to Marsh here. Goes back and pushes into the onside. Doesn't get a single. What does that make the session so far in terms of run rate and all the rest, Moeen?
Yeah, well, 91 of 26 in the first session, and we've already had 93 now in just 17 in the second session.
So going up
over 5.
Well over 5, yeah. Moeen bowls, Marsh back and pushes into the onside defensively, watchfully. Jarrod Kimber rejoins us. Hello, Jarrod.
Yeah, so I've been watching the Scotland-Netherlands game.
Ooh, a lot on that.
Because that is, whoever wins that, well, actually, depending on how they win it, they're going to make the World Cup.
Moeen bowls, Marsh defends.
And Netherlands needed to chase the total in 44 overs. And they currently need 3 runs in 48 balls. So they're well ahead of schedule. And they dropped to 5 down, and everyone thought they fell behind. And then Baz the leader started hitting sixes everywhere. 123 off 91 is.
Wow. Moeen bowls, Marsh defends out to the offside. Baz the leader, who won 2 World Cup games for the Netherlands at Geelong last year at the Cattery.
Yeah. And he's still a young man. He's probably the most talented Dutch player we've ever seen. Sorry, Dirk.
Dirk might be listening, you know. If
Peter
you are.
Cantrell, anyone?
Bowling again, Moeen, close to the stumps. Marsh again, very watchful, taking his time against Moeen, in no hurry whatsoever. So the winner there will join Sri Lanka as the last 2 teams that qualify. The Windies out. They'll miss their first World Cup, like Uruguay that won 2 football World Cups that have missed a World Cup years later. So it'll be for the Windies. Moeen delivers. Marsh goes back and finds a gap at point. Gets one and in turn brings up the 100 stand between this pair. They have batted so well. They had to wear the bouncer barrage head at least after lunch. They got through it. Head now up to 34. Marsh motoring through the 60s. He's 69. And they've now got Australia up to 4 for 185. We're only in the 44th over. Indeed, it's the end of the 44th over. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. That's Damien, Fleming and Jarrod Kimber. Andrew Sampson as well.
100 partnership of just 19.4 overs. We thought it was pretty quick when they got the 50 and 11.3.
Think how the game felt then, Flem, when they got together. Broad bowls here. Marsh driving past mid-on for more. It was wide of that man. He kind of shanked it, but again, it's that strength that Mitch Marsh has. Gets in the 73. He's hit 11 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, he's in this zone now. His avenue of apprehension is getting smaller and smaller for the bowlers. He is loading up on short of a length deliveries, and he's happy to drive on the up. And then equally a ball that doesn't have to be that much shorter. He's swivelling around, not always hitting in the middle, but getting fours through pull shots. So pressure back on England. And the context, Jarrod, when he went out there, you know, magnifies the significance of this innings.
Yeah, he had that early pull shot, didn't he, where he hit it over wide, long on, and it just looked like he was saying that when the ball's in my area, these are the shots I'm going to play. In fact,
and a cover drive early.
The cover drive was the first one, wasn't it?
Broad to Marsh, wider of the crease, driving through the offside, not quite tried to, went through to the gloves of Bairstow. I was looking out towards the eastern stand, the way he's hitting it, hasn't played and missed in half an hour.
But, I mean, so even with that shot at this stage, I'm not particularly worried about that because England have now moved out 2 of the slips, right? So he's done the damage. He had, what, 5 slips, I want to say? When
he started, yes.
Right? You know, so he's moved it all the way back, and, Baz ball is now spread out. Right, there's little remnants of Baz ball, if you can see them around the park, and so he's taken a lot of pressure off himself, even if he does edge. We'll get a wicket. Baz the lead is out for Netherlands.
Ooh, still game on for Scotland. They came close 4 years ago, didn't they? A close finish. Broad bowls here. Marsh shimmies forward and defends. Just give us a state of play. They needed 3 runs from what?
Let me have a look, because I've got to work it out mathematically. So they need 2 runs and from 10 balls, and now they've got their tail has just started to come in. So they should still be fine. But yeah, it will be the second heartbreak for Scotland, because Scotland had the game against the West Indies where they were doing really well. Bit of a dodgy LBW against Richie Berrington with no DRS, and then the rain came down. So DRS did them, or no DRS did them, and then DLS did them.
Crowd singing Great Escape. Broad bowling, wide of the crease to Marsh. Bowled nicely, goes back, defends from the outside part of the bat with soft hands.
You know, Robertson now the attack. Not that he was bowling that well. You know, it does start to put pressure on, because Wood's basically 4 overs max in spells. Moeen will have to bowl more on a pitch that's not providing a lot.
I suppose Wokes just becomes the long spell guy, doesn't he?
But he's gone at 4 and over.
Yeah, it's true.
I like him.
And they've been targeting him as well.
And Broad's, this is 3, there was a no ball, 3 consecutive test matches. 36 years of age.
They were keen, weren't they, with Broad? 1 last go.
We've still got Harry Brook to bowl.
Yes. Don't rule it out. So Marsh, 73 from 87. Just the 2 slips, no gully. Bowling here, Broad gets forward and drives down the ground. Broad took some pace off it in his follow-through. It doesn't matter a jot. Thumps into the rope at long off. Mitchell Marsh to 77. 4 for 194 Australia.
Yeah, he's just loading up. You know, just a fraction full, not a bad ball. And it's going to force reverse follow-throughs from the fast bowlers, because he's almost getting taken out.
That was dropped as well.
Dropped, but really, it's not going to cling, is it? But it can do damage. Can break fingers.
The Netherlands are in the World Cup.
Good on them.
So poor Scotland again have come this close and haven't got it. Netherlands, though, played some really good cricket in that tournament, and they don't have their full strength squad because a lot of them are playing county cricket.
And 8 of their players playing county cricket, and that includes a coaching staff till very recently. Ryan Campbell, Dan Christian. So some Australian influence there as Broad bowls, and pulling his Marsh, as you foretold, Flem, out towards deep mid-wicket. Harry Duke as well, the sub to his left. Good cricketer, Harry Duke. They come back for a couple. Marsh moves up to 79, 4 for 196. He'll play Test cricket one day. Yeah, he's 1 ball left in the over.
He still hasn't quite got that short ball where he exactly wants to. And I'm calling York.
You could see him sweaty on that one a little bit. He almost choked the handle.
They could almost do with a Yorker that we haven't seen, but I don't think they're brave enough to bowl up.
We've seen 4 slower balls, I reckon, from Chris Wokes. So he's trying something a little bit.
Yeah, and he was doing them sometimes with his bouncer too, wasn't it? A bit of T20 stuff.
Broad's last ball. Bowls to Marsh, opens the face out to third man, which they have back now because Marsh is going so nicely. Into the 80s he goes. Adam White to take us through to tea after the break. Australia 4 for 197, Marsh 8. Head 34 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Beaumont Tale's huge ale on now.
We did it.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It is SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley as Moeen starts a new over, and it has been crunched to the cover fence for 4 by Mitch Marsh. This is becoming a special innings. He wasn't even playing yesterday, and that moves him to 84, and it brings up the 200 for Australia.
I can tell you that mid-off and deep cover did not move, and they both looked at each other and just shrugged their shoulders. He hit that so hard, there was no point anyone moving.
We'll get the details of the 200 shortly from Andrew. As Moeen Ali bowls again, and Marsh is in defence, flicking fine. More runs. That's going to go for 4 as well. He's got it fine. Consecutive boundaries from Marsh, and all of a sudden he's only 12 away from a century. Jeremy Coney, thanks to Red Energy, has returned.
Wow.
Jeremy.
What he's playing with such clarity, isn't he? I don't know how how much Green is a sort of a fixture in the side at the moment. Yeah, well, he is. So I just thought, watching some of these strokes, that maybe Marsh.
Ali bowls, Marsh rocks back and tries to force backward of point.
Maybe felt
no run.
If he got a chance somehow, well, maybe injury, which is what's occurred apparently. So I'll just play my way and I'll give it my best shot. And that seems to be the way he's playing to me. Very powerful.
Moeen bowls again, Marsh back again. It's defensive bowling here from Moeen Ali.
But, let's not forget, both these players who are out there at the moment are dropped. And it was the chances that England have missed that has been so costly in this series.
Moeen Ali again bowls to Marsh, who again is dabbing in defence. Away on the offside, no run.
Yeah, they were definitely both chances that they should have taken.
And they were very catchable chances.
We're not talking about half chances.
No.
4 for 205. Ali again bowls. Marsh again, he's back and defending away on the offside. Into the oval, get those numbers on the 200. After this, it is SEN Test Cricket thanks to Macca's. Get the spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
It is SEN Test Cricket thanks to Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from $619,900. $619,900.
How much
you
was
can get it for $619,900. That's a good price.
Bonnybrook.
At Bonnybrook, yep, at Bonnybrook.
Not Donnybrook.
Completed.
Bonnybrook.
Andrew, the completed 200.
Yeah, it took 45.1 overs. The first 100 having taken 28.1. So just 17 for the second 100.
Nice.
Marsh factor.
Broad starts in the over around the wicket, bowls to Head, who's pushing into the offside, into cover, in defence, no run.
Yeah, Marsh got most of those. But just on the drop catches, Head was dropped on 9 and Marsh was dropped on 12.
Ooh.
And they're now 34 and 88, so it's cost 101 runs already.
Would you say that's costly?
Fairly.
Change of tactics a little bit here, isn't it? Just slightly, giving themselves a chance with some slips now instead of the short pitch ball all the time. Yes, they've got men out, so they're playing it both ways, but at least the bowler can pitch up as well.
Broad charging in. Bowls to Head with 2 slips, and again he's pushing in defence. Jeremy,
ball just swung a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit of orthodox away swing to the left-hander. It's an in-swinger for Stuart Broad, the right-hander.
Yeah, I think the thing with Head is that they've decided on the short ball, and we understand that.
Yeah.
But the ball was still moving at that point, and then they banged it into the pitch for a long time. They were always going to have to bowl more short balls probably in this session, just because, generally the wicket doesn't do as much. And they've already sort of done that and tired themselves out, and they've already lost a bowler as well. I don't think it's a good strategy.
Brought again to Head, who's playing nicely, guiding it down off the front foot to backward point on the rope, and it is a single, so Head to 35, 4 for 206.
I suppose they might answer back saying, look, Head still looks really troubled by the short pitch ball, and we could get him at any stage, and it's not as if he's really hurt us badly at the moment.
I just think that I think you're in a much better situation if you are bowling the short ball but with a couple of slips in and a gully, because at one stage he fended one and they had a backward, like a sort of deep backward, almost like a short third, and it didn't go that far away. A normal gully would have just taken that, and that's another fielder for a short ball, but they didn't have anyone there because they go in with this new extreme way of doing it.
Mitchell Marsh back on strike. Stuart Broad spending some time making sure the field's right before he starts his approach. Here he comes. Past the umpire, bowls to Marsh, who's working off his hip. You'll get a single forward of square leg. Duckett doing the fielding, can't prevent the single. 4 for 207. Marsh 289.
It hasn't been a bad pitch to bowl on, though, really, has it? I mean, it's had a bit of natural variation. It's like, and it's nibbled occasionally, and there's been a wee bit of swing early on with the newer ball, and we just saw one, a couple of balls ago that just started to go from the hand, fair enough, but there is a bit of swing on offer.
Head back on strike as Broad comes around the wicket, wide on the crease. Head drives, no timing in the stroke to cover point.
Good carry.
Yeah, that's why I don't think you go all in on the short ball tactic then. Because if Head gets going, as you said, let's say they bowl normal length and Travis Head hits a bunch of boundaries, he gets away from you, you have the short ball tactic available to you afterwards. But also just giving yourself only one way to dismiss someone, and it's quite an extreme way. I don't agree.
2 slips, no gully for Head, which is unusual. This time he works off his thigh pad to mid-wicket, no run. Duckett again doing the fielding, and that completes the over. So on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now. Australia 4 for 207 with Head on 35 and Marsh 89.
Sheen Panel Service. Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
Marsh goes over the top of wide mid-on and hits it for 4. One bounce over the rope to start a new over from Moeen Ali, and that puts Marsh into the 90s. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket from Headingley. Thanks to Macca's. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. And Mitch Marsh probably deserves a few of those, the way he's batting at the moment.
I think he enjoys the odd Maccas as well. That one was just over-pitched, and he just wanted to hit it very hard. He ended up mangling it a little bit, but absolute power.
He waits again. Moeen bowls, and this time Marsh in defence, pushing into the onside. No run.
So they've got the fielder straight back again.
Behind the bowler.
Yeah. And I think that was brilliant for Usman Khawaja, and it did very well for Travis Head and a few others. But Mitch Marsh does drag the ball across. I think a standard long on is a better position for him.
Moeen bowls again. Marsh defends. You can just see he wants to take him downtown. He's taking the long handle. He's got the big back lift. But the last 2, he's just defended respectfully. Little adjustment to the field. Moeen again. Bowls. Marsh. Goes big. Goes very big. Down the ground. Smashes into the sight screen.
There's that long on again.
He is 99.
Well, it didn't matter that someone was on the boundary. He just went for it anyway. It looked like he was trying to hit that more over mid-off, though, didn't he? But he ended up, dragging it, but he dragged it into the sight screen, so it didn't matter. He just wanted to hit that hard. I mean, the last couple of overs, he looks more like he just wanted to hit the ball hard than anything else.
He only needs one. Moeen bowls. He cuts. He takes the single to backward point. He gets there! The understudy becomes the star attraction. Mitchell Marsh, what an innings. An Ashes classic. What a whirlwind 24 hours for Mitchell Marsh. Yesterday, he wasn't in the team. Today, he's celebrating his 3rd Test century. What 100. Off 102 balls, he has crushed this attack. It's Mitch ball. Jeremy Coney.
Wow, what a shot.
What do you think of that?
Well, yeah, it's certainly turned the game on its head at the moment. We're not even 2 sessions into it. Already 218 for 4.
Moeen bowls to Travis Head, who pushes away on the onside. No run.
And Trav ball at the other end is going at a shocking rate. I mean, it's incredible. Also, there was a beautiful moment there where they missed an extra run because Mitch Marsh had gone off.
End of the over. Australia 4 for 218.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Wow, we have seen a Macca's moment to remember forever. It's an I'm loving it moment. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I reckon Mitch Marsh has deserved, well, quite a few, because he's just scored a century. If you've just joined us, Australia 4 for 218. Andrew, just some of the details on Mitch's 100.
Yeah, 102 balls, which is the second fastest in England by an Australian.
Wow.
Just Victor Trumper, 94 ball, 100 in 1902 at Old Trafford. Is ahead of him on that list.
Yeah, they called him a bison as well, right?
15 fours and 3 sixes in that, so 78 of his runs and boundaries, just 108 minutes. It's his third Test century, all of them against England, and it's also only the third time he got to 50 against England, so he's converted all his 350s to hundreds against England.
Wow. Bharat Sundaresan has joined us thanks to Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. It's pretty special what you've seen, Bharat.
Mitch Marsh, don't worry. All of Australia loves you. 4 years ago, he was sat in that press conference room at the Oval. I asked him, why do you think you divide opinion so much? He looked and said, I know most of Australia hates me. Someday I hope to win them over. I think he's won them over. What a performance.
Wokes into the attack now, bowls to Marsh, who shoulders arms rather enthusiastically and extravagantly outside off stump.
I think it's just power that people will remember, the way that he's, it's obviously it's linked to rhythm and to shot making as well, but it's the power of his hitting really that stands out for me, that I'll remember from today.
And he's just stood there, Jeremy, just shaking his head. He can't believe it.
No.
I mean, he thought his Test career was gone. Get this chance and to do what he's done.
Wokes bowls to Marsh, who again leaves outside off stump.
And we can talk all we want about England and their catching issues during the series. But yes, he did get that live. But it's been a brutal innings. I mean, the position that Australia were in, to lose Steve Smith before the lunch break in the morning of a Headingley test where it felt like all of England was against them, to then walk in and do what he's done against the fire of Mark Wood, against the movement of Broad and Robinson. It's quite a special innings.
Wokes again past the umpire bowls to Marsh, who again leaves outside off stump. We're just seeing some of the replays thanks to Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres 25% off. Just the emotion, and it's hard not to get swept up in that, Bharat. And someone that you watch them train so closely, and you know how much work Mitch puts in to make his teammates better as much as himself. For him to be centre stage is pretty special.
He's the kind of reserve player you want in the side. He keeps everyone on their feet. He's ready to be the best teammate he can be, even in training sessions. On match days, he's the one running out drinks, and every time he does that, there's always a joke or something, a quip. And then
Wokes again bowls to Marsh. It's a full ball, a slower ball, and it's defended away on the offside.
And he keeps everyone entertained, and even on days when things aren't going your way, he's the kind of guy you want around you. And you could see the joy on the faces on the Australian players. It was, Pat Cummins rarely shows that much emotion, that much joy. He did it at Edgbaston when he got Australia over the line, and then he did it there when Mitchell Marsh got to his 100.
Last 2 balls left in the over. Wokes bowls to Marsh, who's again pushing away in defence on the offside.
I think just the power of the driving, I think on the front foot is one thing. And then the pull shots as well. He's from Western Australia, isn't he?
Yeah.
So as soon as he sees even Wood bowling short on this pitch, he was right into it from the start. He wasn't going to let those go. He's not intimidated by those short balls, thanks, Mark. I'm going to just deal with those quite emphatically. And he did.
Wokes to Marsh, who again leaves, and that completes the over. It's almost like he needed that over to just gather his thoughts, gather his emotions, to understand exactly what he has done. He's 100 not out. Head is 35 not out at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. It's 4 for 218.
On the outside, Champagne Toast followed by Cucumber Sandwiches My Way, 23rd Psalm, then Red Roses. Further back, Devonshire 2, Eulogy and Pre-Planning. Champagne Toast has taken the lead, kicks away. It's out in front, 200 metres to go. Tobin Brothers celebrating lives. Tobin Brothers celebrating lives flying.
Thanks, Brian. For the final weigh-in in life, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Moen starts a new over and Head pushes into the offside. Andrew.
Yeah, just another small feature of that innings, which we touched on a bit earlier. He's faced 108 balls, while Travis Head has faced 42 at the other end during that partnership.
Moen bowls. Head slaps at that one into the covers. No run.
Okay, so that's a bit of an element of managing the partnership and facing as many balls as he can, keeping Head away from the strike sometimes, particularly while he was struggling with the short ball.
Moen again and rocking back and punching through cover point. Head will take a single.
What Head has to be careful of here now, he's got the off spinner on.
Yeah.
If you think about it, today's pitch has really been about seamers and about a little bit of movement, a wee bit of this and that, and it keeps the faster bowlers interested. Once you've got the spinner on, don't start playing loads of shots taking chances and giving them a wicket.
Moen around the wicket, bowls to Marsh, who rocks back and slices it backward of point for a single.
And especially when there are singles to be had wherever he wants to have them, Jeremy. The field is spread out, and you're right. I mean, he does kind of play away from his body.
He's played too close. He nearly got a cut that went almost a rooted slip. It went past him on the full. It was too fast. It wasn't a catch.
Moen bowls and Head punches again to cover, no run.
The other thing I would mention, I suppose these are two things about, first of all, the pace of this outfield, I reckon, is worth about 20 to 30 runs per session.
Moen again, it's a dart again into the pads of Head, who doesn't make contact off the pads.
So while it's 220, sorry Adam, while it's 220, 80 runs, that's the same for England.
Over bowled, 4 for 2-2-0. We'll take a break.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Woke starts a new over and Marsh in defence pushing away on the offside.
There's still 30 overs to go before another new ball on this surface. And the run rate at the moment is nearly 4.4. So there's another 120, which would take Australia to sort of 340, 350. And I think they've got to get there. That's the next thing. Is push this partnership on. Don't be satisfied with what they've got already. They've done brilliantly.
Wokes again past the umpire to Marsh, who hooks this one. Oh, that's gone miles halfway up the terrace on the western side for 6. Over forward square leg. It really wasn't that short, but he wanted a piece of it. And he has got 6 more.
That really should be a 10.
It should be a 10, yeah. It wasn't a short ball either, just slightly short of length. But Mitchell Marsh decided that ball had to travel. And till the time he keeps hitting 6s in that direction, I'm not worried. It's when he hits 6s from this end. My car is parked in that parking lot F, and it's in danger.
4 for 226. Marsh to 107. This time he plays it through mid-wicket for 4 along the ground. Clipping away off his pads. Past Stuart Broad and to the rope for 4 more. 111 to Mitch.
Well, you said he had his over to think about things.
Yes.
And he's away again. That's right.
He just calmed down and said, right, okay, I'm ready again.
Well, that's a beautiful shot, though. That's almost an on-drive.
It is an on-drive.
To play an on-drive when the bat doesn't come down straight like Mitchell Marsh's doesn't, he's a special shot. He's on fire now.
You can see the way he holds the bat. It's quite high up on the handle, similar to an Adam Gilchrist. That lever becomes even more powerful. Wokes is getting smashed here as he comes in again and bowls, and Marsh rocks back and cuts well out into the deep. Just a single as the sweeper Harry Brook comes around from backward point. One more to the score.
And what this innings has done is look at the English team on the field. They were up and about. Stuart Broad was signalling to the Western Terraces before every delivery. He was conducting the band, wasn't he? It's all gone very, very flat. And England have themselves to blame. Drop catches. Ollie Robinson is off the field still, isn't he?
I'd like to ask
news
you
on that too. We'll get to shortly.
I'd like to ask a question. You watch all the training of both sides, Bharat. How much of the English side, how much are they doing the catching? How much of the slip cordon working together? The keeper.
2 slips here as Head opens the blade and squeezes it out into the deep backward of point for one more.
I mean, do you see that little routine? Say that Bairstow is actually working hard on his flexibility and working hard on his movement and getting the feet sliding across and taking a catch, diving, and the fielders doing the same in the slips, you know?
Not like other test teams do. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I mean, every training session for this English team is optional. I'm not saying they don't have sessions where everybody rocks up, but when they do their own thing. They do have fielding drills, but not enough.
Last ball of the over, Wokes to Marsh, who forces into the onside but can't beat the field. End of the over. This is SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia 4 for 2-3-2.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
Welcome back to SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to Macca's. Barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's as Moen starts a new over. Head takes a single into the offside, just pushing away. It's a cover point. Now, we can't talk about celebrating wickets for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives, because there hasn't been a wicket in this session. It has been all Australia.
Oh, we can celebrate the fact that Australia made the most of not losing a wicket.
We could do that.
No, but going back to your question, Jeremy, I mean, they do have fielding drills, they do have keeping drills, but they're not always together at the same time for long enough. Even with what they do in the nets, it's reach left to their own devices.
Moen bowls to Marsh, who plays through the covers. That's another gorgeous shot. Out through extra cover for 4. You can put as many people on the fence as you like. He'll just keep finding gaps. And that boundary moves him to 116, 4 for 237. I might bring in Andrew here. It's sort of quietly forgotten here. He's got 100 in a session and quite comfortably.
He has. He's up to 111 in this session.
Yeah, and he's scoring. He's scoring at over a run a ball now, Andrew.
Yep.
150 partnership, was it? And a lot of applause around the ground.
Yeah, it was too.
Moen back over the wicket to Marsh, who pushes into the gap at cover. This time takes a single out into the deep. He moves to 117, 4 for 238. Jeremy Coney and Bharat Sundaresan with you, experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, watching some pretty special cricket.
Oh, just 27.1 overs for the 115.
Moen now to Head, who will also take a single, taking it from his thigh pad, turning it into the onside, into the deep. This is one-day cricket.
Yeah, that's much better from Head, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not really trying to play the big shots now. He's fallen pretty much into the slipstream of Marsh, and he's just tucking the ball around. And Moeen Ali, you know, he is a fairly expensive bowler.
Moen bowls to Marsh here. That one turns, but it still finds the middle of the bat as Marsh pushes up to mid-off and scampers through for a quick single. So one ball left in this over and one more before the tea break, you would think, as the sun starts to peek through the clouds again here at Headingley. Head back on strike. Moen bowls, another dart, pushing into the offside to cover dot ball. This is Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's Test Cricket coverage on SEN, 4 for 240.
race.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
It is Macca's Get the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's Test cricket coverage on SEN live from Headingley as Wokes will bowl the last over before the tea break. He's bowling to Marsh, and Marsh is caught at second slip. He's walking. He's out. He tried to push away on the offside. He got an edge. It may have also come off his leg. A simple catch in the cordon. And on the stroke of tea, Mitch Marsh has to go for 118. He cannot believe it. It will now be tea with that wicket. That ball taking the inside edge onto the pocket of his trousers and straight to second slip. The catch taken comfortably by Crawley, and this Ashes masterpiece from Mitch Marsh ends on 118.
Yeah, they say Headingley is the setting for Ashes epics. Generally comes from the English. It's Mitchell Marsh's turn. A surprise return to the Test team. Walked into bat with Australia in all sorts of trouble. Mark Wood was breathing fire, and he's fought fire with fire, and he's produced one of the best Test innings you'll ever see under pressure.
And he did come in under pressure. There's no doubt about that. England were on a bit of a tear when Marsh came to the crease, coming in for the injured Cameron Green, and he has scored his third Test century. It was such an extraordinary innings that we'll be talking about for some time. So before we head back to the SEN studios, it's just a chance to sort of settle in and just sort of work out exactly where we are in the match. Because it is 5 for 240 at tea off 52.1 overs. England won the toss and sent Australia in again. David Warner was out for 4, Crawley bowled Broad. Second man out, Usman Khawaja bowled Wood for 13. Marnus Labuschagne caught Root bowled Wokes for 21. And then when Stephen Smith was dismissed for 22, caught Bairstow off the inside edge of the bowling of Broad. Australia were in trouble at 4 for 85 when Mitch Marsh came to the crease, and then we have seen such an amazing partnership between the two of them. Marsh out for 118 off 118 balls with Travis Head on 39. I might bring Andrew in here. Andrew, just details on that partnership if you can, because it's really turned this game on its head. Pardon the pun.
Yes, just 27 overs and 5 balls for that partnership of 155. Not far short of a run and ball. 17 fours and 4 sixes in Marsh's 118. 113 runs in the session, which is the joint third most for Australia against England in a session in a Test match.
Oh, wow.
Just Stan McCabe, 127, and Trent Bridge in 1938 in his famous innings. And Don Bradman got 115 yard head in the year 1930 in the second session of the day as well.
Andrew, I grew up listening to you, but I'm just completely stunned at what you're coming out with here so quickly. Even though I know that you do it, just to see you do it it's talk about a masterclass.
I'm sorry, I've got to get in the other guy who also scored 130 in a session, because that was George Bonner.
Oh, the great George Bonner.
Back in 1885.
Ooh. Okay, so I've gone through the scorecard from a batting perspective. The bowlers, I'll just give you the wicket takers. 2 for 58 for Broad, 2 for 56 for Wokes, and 1 for 29 for Wood. Jeremy, before we head back to the studios, just a quick thought for Red Energy on what you've seen so far.
Well, wonderful session, wasn't it, really? I mean, the first session, very much England's at 91 for 4 at lunch. And really staring down the barrel, really, Australia. But Marsh has certainly taken away some of that. I think we've got to be a wee bit careful we don't get too much into the celebration. 240 for 5. That's kind of evens for me.
It is, very much so.
But obviously 91 for 4, Australia had a lot of work to do. They've pushed it back to more even. they don't want to waste. How many overs have gone here, please? 54, something like that?
It's 52.1.
52. So they've got about 28 overs to go. They don't want to waste and leave those 22 over, whatever it is, overs, 26 over in the bank, because that's going to be the easier time to bat. Now, they've only got Carey left, and then you're into the tail, even though Cummins can bat, of course, and so on. But it's still sort of on a knife edge in terms of the actual day in this first innings.
Oh, England and the Test match both needed that wicket to fall. It was going Australia's way, it was drifting away, but I think England have pulled it back a little bit.
Now, Jeremy, before we go, we should say good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Resine, of course, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send a text on
8833.
Very good. This is SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon. Angus at Macca's. We'll take a break here from Headingley back to the studios. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes from now. Mowing bowls. He cuts. He takes the single to backward point. He gets there! The understudy becomes the star attraction. Mitchell Marsh. What an innings! An Ashes classic. What a whirlwind 24 hours for Mitchell Marsh. Yesterday he wasn't in the team. Today he's celebrating his third Test century. What 100. Off 102 balls, he has crushed this attack. It's Mitch ball.
We're back at Leeds for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at McDonald's. Great call from Adam White of a truly great Ashes 100. One of the best of the modern era. I don't think anyone will be doubting that tonight. And the story's even better. As Whitey says there, not even in the team yesterday, unexpectedly called up as the understudy for Cameron Green. And talk about making it count. A 102 baller dismissed on the stroke of tee, caught behind for 118 from just as many balls. But that does not detract at all from the contribution. A partnership worth 155 from 168 deliveries with Travis Head, who is still there after tea on 39. There with Alex Carey, who will receive a boo or two in a moment, but we'll forget about all of that. Damien, Fleming and Peter Lalor with me. They're here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Flem, the last time an Australian made 100 runs in a session in an Ashes Test match was Stan McCabe, his masterpiece at Trent Bridge in 1938, and that is going to be spoken of for an extraordinarily long time as well.
It was such a daring innings, wasn't it? It come in when the Australians were in real trouble. It come in just in the over before lunch, but straight away he was very assured with his footwork. He let the ball go. He cover drove one last ball before lunch, and then after that, wow, it was just genuine pure power hitting, wasn't it? Whether he was pulling short length deliveries, whether he was cover driving, and it was littered with singles as well. I think Travis Head's played a really good innings, not his usual type of innings, but we've seen that Travis Head can bat tough. He can play the secondary role in a partnership. He may need to be the main man now as Alex Carey goes out to bat, but such a popular man, Mitchell Marsh. I'm not sure where his dad Swampy is. He was with the tour group. He's no longer controlling that tour group, but hopefully he stayed to watch his son, and he would have got so much out of that.
There's a reason why he's one of the most popular players, if not the most popular player in the Aussie squad, Pete Lalor, and the response from the Aussie back, and he tells the story.
I was going to say the same thing. Pat Cummins' enthusiasm and the rest of the teammates are one of the, as you said, Adam, the most popular guys in the team. And as we probably said in the last session, the guy who said here 4 years ago, nobody likes me, nobody gets me.
Travis Head's celebrations were almost as much as Mitchell Marsh's.
Woakes starts the session to Carey. The Western stand have arrived. Woakes ran the wicket. Carey's first ball driven out through cover. Nearly snakes it through. Moeen Ali cuts it off. We haven't heard from the Western Terrace all day. No. They've woken up because Alex Carey is here and he's having a good series as well.
I never thought I'd be at a cricket ground where Alex Carey was getting booed. The man, mild-mannered man.
But he's batted well. He's built partnerships. His footwork's been very assured. He gets right forward. He gets back to the shorter deliveries, and he's kept beautifully.
Woikes up away from us. Kirkstall lane end. Carey in swinger. Plays it pretty well back down the pitch.
They're cranking up now.
And he's just got to absorb this pressure.
Yeah.
You can hear what they're saying through the effects mic. And that'll be clear to him as well. He would have known this. I know the Australian staff were mindful of the likely response they were going to get today, and they've prepared accordingly. This shouldn't faze him. Made a tough stuff, Alex Carey. 3 slips behind him. Woakes arrives and bowls here. It's full and driven through the covers. Out towards the Western Terrace it goes. It picks up speed towards the rope. A boundary third delivery for the South Australian.
Yeah, cheer that one, boys.
Australia.
Cop that.
Didn't quite get all of it, did he? But
no, and
through the covers for
and Mitchell Marsh's innings significant. The ball's still swinging. It's good bowling conditions, and Marsh conquered that. And big job for Carey and Head before they get into the Australian tail. But good signs. That's that footwork again. He is, he covers the half volley, he smothers the spin, and executes beautifully.
We'll come to Andrew Sampson for Carey's series so far. Facing up here to Woakes, looking to drive again, but placing it out extra cover. No run. He made a half century unbeaten against India in the World Test Championship final. And since then, Samo, as he slightly brings it up, that's okay. I'll put him on the spot there. I know he's got it in his notes. I read it before the game.
Yep. There's some good bowling from Woakes there. He swung 2 back in, and then that one was straight, tempting him to maybe make a mistake, drag it back onto his stumps.
Last ball of the first over after tea. Up past umpire Damascene goes Woakes. Bowls here. Carey on leg stump. Out to mid-on, no run. So just a boundary coming. 5 for 244. That's in the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sail on now. Head 39, Carey 4. England only had 1 chance to celebrate a wicket in the middle session for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. And good morning to all of our listeners in New Zealand. With us on SENZ. They're here thanks to Razine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, text us on 8833. And the Macca's moment of that middle session. Macca's, I'm loving it. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's was Mitchell Marsh's 3rd Test century. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, 48 and 66 not out he made in that World Test Championship. He's followed it up with 60, 20, 22 and 21 in the Ashes so far before today.
So going nicely. Found form at the right time, Carey, after modest returns in India. He's on strike to the spin of Moeen Ali here. 1 slip, Moeen bowls and Carey defends. And Pete, just from a story perspective, when you're writing a yarn later tonight, that Mitch Marsh, a man so maligned early part of his career, had to battle injury in recent years to come back and make this work.
Well, maligned for his entire Test career, I'd have it, Adam Collins. He hasn't played for 4 years, and it was 4 years ago that he said those.
Moeen bowls and Head drives out towards extra cover, no run.
Those confronting words. Australians don't like me. But he wasn't feeling sorry for himself. He said, they expect me to do better. I haven't made the most of my opportunities, and I've had plenty of opportunities. They're hard markers. Hopefully they've changed their judgment of Mitch in the between.
So there's a gap at mid-wicket for Carey if he wants it against the spin of Moeen. Long off back, Carey plays out, Head, my apologies, plays out towards extra cover, no run. 2 left-handers now, 2 South Australians.
I think everybody who saw that Test documentary got a glimpse of how entertaining Mitch Marsh is as a character.
Moeen bowls to Head, on leg stump, turns him just around the corner. Carey says wait and no.
I think that's why they like him around the team, even when he's not playing.
Injuries haven't helped as well, have they, for Mitch?
No.
He's making his white ball cricket number 3, his spot, but even then, injuries for Western Australia and the Scorchers.
Moeen bowls, Head, round the corner again. There won't be a single there. The subfielder does the work.
Mr. Sampson might know the answer to this, but I think he's probably played only 1 first-class game for every summer since he was here in the Ashes. The last 4 summers, he's only played 4 first-class games.
Wow. Moeen to finish his 8th over. Head in the drive, but checks it out to cover. So end of the over. 5 for 244 Australia. Head 39, Carey 4 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sail on now.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
Our coverage is for Henley Homes. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from $619,000. We've got Damien Fleming, Peter Lalor and Andrew Sampson with me.
Yeah, that's correct, Pete. One game in each of the last 4 seasons. In Australia, 2019-20 through to 22-23. He's done pretty well, actually. He's got 341 runs at 68 in those 4 games. But it's not a lot of first-class cricket, is it?
Wokes bowling with the sun out to Alex Carey. Hit on the pad, sliding down the leg side. The Corden appealing and the Western Terrace are up, who have taken their shoes off in their response to Alex Carey now in the previous over. Shoes off if you hate Carey is the new chant.
Very, very funny. Wokes is swinging the ball. I'm not sure why he's coming around the wicket. I think he should come over and set him up for the LBW. It is really swinging.
Do you reckon it's just natural swing? It's not reversing?
No, it's just normal swing, isn't it?
It's extraordinary this over, isn't it?
Oh, not with Duke balls.
55 in the 55th over.
That's why Wokes is in the team, because he moves it through the air. 2 slips here, Carey. It's edged and slip. On the cut, goes to Root, in and out. That was harder than the chance he put down at the start of the middle session. Carey was cutting it, went quickly. Root went to his left, hit the left hand and fell out, and Root is filthy. We're seeing it on our screen again for Tyre Power. Fulton Tyres, 25% off. Damien Fleming.
It was the one that went the other way, but it was really wide. I reckon Carey was that shocked how wide it was. And in the end, to soda. Have they got a song for when Root just keeps dropping catches? I'd love to hear their song and their little jingle.
Is Root the guy who dropped Marsh on 12?
Yep.
Gee, that's poor, isn't it?
There might be a little jingle over there for Root.
Root shaking his head in dismay.
Butterfingers. I like this better, though. He's coming over. I don't know why he's got protection down there, because I think, gee, if he gets that in-swinger going nicely, it's going to trouble both these left-handers.
Sweeper at deep backward point. Wokes over the wicket, change of angle, edging, and this time Root takes it and throws the ball into the turf in celebration. He's still shaking his head. He still can't believe he put down the previous ball. But it's going to be Travis Head making his way off the field.
I think they think it's Carey, don't they, the crowd?
Head's gone for 39. Australia lose their 6th wicket with the score on 245. But Head, after, as you said, Damien Fleming, doing it tough through the middle session, getting through the bouncer barrage, just steered that into the cordon, and Root juggled it onto his chest.
He didn't even take that cleanly, Joe. And he throws the ball down. He's not happy. Over the wicket, it worked straight away. It wasn't actually the bowled or LB. It was the one that went swung in, hit the seam and moved away towards the slips. Pretty tough innings, Travis Head. He never got going, but his partnership with Mitchell Marsh may be a test to finding one. England are now into the tail. The ball's still moving. They need to jump on this opportunity now, England.
Well, they've gone bang-bang, taking wickets at 240 and 245. And as you say, Flem, they're going to look at Mitchell Starc early in the final session. Remember, they took 4 in the first, which means they're very much in the game. They just need to stay riding the wave here. Mitchell Starc, though, has enjoyed good form with the bat of late.
They've just clawed this one back, England. I reckon another hour of Mitchell Marsh, and they were almost out of this game. I know it's only the first day, and it's a big statement. They've got Marsh, and now they've got Head, who, as you say, never really got going, never looked comfortable, which is extraordinary, given how well Marsh was going at the other end. But Marsh was faced almost twice as many deliveries, I think you'll find, in that second session. Couldn't get up their Head, and when he could get up there, he didn't look fluent.
So good conditions now for Wokes. He needs to cash in. The ball's swinging. He can challenge the inside edge or missing that to get LBW. He can also go across. Starkey's going to need to get that full stride forward. You know, he's a tall man. He's a good driver of the ball. Let's provide a full face of the bat.
So Wokes bowling really nicely after tea. Delivers here to Starc, the new man, the left-hander pushing out to backward point. There'll be no single.
It was always going to be full and swinging, that delivery, wasn't it? Last time I saw a catch celebrated like that was one Ricky Ponte on taking a catch and looking up and having Steve Smith crash into him. Do you remember in the Champions Trophy?
Yeah.
Ponting was furious. They put in a really bad tournament, a bad effort in the field that day. And he took a simple catch, and of course it was mixed up in the field, and Smith crashed into him, and he was filthy, was he?
So Wokes, couple left. Up here, bowls to the new man, Stark, who takes it off his hip and gets off the mark with maybe 2 at the deep square. It will be 2. Well weighted. 6 for 247.
Bowled the away swinger first ball, and then he went back in for the in swinger. Well watched from Mitchell Stark. We know he's a fine tail ender. We need his runs here. Andrew Sampson.
74 balls he faced for his 39 Travis Head with 5 fours. Out of 207 that were bowled in total. Just 35.7% of the strike.
Right. So Marsh did the bulk of the heavy lifting. On strike here is Stark. Last ball of the over. Gets big on him, but he plays it out to point off the stickers of the bat. And over where England picked up their 6th wicket with 247 on the board. 2 new men. Carey 5, Stark 2 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sail on now.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
Our new Australian batters for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar, and our coverage is for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Mo and Ali to continue. 2 left-handers out there, which works for England.
Why are you buying Ali? Aren't they sensing the moment? Ball's swinging.
Mark Wood.
Get Wood on. Get him on now.
That's a good point, Damien.
Great point. So the outside edge, you got the slip there for that. Short leg 2 under the lid. Man back at deep square for Stark. No protection on the offside. Bowls here. Stark lunges forward into the hands of short leg and out again. That was a chance. Straight off the face of the bat. We'll need a second look to confirm that, but my sense is that's in and out. Yep, through the legs.
Yeah.
That's Joe Root at short leg as well. Would you believe it? Joe Root putting down 3 catches. He's taken 2. He's been busy, the former captain.
He'd be negative in Supercoach. He'd be minus.
Usually it's slipped to Moeen. Bowls here and forward. He's Stark defending. Out to the offside. So Zach Crawley's a slip. Ordinarily, they'd have Ollie Pope under there, but the recalibrated field settings with the vice captain missing with a shoulder injury. Stark long off back now. Moeen bowls. Stark forward, defending, outside part of the bat to backward point, no run.
This England feeling is terrible, isn't it? I wonder if it's a result of their attitude to training in the last 12 months. They're pretty... I mean, Bharat has watched a lot more of their training than any of us, I'd assume, even though he lives in Australia. Do you have CCTV at the nets?
Moeen bowls, Stark defence. Brett's made that point off air. He goes, well, that'll happen if you don't train.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we talked about in the first session
very lax
the intensity of England's training sessions compared to Australia's. No balls, buys, drop catches, misfields.
Moeen bowls and Stark is forward defensively.
It all adds up, particularly in close test matches.
Well, I think Head was dropped on about 8. Marsh was dropped on 12. That's a lot of runs.
Moeen up. Bowls again. Stark. Forward defence for the 3rd time in the over. Out to cover. End of it as well. 56 gone, 6 for 248 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sail on now. Carey 6, Stark 2.
Be ready for all the office footy banter with SEN.
Silvani! Jack in the pack!
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on AFL Nation.
Darcy Moore, moan him down!
SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
As requested by Damien Fleming, here comes Mark Wood, the fastest man in the land. He's bowled 3 spells today. The first was an absolute beauty. If he gets it on target early on to the 2 new men, He'll be in the game straight away. England have celebrated 1 wicket in the session for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. Woods away from us. Sprinting towards Carey. Bowls here, Carey. Inside edge, not far away. Wood hits the deck, first ball of the spell.
8th time.
Not on 9th, I reckon.
9th time.
91 miles an hour. That delivery. Pretty good first up.
Probably not a bad result either, Fleming. Gets a look at Stark's second ball of the over.
And that type of ball might knock over Starkey. It was fast and it's swinging. He's got a great wrist release. You can see that the seam is angled towards leg stump, wrist and fingers behind the ball. Not unlike Mitchell Stark when he's bowling to the tail enders. So he might want to get that front leg just inside the line a little bit. We don't want him getting hit on the toes.
Short back lift.
Stark waiting for Wood, running into him. Bowls here, and he gets it full and straight and pushed out towards cover, no run.
With that noise, that's hit low in the bat, hasn't it? That noise.
Saw in that report about fast bowling yesterday that no one runs in quicker than Mark Wood, 25 kilometres an hour. His run up, incredible.
Yeah, it's only one component of bowling fast, but momentum and speed in your run-up, does transfer into ball speed.
And they've got to bat smart here, Flem, don't they? They'll know he'll only bowl a 3 or 4 over spell max. He's got to get through it.
Could be a tough spell, though, Collar.
3 in the cordon, a fine leg. Deep backward square as well for the short ball when it comes. Into Stark, delivers here full. Bowls him! Comprehensive! What a delivery that is. Back through the gate. Mark Wood's been brought back into the attack to do precisely that. Stark's knocked over for 2. Australia lose a second quick wicket after tea. They've got work to do at 7 for 249, Flem.
Yeah, I thought that was going to lead to the doorway to departure, and it did a little bit quicker than I thought. It was just a fast swinging delivery. Mitchell Stark blocked the previous delivery, but this one just too quick. Too much swing, knocking over Mitchell Stark, our number 8. Real concerns here. Pat Cummins is back in good form with the bat. He'll need to be at his best here with Carey. Otherwise, the Australians will be bowling very, very soon.
That's Pat Cummins walking out to the middle. As expected, the crowd still aren't too happy with him either. But Cummins will block all that out, as he's done a pretty good job during the week of doing, Pete. Whenever he's asked about the controversy, air quotes at Lords, he's pretty simple. He's like, I don't care. Yeah. All good. Do it again.
The 2 new public enemies, number 1 and 2, Alex Carey and Pat Cummins. You can hear the songs right now. Well, very difficult to face these quicks, and this just shows you what airspeed does, doesn't it? And what's been lacking in this England attack in the first 2 tests. And had Jofra Archer like we did in 2019, and from memory he got 6 or 7 here in the first innings.
6, yep.
6
on day 1.
Yeah.
When he was doing a similar thing to what Mark Wood's doing here. Too fast and too good there. That replay for tyre power, Fulton tyres 25% off. That was clean bowled, smashing into the top of middle and leg. Yeah, after swinging through the gate, dreamy stuff, Lem.
This is exactly what they want from Mark Wood. Pace, full, swinging, attacking the stumps. Now that I'd make sure you got plenty of slips in place. What's going on here? Oh, a helmet for bat pad?
Yep.
Get in there.
3 slips, deep third man, deep fine leg.
How unusual. The captain's got to feel short leg, Ben Stokes.
Oh, there's 2 slips in a gully.
Probably don't need a mid-on, to be honest. But yeah, that's unusual. Good on you, Ben Stokes. Although he's not getting that close at bat pad, is he? He's a short square leg at this stage.
So just 1 back for the short ball at fine leg. Wood away from us on the charge to Cummins. The captain's first ball here. And he's hit his leg, front pad I should say, and it goes down into the gloves of Bairstow.
Just fell away a little bit. I wonder whether Mark Wood was trying the Yorker. His follow-through is generally not in the danger zone, but just left of that corridor position. On that occasion, he ends up on the wicket that we're not using on the left, so just falling away a little bit.
Oh, getting another look here on the screen of that boulder Stark. That's getting a lot of good players out too, isn't it? It's going to be a contender for our delivery of the day for Macca's automatic delivery on the My Macca's app.
Yeah, he'll want to adjust this one. He'll want to make Pat Cummins play.
The Western Terrace are alive with 2 wickets after tea. They've taken 3 for 9 England. what they'd love to make it 4 here. Wood bowls Cummins, hit on the pad, close shout for leg before, and it's given. An easy decision for umpire Damascena. Cummins playing down the wrong line. Wood's gone bang, bang. England have taken 3 in a hurry after tea now.
I don't think he's going to bother.
He's not going to bother reviewing that. The captain's gone for a duck. Wood, too fast, too good. Australia, 8 for 249, Damien Fleming.
Yeah, his only hope was whether he got an inside edge, and Cummins, knowing he did, that was the pathway to plumness. In for an LBW. He's just beating him for pace, the tail enders. This is what he was brought in for. Some early wickets with the new ball. Don't bowl a lot in the middle. As soon as the tail come on, let's rock and roll him. He's doing his job beautifully.
This is exhilarating cricket. Cummins couldn't even get the bat down in time.
No.
It's all about the pace.
If you saw a still of that, you would have thought that Cummins had let that go, but he just couldn't get the bat anywhere near it.
And what that did, it didn't swing, it just seamed in a little bit. So breathtaking stuff from Wood. We haven't been able to see him or Archer so far through the series. And he's a banker. He's a wicket taker.
So Todd Murphy's coming in. He was carded at 11, but he's batting at 10. He often batted 8 in India earlier this year. Made a good 40-odd at Ahmedabad in his most recent test innings, but it feels a long, long, long way away from the road at Ahmedabad right now.
He's only 22 years of age. He's not faced anything like this in ball speed, late swing, and with the crowd that finally is ignited. They've turned up after Mitchell Marsh got knocked over.
So Mark Wood has 1 ball left in this over. He's already ripped out Stark and Cummins. There will be fielders everywhere for Murphy, playing his 5th test match, high score of 41. That was the innings at Ahmedabad in his most recent test match.
He's
into
a promising
the cipher line.
lower order batsman, but this is a different level. Short back lift, get forward, full face of the bat. Good luck.
Good shot. 3 slips the backward point, the leg gully, the short leg. 1 back for the short ball. Wood away from us, like he's running the 100 metres final. Bowls hitter Murphy, his first ball, full and straight again, digs it out for 4. Digs it out for 4 through the cordon. Had he missed, that was hitting the off stump. What an over from Mark Wood. Australia 8 for 253 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Beaumont Tail's huge sail on now.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Chris Wokes will continue. He's got it swinging around corners, and Mark Wood's got toes being blown off. Exhilarating Test cricket, Mark Wood.
It was a little bit late. I called for it earlier, but they need to get Wood on straight away. And things are still happening for Wokes, aren't they? The ball's still moving for him. Going to be tough tail end runs. Can Carey get going, find the boundary?
So Wokes has changed ends to effectively continue his successful spell. Already picking up Travis Head at just after tea. Australia have lost 4 for 13. Wokes is in round the wicket, hits Carey on the body, who went back to ride the bounce and let it hit him on the forearm or maybe the bicep or something like that. We're behind Carey. We'll get a second look in a moment for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off.
Well, what does Carey do here? He knows that the 2 batters remaining cannot keep Wood out.
I think when you get a chance to score, you've got to take that option. If we got bowled out, got an extra 20-30, I want to bowl tonight. Tomorrow looks 25 degrees and sun. Be a good batting day. I want to see the Aussies bowl tonight.
Just a couple of slips for Carey. Wokes bowls to him here, and he drives off the inside portion of the bat straight back to the bowler wearing number 19.
Does he try and keep the strike? Before. It's a brave man.
Well, I think he has to against Wood. He might knock him over. Against Wokes, not so much.
No, I'm thinking more of Wood.
But, you know, you've got to score because as I said, the opportunity to bowl tonight, England won't want to bat tonight, is too high. So can we get to 280?
Another sweeper goes back at deep point. 4-man back, he bowls here, and Carey lunges forward and slaps him. And Wokes collects it in his follow-through, or nearly does. He was picking it up to throw it down the stumps because Carey was well out of his ground. Good cricket again.
Good intent. Wokes is a very clever player. I think he's going to push long off back to take that potential boundary out. No, he's kept him up.
Sort of 3/4 of the way back,
but he's just, drifted back a little bit.
So men back at deep square leg, fine leg, deep point third man, and mid-on and mid-off are back on the one. That is to say they're giving him the single straight if he wants it. Wokes in, bowls here, Carey. Plays outside the line of the off stump, and it beats the edge. Well bowled. Tempter.
Just a little away, swinger too, made him reach for it. Carey's going to line up deliveries that are straight at him. He'll sweat on anything short. I can't see him getting a lot of width. He's a very good cutter of the ball. So that's good bowling, full in the corridor, going away from the outside edge.
Scrambles.
Yeah, so close to the outside edge. Watching it back for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off. That was a coat of varnish saving Carey. What a start after tea for England. They're fired up. Wokes bowls close to the stumps. Carey turns it into the onside, takes the single from the 5th ball of the over. So 1 for Murphy to deal with here. Takes Carey up to 8. Australia 8 for 254.
Important that England get through this Australian batting lineup quickly because they're a bowler down. No Robinson. In fact, they're probably 2 bowlers down, so they don't have unlikely that Stokes will bowl as well.
Yeah, I don't mind the Aussies getting bowled out. Give it half an hour. I'd love 20 runs. And let's have an hour at them.
Do you think what they were just before tea, though, Flem? They were 4 for 240. How this game's changed.
Lost 3 for 9.
4 for 9.
4 for 9.
Batted 5 since then. Wokes bowls over the wicket. Murphy turns it into the onside. They don't take the single. They don't take the single. On offer.
He's scoring for a ball off wood.
So 8 for 254 becomes a score. Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Beaumont Tale's huge sail on now. Carey's 8, Murphy's 4.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
We've got Damien, Fleming and Peter Lalor and Andrew Sampson with us for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas and wood, of course, to go again.
Tell you what, you wouldn't be getting the ball out of my hand. He's just got a couple of wickets, and it'd be a great comeback for Mark Wood. Test cricket's better from seeing him. Thought he was fantastic down in Australia a couple of summers ago. Won't be over bowled if he can finish this quickly, and he's a major weapon, isn't he, for England?
So they're giving Carey the single early in the over. Third man, deep backward point, fine leg, deep backward square, and mid-on and mid-off again, set back deep enough that there's 1 if he wants it. So where are Carey's boundary options here? What's his most likely shot?
It's almost getting a squirt down to the offside and beating third man and backward point.
Wood over the wicket, bowls to Carey. Short ball hits him again. Hit him on the back, ducking into it. Either on the shoulder or the back, either way. That's going to sting. That's going to leave a bruise. A big one at that. Carey toughs it out, takes the helmet off.
Did it get him in the helmet? I think it did. I think Campo done
ricocheted up to the helmet.
Yeah. Signalling to the medical staff.
So there'll be a concussion test. We'll watch it back for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off and see whether it was...
So the problem is, by looking after the tail ender, Wood's bowling at so much speed. There's a bit of self-preservation first, and then you're trying to score.
Looks like he hit on the top of the helmet, judging by his body language. The way it ballooned, I thought it was shoulder, but we yet to see a replay. They'll replace the lid in the usual way. They'll go through the concussion protocol.
Potential replacements out there with the drinks. Jimmy Pearson,
yes.
If he doesn't pass the test.
We had 8 of them at Lord's last week, Flem.
Yep. Not at this speed, though, isn't it? They were at 80 to maybe 85 miles an hour.
He looks fine.
And there's no suggestion that he's in any way incapacitated.
He'll need a new helmet.
He knew where the doctor was, actually. He looked out towards the football stand and called the doctor over, knowing that they'd have to go through the process. So 3 wickets after tea. Head caught by Root at slip. The ball after Root popped Carey down in that position from the bowling of Wakes for 39. Stark clean bowled by Wood, an absolute beauty for 2. And a couple of balls later, the captain Cummins struck on the back pad. Bat nowhere near it. Leg before wicket. Second ball duck. And this pair have put on 5 since then. 8 for 254. And that all follows Mitchell Marsh's stunning 118. Third Ashes 100. On the stroke of 2. A little inside edge onto the pad. Tiny inside edge.
It must have been a feather. There was no, you couldn't detect any movement. And we won't know, obviously, until the Australians bowl. We're saying that they were in a good position. They've been run down a little bit in this last session. But maybe that 100 was even better than what we thought.
Yeah.
And if the Australians bowl tonight and have them 3 or 4 down, well, you're just going, really, it was just that innings for Mitchell Marsh that stopped us getting bowled out for 150.
My instinct as he reached 100 was that's one of the great Ashes hundreds of the modern era. And I can't think of many more like that from where they were.
No one else has got over 39.
Yeah.
So that's significant.
Yes.
And he's got it at a runner ball. As I said, I likened it to Ian Botham.
Yep.
In his succinctness and his technique and his power.
So Wood's got the ball. Carey's good to go. Bowling here over the wicket, making room, slapping out through the offside. A catch towards cover, and it's taken. Carey's gone as well. Australia are collapsing. He made room and tried to clear the front leg, tried to elevate it over extra cover, but instead straight into the waiting hands of that fielder. Chris Wokes makes no mistake. Australia 9 for 254. They have lost 5 for 15.
Yeah, I don't mind his theory. I just thought, where are you going to get a boundary? And I thought it was getting, between backward point and third man. He didn't actually execute as well as he wanted. We pretty much need the bolo. I'd be comfortable if he gets knocked over pretty early. The Australians need to get the ball in hand, use these good swinging and seaming conditions, and then start to get into an English batting lineup that is one batter short.
That's assuming that the next ball that comes out of the box swings, Damien. That's assuming that the next ball swings. The one that the Australians get when they bowl. It hasn't always swung this series.
Well, this one certainly has. They actually changed their ball, didn't they? After Wood's first wicket, they for whatever reason, changed the ball. But it's working out okay after tea. Wood's taken 3 wickets in 8 deliveries after returning to the attack. He's now got 4.
Do you think there was any need to really be hit going for the boundaries? I mean, could he not just have seen the over out and got the strike at the other end and maybe made the runs at the other end?
Yeah, possibly. But for me, I just...
Stokes
you have to get
Wood. One end.
Yeah, but I mean it's a different type of batsman. There was one short boundary. It wasn't the ball speed of Mark Wood. No. Could you have seen through Wood and then gone through?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. To be honest, I want the Australians bowling as soon as possible.
So the collapse is actually 5 for 14 since Marsh fell.
He deserves his fifer.
Wood's got 4. He gets a look at Boland. Catches everywhere. His first ball's full and straight and somehow misses the off stump. It swung away at the very last moment. Boland smiles out to the square leg umpire. They could have been Wood. Bang, bang on the way to a 10th opportunity in a couple of days.
Is that the 10th time he's fallen over?
Yeah, I've got it as 10.
Yeah, and Scott Boland, as we alluded to in the first Test match, he's just reverting back to being an opening batsman for St. Bede's. So he's comfortable facing this pace and swing, getting forward. Might even see a lead.
What a point of difference Mark Wood is from our Kirkstall Lane end. Up to Boland here, delivers bouncer. Not quite a bouncer, awkward length to keep away out of the rib cage or the shoulder. Gets it down to leg gully where Moeen Ali does the fielding.
Oh, I don't like him bowling short to Bolo.
Bolo, that first delivery, his front foot was doing the hokey pokey. It went out at the end and very tentative.
It's a major weapon, isn't it, for England? He's just going to knock over Australia's tail.
Just makes you think if he actually was right to go at Lord's last week.
Yep.
and they were managing him for this. You just got to ask that question. Could he have played last week? Wood here, 2 left in the over, up at Australia's 11. Boland, wide of the crease, Boland. Pulls his bat inside the line, doesn't play and miss. Well played.
Average speed of over 91 miles an hour. Fastest delivery, 96.5 miles an hour. That's Tomo territory. That's seriously quick.
I genuinely thought that in his first spell he was going to hit 100 mile an hour because he progressively was ratcheting it up 1 mile per ball. There's a beach ball on the ground and the security steward is on removing that before they can continue. So 1 ball left for Wood here in the over. He's already picked up Carey in it. Silly point, short leg, packed Corden, leg gully. Wood bowls, Boland down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. End of the over, 59 gone, changing commentary. 1.5 hour of cricket that's been. On the Beaumont Tales scoreboard, Beaumont Tales future on now, Murphy 4, Boland yet to score, Australia 9 for 254.
The supercars are on track and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 1 wicket for England to get. As Chris Wokes will continue from the Howard stand end with the figures of 3 for 64. He's bowling to Murphy, who bottom edges it down to the boundary for 4. Past Bairstow, who dived away to his right. And he's got 2 boundaries.
You don't bowl there to Murph.
Yeah.
He'll make you pay. He'll use your pace against you.
Smashed 2 now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
1 through the slips, 1 past Bestow's right hand.
And generally only using 1 area of the ground.
Yeah.
Specialist. Smart man. Strike rate, 8 off 3.
He's making Test cricket in England look really easy here, Fleming.
But they're nice run, even 270. But I want us to get there quick, Jarrod. I want us to start
get the ball.
bowling now.
3 slips in play. And a backward point and a bat pad as Murphy is beaten by a good one.
Cracker.
He searched for that one, the angle across the left-hander. It just missed the outside edge.
Different bowler in England, isn't he, Wokes?
Yeah.
He's got great skills. I admire him as a player. Struggles in Australia, but he's in English conditions. He's in that very good category.
So the 2 bowlers that missed Lords have got 7 wickets. Haven't seen either of these.
Here comes Boland.
A 7 for maybe.
Yeah, or Mitch. Mitch could get a couple himself.
Yes.
Wokes again, bowls, and at bottom edge again from Murphy's. He tries to hook it away. This time it spits out on the offside.
I like it. He looks comfortable to play it. We need boundaries. We've got to score. There's no value in these 2 just fighting it out and getting a single over.
He is someone that can dig in if required, Murphy. He's played quite a few important innings for Victoria down the order. As Wokes bowls here to Murphy, slashes away backward of point, and that rockets to the fence. That was a proper cricket shot. And Murphy moves to 12, 9 for 262.
That was the one he meant. He got some width there, didn't he? He leapt back and he's played that really, really well. It's the first time he sort of aimed a ball in an area and it went there. I thought at times in India he shaped up pretty well with the bat as well. He's
a noted, at club level. Yeah. He's won games for Victoria, as Whitey said, but it's different with the big step up.
Wokes again to Murphy, who's in defence, nudging to backward point.
This is the better end to be at.
Yeah, I might not run a quick single off the last over, but
4s or nothing.
A lot of the finger spinners over the years that are left-hand batsmen, the one shot they've always got is the cut shot.
Yeah,
and it's a good shot to have at Test level if you can block and let the ball go, because eventually you'll get one, and you've got to make him pay, which he has. bonus runs in this last wicket partnership.
Scotty Boland just looking where he can quickly run through for a single. Last ball of the over.
Yep.
Murphy top edge, down to a vacant fine leg, backward square coming around doing the fielding. And they do take the single. End of the over, 9 for 263. Murphy 13, Boland yet to score. And that is on the Bowman Tiles scoreboard.
Whether it's been a big weekend or a big weekend of NRL.
And Jerome Luai can't the rise that picks up a try.
SEN has you covered. Catch up on all the scores in the time it takes to make your morning coffee with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on SEN League. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Mark Wood is going to continue with the figures of 4 for 34. Murphy on strike on 13. 3 slips in play and a bat bad. As Wood bowls, and Murphy plays confidently off the front foot to cover point. No run.
Shot.
I was watching Stokes move the field around there, and Wokes was going to go in, I think, as a catcher. Stokes went, no. We need someone at mid-off, and I was thinking, that feels optimistic. But after that shot, he might be able to get one to mid-off.
But he's played a forward shot, didn't get any runs, so now there's another man out at backward square. He's taken on every short ball from Wokes, but this has got more speed, so let's see what Murph does here.
So for Victoria, Boland's their number 1 choice night watchman. Murphy is their number 2. So both have got a defence that is respected in Victoria. And that is a bouncer that's well played by Murphy. He gets down on his knees and watches it go past.
I really hope Victoria don't have a third option.
Well, Peter Siddle's coming back to...
It doesn't say a lot about the first option, does it?
Peter Siddle's coming back to Victoria, Flem, so you would imagine that he would be...
a third option. What's your role? Where do you like batting? Mitchell, the third option. Night watch.
Well,
yeah, that's probably my preferred position.
I actually got that wrong, because Mitchell Perry, who's come into the team relatively recently, he calls himself the Nighthawk.
Another Nighthawk.
So he probably is number 1 now. Wood bowls to Murphy, who tries to ladle it over the top of the keeper and doesn't make contact.
That's a good option, Jarrod. Get it outside the line, but that's runs if he can get bat on it.
Well, also, they don't have someone behind the slips, right? So
Which they often do.
Yeah, so if he's going to... if he'd be unlucky to hit that to Moeen Ali, right? He might get something through to the keeper, but I don't think that's a bad option at all.
Just looks to actually have a bit more time than the other guys that have been knocked over by Wood.
Well, it's hard to tell if Pat Cummins had time or not, because he looked like a computer game when the game hadn't finished loading.
That's right.
And
it was buffering.
His seemed in too.
Not that he noticed that.
Yeah.
2 slips and a bat pad. Wood again to Murphy. Full. Oh, he's chopped on! And Mark Wood has 5 for. And Australia is all out for 263. Haven't they missed the raw pace of Wood? His first appearance in this Ashes series, and for the 4th time in Test cricket, he has a 5-wicket haul in just 29 matches. Murphy's out for 13. Australia all out 2-6-3.
Fair to say it's been an entertaining day so far, and now we've got just over an hour for the Australians to bowl, and particularly Stark and Cummins, who got knocked over quickly. They'll want to make sure they get the ball and get some wickets. Mark Wood, that is brilliant fast bowling. He has a specific role in this team. He has played it to a T, and to be able to raise the ball for 5 in his comeback test, this will be a magic feeling for him.
Yeah, huge for him as well to be able to do it in England. All of his success so far really has been overseas. So to be able to come back and do what he has there, I think that's an important thing for him emotionally. And also, last week, the whispers were that the injury was worse than we thought. It looked pretty good based on that spell. That was about as fast as I've seen anyone bowl in England consistently since maybe Sean Tate played over here.
So Mark Wood leaves the arena in front of his teammates, holding the ball aloft. Andrew, there's some numbers there on what Mark's just achieved there.
Yeah, his fourth fifer, as you said, in Test cricket, and his first in England. But that final spell after tea was 2 overs and 4 balls, 4 for 5.
And his first ball over was at 4 overs for 1 for 2 or something like that.
His first ball was 4-3-2-1.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff. But as I said, I was pretty keen for Australia to get bowled out when they only had a couple of wickets left. Worried about tomorrow, 25 degrees, sun. We know up here, when it's sunny, it doesn't seem to do as much. This seemed like a quicker, bouncier pitch than the previous two. And there we saw slips getting easier catches. Batsmen can play their shots, though, and they get full reward here with the outfield. But the Australians have a lot of options with the ball. Speed, swing. They're not going to leave anything in the tank tonight.
Yeah, I mean, his first spell of 1 for 2 and the last spell of 4 for 5. We were mentioning during his third spell, 3 overs for 21. Wondering if he'd run out of steam a little bit at that point.
You know what?
And he came back with that.
You know what gets that steam back? Tail enders.
Tail enders.
No, it does.
Yeah.
He was regressing in speeds.
Yeah.
But then the little bit of a sniff of wickets against the tail, the ball's still moving. I'm not surprised his pace got back up there.
But also that's important for Australia that the ball was still moving right at the end.
Definitely.
There. And there was a whole session where they basically they never bowled the best balls that they needed to Mitchell top of his knee, right on the stumps, which was very struggles in Test cricket. And also with head, they went with the bouncers when they could have just kept moving the ball outside off stump.
And then you go, the ball stopped swinging.
Yeah.
And it probably hasn't. The batsman's tactics versus the bowler's tactics. It played into Australia's favour, as you said, just bowling short to Travis Head. But Mitchell Marsh was in that zone. It's ugly bowling to aggressive attacking batsmen where that little corridor of uncertainty, the avenue of apprehension, instead of being a metre by 2 metres, all of a sudden, if you're not hitting that 20-cent coin, because he's hitting on the up, good length deliveries, and he's also pulling ones a fraction shorter. That messes with any bowler's line and length, and I think we're saying, it's one of the great Test knocks, but the bowlers have to back it up now.
Our experts for Red Energy, Damien, Fleming and Jarrod, Kimber. Australia was sent into bat by Ben Stokes this morning, all out for 263. Mitchell Marsh making 118, Travis Head 39, Steve Smith 22, and for England, Mark Wood 5 for 34 and Chris Wokes 3 for 73. We're going to take a break here from Headingley. Back shortly for England's innings on what has been an eventful first day from Headingley.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. While smaller than a schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Nugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Nugget. Not quite a schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
Sheen Panel Service.
SHEIN is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at SHEIN, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. SHEIN is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Be ready for all the office footy banter with SEN.
Silvani! Jack in the pack!
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on AFL Nation. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
When it comes to joist hangers, strap bracing and metal connectors, Pazload's cordless positive placement nailer owns the job. It's fast and accurate. For quick wins on site, get onto Pazload's new PPN Master.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
Oh, Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll beauty. Grab your favourites like Cascade Draft 24-pack for $54.99 or $49.99 for Hump Club members. Jim Beam White or Canadian Club 4.6% 10 packs $41.99 or $36.99 for members. Sign up online or in store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July.
Even camels get thirsty.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Cricket, he has a fly wicket.
Welcome back to Headingley. The lights are on, but there are plenty of people home watching the start of England's innings. Adam White, Bharat Sundaresan and also Jarrod Kimber in place with Australia dismissed for 263. Crawley and Duckett are the men out in the middle. And it'll be Mitchell Stark to bowl the first ball.
Good evening, Adam. Good evening, Jarrod. Andrew. That's what pace does. It finishes things off in a hurry.
You're saying pace is quick?
Pace is quick. Pace is very quick. And what a spell that was from Mark Wood. I heard you describe the Pat Cummins dismissal, Jarrod. Yeah, it felt like he got stuck, right? It was one of those... one of those screenshots that have made it to social media. This game is malfunctioning.
Yeah.
The bat just didn't come down, and no wonder he just walked off. But look, the Australian fast bowlers can use all that pent-up angst, Stark and Cummins in particular, for being cleaned up the way they were by Mark Wood, and take it out on the Baz bowling openers.
So Mitchell Stark is ready on the runway. 3 slips in and a gully in play. Stark past the umpire, bowls to Crawley, who's beaten by a good one. He sort of felt for that one across the right-hander, very nearly taking the outside edge.
Australia can look at how the day has panned out in many ways. There is movement. It did move in the air coming back in. Just where they were, 4 for 91, the number of drop catches. They can look at the score that they put on and said, you know what? I don't know how we got there, but we did, thanks to special innings from Mitchell Marsh, who was also dropped at 12. And we still have the best of the bowling conditions this evening. And they can easily knock 4 or 5 over tonight.
Stark again. Past the umpire, bowls to Crawley, who nudges it away. Back with his spin. They take one, and they should be able to come back for a comfortable 2. Bowling down in the deep. So England is away. No wicket for 2, trailing by 261.
And he saw him. That was slightly off target from Mitchell Stark, but he's got the ball moving. Pat Cummins will be fired up. And these are also pass bowling conditions in terms of the pitch, where the ball's finally coming onto the bat.
The outfield as well.
Outfield is brilliant. Short boundaries, straight, even bounce that you can trust. England will come hard.
The jet plane roars above us here at Headingley as Stark roars in, bowls to Crawley. That's wide of the off stump and full, and Crawley leaves alone. SEN Test cricket, thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon. Angus at Macca's. This is going to be enthralling last hour and a bit here at Headingley.
That was also a delivery straight from a cricket video game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When you aim for a really full delivery and you just like make sure it swings maximum, it just went nowhere. It did swing.
It swung a lot when it didn't matter.
That's when you're getting your handle around the joystick.
XXXX.
Yes.
Stark again. Bowls to Crawley, who's flicking it away off the stumps through square leg. There is protection out there. Travis Head doing the fielding. And just a single, but that came right off the middle of the bat there by Zach Crawley. He's up to 3. England no wicket for 3.
And he's been shaping it into the right-hander. Now with Ben Duckett on strike. Australia have a new gully fielder in Mitchell Marsh, so they don't have 3 gullies in one, which they used to get with Cam Green, or which they've been used to with Cam Green. But the angle away from the left-hander, we all know Ben Duckett will play at everything. There could be an opening here for Australia with Duckett. Stark needs to get it right. He had him LBW, which was overturned, and after that he bowled too short to him. That second innings at Lord's.
He played so well at Lord's. Duckett facing Stark here, and he fends at that one and misses. Kind of fishing outside the off stump, caught on the crease, and good movement in the air from Stark.
Exactly what I was talking about, that movement. Once again,
that's a big swing.
Big swing for Mitchell Stark. Genuine swing.
That's probably fuller than you usually need to bowl to Duckett as well. But if you're going to swing it, you might as well do that.
Yeah.
And then you can go to the back of the length balls later and getting the poke the ball to
and
third
he
slip.
will glide it towards the slip region like he does.
Looking at that replay, thanks to Tyre Power, Falcon Tyres, 25% off that. That swung a long, long way. Last ball of the over. Stark charging in, bowls to Duckett. Oh, he gets leading edge, and fortunately for Duckett, as he tried to play through mid-wicket, it went along the ground to mid-off. So a fair bit in that over. Mitchell Stark getting the ball to swing on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. After 1 over, England no wicket for 3.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley. Andrew?
Yeah, just to put a bit of perspective on that Australian collapse, last 6 wickets falling for 23 after a partnership of 155 for the 5th wicket. You could only find 2 innings in Test cricket where the last 6 wickets fell for fewer than that after a 5th wicket partnership of over 150.
Cummins, his first ball to Crawley, who pushes forward comfortably up to mid-off in defence.
So England against Pakistan at Trent Bridge in 2010. Collingwood and Morgan added 219 for the 5th wicket, and they lost their last 6 for 17. And in 2002, Carl Hooper and Shiv Chanderpaul added 215 for West Indies against India in Bridgetown, and then they lost their last 6 for 18. As the only 2 worst collapses after 150 run 5th wicket partnership.
I think we should have a new segment. Just call it the School of Sampson.
At the very least, he needs a sponsor.
Yeah, I know. The School of Sampson.
Very impressive.
Sponsored by Red Bull.
Bowles. Crawley flicks it away. Nice shot back with a square leg for 4. Off leg stump. It was a forceful shot. He found the gap and really with his hands flicked on contact to get it behind square for 4. He's up to 7.
And the Western Terraces have found their voice as well. Walked right across his stumps, hit it on the up. And we saw him do that to Hazelwood and Scott Boland. Or we've seen him do that in the series. It's the first time I've seen him do that to Pat Cummins. I expect this ball to be slightly quicker though.
Yes. 3 slips and a gully in play. Cummins charging in. Bowls to Crawley, who drives through the covers. Not fully timed. So it should be only 2 with Labuschagne on the chase. The slide and pick up. 2 more to the score. No wicket for 9. Crawley has all of them.
And we've gotten used to, haven't we, Jarrod, with Australia in this series. To start with the slightly fine-ish deep backward point on the boundary. 2 men back for the short ball on the leg side now. Todd Murphy was at square leg. Now he's been pushed back. It's become a normal Australian field two-bass ball.
Crowd really finding voice late in the day. Cummins bowls and Crawley pushes into the onside. Another single. Boland coming around from mid-on to do the fielding. So Crawley's looking good early. He's up to 10. All of England's runs.
Already this looks like a pitch that Zach Crawley will enjoy batting on. He's so dependent on the ball coming on to the bat. Then he can free himself up. Likes playing away from the body, plays some lovely drives, and is fluent through the onside as well. But he needs the ball coming onto the bat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's probably a wicket that Duckett would like less.
Yes.
So, you know, we've seen this sort of swap throughout this series. Still, like, because of the pace and the bounce, I still think that Crawley can get an edge through to 2nd or 3rd slip, trying to drive on the up.
Yeah, that he can on any pitch.
Yeah.
Cummins to Duckett for the first time. Flicks it away off the thigh pad. Behind square for a single, remaining the deep. So Duckett is now off the mark. Crawley on 10. No wicket for 11. 1 ball left in the 2nd over.
So far in this series, every time we've seen England bowl, as soon as that finishes, we talk about, but Australia have the faster, taller bowlers. Now with Mark Wood in, Australia still have the taller bowlers. But it's for the first time that you can see, without that extra pace, as well as Chris Woakes' ball today, broad in certain spells, there are runs to be scored.
Last ball of the over, Crawley back on strike. Cummins a bit wider on the crease, and Crawley again comfortably from leg stump, turns into the onside to the man in the deep. That's Todd Murphy, and a single is all they take. So it is England no wicket for 12. Crawley on 11, Duckett on 1. There's a significant change in the commentary box. Adam Collins and also Jeremy Coney is heading back in as we take a break.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Stark into Crawley, new over here, pushing out towards deep point where there's always a sweeper. Crawley gets his 12th run. England, none for 13. Adam Collins jumping in. I've got Jeremy Coney with us from Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Grant Sundaresan as well. The Oracle, Andrew Sampson. I love that. Worst collapses in Test cricket after a 150 stand preceding it. That's Sampson 101. That's why we love him on SEN cricket.
Under a learning tree. You're sitting next to a learning tree.
We should start flogging his database on air.
I know.
But you can't use it if you've got an Apple Mac. You can only do it on an old-fashioned Microsoft-style computer. Stark towards us. Football stand end towards Duckett as well. Bowls here. Duckett inside part of the bat, shoveling it out to mid-wicket. Gets his second run, none for 14. So a nice gentle start here, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's right. It's an interesting time, isn't it? Well, 6 for 23. And then now, Australia bowling tonight. I did mention at the end of the tea break, that wasn't sure exactly what position Australia were in, despite that wonderful 100. They were still only just even, and then Mark Wood has come to the party, and that's okay, that's fine.
Stark's run up all the way back from the rope pretty much here at Leeds. Bowls to Crawley, inside edge onto the pad. Ends up in the offside, no run.
A lot of sun forecast for tomorrow, particularly, so Australia will, they would like to take advantage of this cloud cover and this green tinge to the pitch. And I would just wonder whether Boland might be better, it might be a bit sacrilegious to say it, than Cummins, but just for tonight, while these conditions exist.
I think he'll come on pretty early. Yeah. I think Cummins will give himself one more over. We saw Zach Crawley was walking across stumps and just whipping him away. Felt like a start of a 50-over innings that Cummins over.
Stark, left arm over. Up here, bowls to Crawley. Crawley driving out wide of mid-off where the captain Cummins can field no dramas there. The other one I think we'll see relatively early in the piece is Mitch Marsh, because he's turned himself into a genuine swing bowler.
Yeah.
Used to be pretty quick through the air, would hit the speed gun in the sort of low and occasionally mid 140s. Very different these days, and we saw what he did at the Oval with those swinging deliveries both ways 4 years ago, taking his fifer. So they've got options, Australia, good options for these conditions. It's coming up 5:10 local time. Lots of cricket left though. They'll play all the way through to the cut-off at 6:30, I'm certain. Stark up under cloud cover. Bowls to Crawley. Playing upish over the top of the cordon for 4 more. That's the way he plays. That's what they always say, the England dressing room. Up to 16 Crawley from 13 balls. Done for 18. That's on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Beaumont Tale huge sail on now. Duck it down the other end on... Oh, my apologies. One left in the over. Yeah. I thought that was the last ball. There's one to come.
Well, it's a big loose drive, isn't it? And just going with the arm, really, going wider and wider. And Crawley's gone for a big drive. It's gone over the top of Gully. Gully leaping up in the air. That's Mitch Marsh, isn't it?
Yep, that sure is.
So over the top of his hands, was leaping high, couldn't get near it.
Even Green would not have got close, just if you're listening. It's high enough even for him.
Stark's last ball this time. His second over to Crawley again, and Crawley inside part of the bat is what it goes past. For a moment I thought he might have hit it into Carey's gloves. Done for 18 after 3 overs. Crawley 16, Duckett 2, and our coverage is for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Jeremy, replay of the last ball of the previous over for Tyre Power. Falcon Tyre 25% off.
Yeah, a big drive I mentioned from Crawley. It comes from quite wide, sort of almost gully across the ball, and that's where you get a little drag on from an inside edge. The ball just holds its line just a bit more, so quite a dangerous delivery to someone like Crawley. Plays across it.
Gareth Southgate's in the house on the screen right now as Cummins starts a new over and Duckett defends into the offside. Southgate, the coach of the England men's football team. Late in the night in Australia now, 2:10. Text us in. Surely you're not going to bed. Not on a day test cricket like this. You've got to be with us to stumps. 0433 98 11 16. Or if you're in New Zealand and it's, well, what are we in New Zealand?
We're 12 hours less 1. 11 hours, whatever the time is now.
4:11.
4:11.
Yeah.
What's the text number?
Yeah, 48833.
Thank you, JVC. Cummins away from us around the wicket. Never gets old. Kirkstall, Lane and bowls here. Duckett edging and caught behind. That's a screamer from Carey. An absolute beauty. Diving up across first slip. Did everything right with the footwork. Timed his dive to perfection and drags it down for Australia. England lose their first wicket with the score on 18. Duckett gone for 2. Want a second look at this. Pat Cummins in the channel. Had Duckett cutting, and Carey had the time and the presence of mind to take it in the webbing. He's become a fabulous wicketkeeper, Bharat Sundaresan.
Oh, what a catch. He's taken some stunners already in this series, and this one is right up there. It's a different kind of opening batter, Ben Duckett. Most opening batters, you'd say, when the ball is doing anything in the air, bowl it full. For him, you pull your length back. If you just leave it outside off stump, he will feel for it. And Alex Carey diving to his left. Once again, what Johnny Bairstow can't do behind the stumps, Alex Carey does, and does it really well.
Bat on a slight angle, wasn't it, from Ben Duckett? Looking to just, I mean, it was just too close to him to play the stroke, and it just offered the top edge. And it actually got quite a good piece of it, didn't it? And that's why it went so high. Good catch.
England's new number 3, the Yorkshireman Harry Brook, prodigy, averaging 68 in Test cricket, yet to really get going in this series. Elevated in the absence of Ollie Pope, missing with a shoulder injury. A position that is often debated in English cricket, Jeremy. In Australia, your best batter goes 3. That's always been the rule of thumb. Not quite so much in England, and Brook's been elevated up the order with a big job ahead of him.
Yeah, he's kind of almost, for me, the 4th number 3, if you know what I mean, in the team. I mean, you could have had... If Stokes is not going to bowl, he could have actually gone up there. Yeah. I know he's captain, but plenty of captains have opened or been number 3 before. And then you've had actually as well, you've had people... You know, there are a number of them that you could put there. Bairstow, he's got loads more experience. Okay, if he's not going to be the man with the gloves, perhaps. So there's like Lawrence, you don't feel as a number 3, do you? So there's quite a few players that could have gone there, but they've gone with Brook. You do sense he'll push out at the ball, particularly to the left armour, and I just think that movement from Starkle might worry him.
Cummins has 3 slips in a gully. Up to Brook, his first ball's a bouncer off the helmet. Wanted to play at it. Who knows why he was trying to play it the way that he was. Had he got any bat on it, would have been a top edge in the air, maybe down the fine leg, get a second look for tyre power. It was online.
And I saw Harry Brook practice his forward defence a lot more before this test than I ever have. So maybe just preparing himself for number 3, or the coaching staff was doing that with him. But credit to Pat Cummins again, coming back to the Ben Duckett delivery. Kept bowling over the wicket to Duckett in the previous over, changed the angle, took him just 2 balls to knock him over.
Cummins up, bowling to Brook here. Brook plays with soft hands out towards backward point, no run. And just to double down on that point you made before, Bharat, about Alex Carey and his wicket keeping in this series being so influential compared to Johnny Bairstow. Put down a couple of catches earlier today. One of those, Travis Head, proved quite costly. That massive stand he put on with Mitch Marsh, massive in the context of the day, that is, adding 155 either side of lunch all the way through to tea. And Carey's only getting better. Got to take those at this level, and Carey made sure of it. Cummins up, 2 left in the over, bowls here and past the edge at pace. This is a sensational pitch, 141 clicks. We're loving the surface.
Yeah, this is what we needed, some spice. I mean, the first 2 pitches barely had some seasoning on them, but this is seasoning and a lot of spice. And you can see what's happening. Harry Brook playing for a ball well outside his off stump, and I think he's still thinking about the ball Pat Cummins bowled to him that 4th evening.
That's a look that says to me, by word, this number 3 is a bit different than 5, isn't it, really? Coming in at sort of 50 or 60 overs bowled, and it certainly is.
Cummins to finish. Bowls here, Brook from the leg stump, turned round the corner and appeal, but only from the 3rd and 4th slips. That can't tell the angle from there. Might be a leg bite, might be a run. Either way, England advance to 1 for 19 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. They trail by 244 with our coverage from Macca's. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's.
Sheen Panel Service.
SHEIN is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at SHEIN, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above-award wages. SHEIN is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
1 for 19, Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, well, wicket-keepers' stats don't often tell much of a story in terms of really only catches and stumpings. However, in the comparison so far, in the 5 innings that Bairstow's kept in, just 8 catches and 1 stumping. Carey in just 4 innings and 1 wicket, has 11 catches and 5 stumpings.
Stark in, bowling here. Crawley off the front foot, punching out towards cover. Brook, my apologies, it was a leg bye from the previous delivery. He's off the mark here with 2. 1 for 21 England, 242 in arrears.
Mitchell Stark is shaping that ball beautifully into the right-hander. Harry Brook does have that habit of playing away from his body. There is a gap there to be made the most of. Can Mitchell Stark break through Harry Brook's, I wouldn't even say defence, but that gap between bad and bad?
Like he did on Saturday night at Lord's.
And just coming back to Alex Carey, big responsibility for him. Nathan Lyon has temporarily given him the song duties, team song duties. So under the Southern Cross, it's in Alex Carey's hands. So he would want to win this test match so that he gets a go at it.
Stark to deliver. Bowling here and outside the line of the off stump. Brook just wafts at one and Stark smiles at him.
Playing and expecting the movement to come back. This one just continues past. It's a kind of scrambled seam through to Carey and pushing hard at the ball is Brook.
It's a different way of dealing with the promotion of the batting order, isn't it, Jeremy?
Number 5s like the ball, they feel the ball on the, the bat on the ball. They like to be pushing towards it. They want to hit the ball. You're not line players quite so much as number 3. You look for the line of the ball first. What line is it in? Do I play it or not?
3 Australians in the slips wearing the jumpers. Bowling here, cross Brook into the gloves of Carey at 88 mile an hour.
That's better. He saw the line. It was too far outside his right eye. So you let that one go, and he did. If he learns quickly, maybe he's got a chance.
He's got such a great eye. And he's got wonderful hands. All he needs to do is temper his aggression a little bit. Still play with freedom. If you just temper it a little bit, respect the ball more than anything else, and the bowler, I think he'll score in all kinds of conditions. At the moment, he's not doing that.
Where's the swinger? Where's the one coming back in?
It's coming.
Stark up. Bowling to Brook on 2. Delivers here. Brook using his feet. Past the leg stump. Well out of his crease by the time the ball went past the front pad. Trying to whip it away and put pressure on Stark early in his innings.
Well, that's balance. You see, he lost his balance there. He was so interested in outside the off stump. He lost it when it went down the leg side. Do you look? That's the swinger.
That is.
And he was looking to try and catch up with it.
Yeah, just got the radar wrong, Mitchell Stark.
Good again from Carey. Had work to do. That ball swung late. Swung a long way. Always in the game. When Australia bowled in the first innings here in 2019, they knocked over England for 67. David Warner taking 4 catches at first slip. There again, Smith next to him, Khawaja on from him at 3rd. Stark bowls here, Brook from the leg stump line, gets 1 out to mid-wicket. He's 3 with the single, 1 for 22, 1 ball left in the over.
Jack Crawley, he's similar to Harry Brook, Jeremy. A couple of times in the last over, the ball coming into him leaves such a big gap. He's always playing and deliveries away, outside off stump. Very good looking if the ball is on the up and doing nothing. The ball is especially coming back into him. Mitchell Stark just needs to get the line right. He could well be in amongst the wickets early on.
It's been swing through the air today, hasn't it, Jeremy? Main
has
weapon.
Been swing.
That's what Stark likes with the new Dukes in his hand. Arrives and bowls and beating the outside edge of Crawley with one that holds its line. Natural variation. Maybe the wobble seam. Great delivery to finish. 5 overs gone. England 1 for 22. Crawley 16. Brook on 3. And our coverage is for Macca's. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Adam Collins with Bharat Sundaresan, Jeremy Coney. Our experts are here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Pat Cummins trying to bowl some gas here. 3 slips a gully. Away from us, Kirk's to lane end. Bowls to Brook on 3. Delivers here and he nibbles at 1 again, Jeremy. It's not sustainable.
This is it's too flirty for my liking.
It's 4 plays and misses in 10 balls.
Yeah, this is like dating app batting. You're just swiping at everything. Not that I know anything about it, Jamie. Not you.
Which way do you?
I don't know which way is the right way.
I don't know what
You should have asked Adam Collins. I mean, you know, two of us have been married for a while.
I was going to say, I did end up getting married through that process.
There you go.
Classic modern story, that.
Yeah. I get confused with right and left way too often, just generally in life, so it's too risky.
Sun's back out. Lights remain on. Lovely afternoon here in Yorkshire. Cummins bowls here and edging into second slip. It's gone as well. Brook in the channel. Couldn't resist. Cummins gets a couple in a hurry. England already in the hole at 2 for 22. Brook gone for 3. He hanged the bat out there. It was always a risk of catching the edge. 4 plays and misses and 1 finds it. Jeremy Coney, that's bad batting.
Well, had to happen, didn't it? This one really didn't move too much, but it was inviting the stroke and just that pushing the hands at the ball, wanting to hit the ball. Steve Smith at second slip takes quite a comfortable catch. No mistake on that. So Brook, the man who's pushed up to number 3, doesn't work this time.
If he keeps swiping, the app's going to crash at some point. It didn't take too long. There was this inevitability to him getting out in that fashion. He kept flashing at these from Mitchell Stark at the other end. And now with Pat Cummins, 2 balls it's taken. First ball, he played at it, missed it this time. Steve Smith has taken many slip catches, but they don't come easier than that.
Reminiscent of the 2019 Ashes, Joe Root in at 2 for not enough. 2 for 22, the score. And Root, after a double failure at Lord's last week, a splendid century unbeaten in the first innings at Edgbaston on a road, but fell into the leg side trap in the first innings, got a beauty, a snorter from Cummins in the second on his home ground. Been in the game today, 2 catches and put down a few as well.
Yeah, now here's another potential number 3, really, Root, isn't he, in the side? But he doesn't fancy batting there. But he always is running the risk of actually being almost a number 3 in this particular order.
And this is the next test for ball batting, isn't it, Jeremy? Can they do it in conditions where the bowlers are in with the guy? We just saw it for a brief 14-minute period in Birmingham. They collapsed. They lost wickets and lost their openers. They've lost their openers yet again, or not the openers. At least one of them and number 3.
There have been 7 wickets in the session already. Cummins, 3 slips. First ball to Root, pulls inside the line and lets it go.
Yeah, but it was a good ball, wasn't it? It actually, he ran a little bit wider, Cummins, angling it back in, and it just moved away. And Root very wary of playing towards that.
Not a bad snaffle from Smith either. It was dipping. It stayed nice and low, as you always suggest, Jeremy.
We've spoken a lot about the runs he's made in the 100 tests, but slip catches.
Yes.
Steve Smith, he's been one of the best in the business of all time.
They're waiting for Cummins. So is Root. Bowls here. Root playing into the offside, getting 1. Quickish shingle. Crawley through. 2 for 23. Root off the mark.
Root will be good if he gets in here. You'll see him using the pockets around Headingley. He knows this ground intimately, and he'll just run the ball down. I would think if that cordon breaks up, he'll get a lot. He'll regard that sort of third man right round to backward point you know, in an area there you can score all the time if the bowler's bowling wide of the stumps.
And the ball's coming onto the bat again, like with Zach Crawley, but especially with Jarrod. He'll enjoy that. That's when he gets to manipulate the field with his hands. He struggled in Birmingham to get going, and then obviously Australia led him inside the game, and then he dictated terms, and that superb 100 he made.
England 240 behind, already 2 down. Cummins bowls to Crawley, who plays it off his hip. Out to mid-wicket, there's a sweeper at square leg. They'll consider 2, but root sent back by Crawley. Head does the fielding. 2 for 24. 1 ball left in over number 6. Might get Andrew Sampson to crunch the numbers on the session so far. Going 85 minutes and 7 wickets, not a lot of runs.
No, bowlers have dominated since tea, haven't they? It's extraordinary. 4 wickets in the first session, virtually only 1 on the cusp of the end of the session there, and then suddenly it's been a tumble, a clatter, an infection.
Cummins would love another here to Root to finish the over. Root plays under his eyes, quick single wanted but won't be taken. So another successful over for the captain, back-to-back for him. 6 overs gone, 2 for 24. Crawley 17, Root 1.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas.
Well, stay off the pads. Cross. Let him play across this ball if he wants to.
Stark trying to get in the book as well. Bowls to Crawley on 17. Outside the off stump, full pushed out to extra cover. Andrew Sampson.
It's now 14.4 overs in the session so far. 47 runs and the 7 wickets.
Wow. Nearly through a whole innings.
Feels like the kind of session where they could take 3 or 4 more as well. Plenty of time. Still 62 minutes till the cut-off.
Hard to go, yes. Ball's still doing all sorts in Australia. I mean, we keep hearing about the sun breaking out tomorrow. They'll need as many wickets as they can. And don't forget, Moeen Ali batting at number 7. In one way, you can see, look at that batting order and say, oh, they have depth because they have Chris Wokes at number 8. But then you can also look at Moeen Ali at number 7 and say, do they?
So Stark in from the football stand in. Bowls to Crawley on 17, driving again through the offside, but straight to the sweeper at deep point. That's Todd Murphy. We might see him before stumps as well. 2 for 25. Crawley 18 from 18.
Again, risky batting, Zach Crawley. But I've come to expect this from the English openers. And Stark just hanging the ball out there outside off stump. Again, just came with a slice of the bat. Zach Crawley throws his hands at anything, any width that he can see. Much Stark wouldn't mind that. Can he get something? Can he get a ball to just jump at Jarrod? Yeah, and that fielder so important, the backward point, to cut off that Jarrod single. Yeah.
Stark. In he comes. Up the hill. Bowls here. Leaving alone outside the off-stump is Root, which is what Brook had to do, just to come back to the Root cameo, if you want to call it that. Sorry, rather, the Brook cameo. He's only there for 11 balls, but you know, Jeremy, you spent a lot of time thinking about this when he was named as number 3 and thinking about number 3s more generally in their role for England and other teams around the world. He just didn't look likely, did he?
Seems as though England, you might be able to correct me, but it seems as though they want the cream of their batting to be at number 4 in England, whereas Australia, it's number 3, isn't it? Just think of Ponting and Bradman, of course.
Ian Chappell. Lindsay Hassett bowling here in the offside, pushing away his Root for his second run. 2 for 26. That went Bradman, Hassett, then Neil Harvey,
they're all
Chappell.
Then
later on, Boone for a long time.
Boone for a long. Well, he was an opener originally, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So they created a number 3 from an opener, which is not a bad way to go about it either.
And they went the other way with someone like Justin Langer from number 3.
Yeah.
And he fell out of favour, then he came back as an opener. Usman Khwaja, another one. You can add that to him to the list. He was number 3 for quite a while.
That's right.
Steve Smith batted number 3 as well for a period.
He did that do-si-do, didn't he? He was vice-captain and jumped to 3 in 2015 Ashes and ended up back in the number 4 spot when he became the captain, not long after that. So Stark's bowling in his fourth over into Crawley. Crawley driving expansively, but straight to the man at mid-off. It's Marnus Labuschagne. Got plenty of that.
Yeah, but he's keeping Stark in the business, isn't he? It was a little too full from Mitchell Stark. He went for it.
Jarrod, of course, was the number 3, wasn't he? And then Viv Richards, another number 3.
No ball.
No ball, signal drift respectively.
Chiteshwar Pujara did it for nearly 100 test matches. Just finished, you would think, for India. Kumar Sangakkara.
Still slightly flummoxed by that Pujara's found himself out of favour again. Anyway, 2 left in the over. Crawley facing Stark. Over the wicket. Again with a hard hands drive out to deep point. Brett, you got your head in your hands. You don't think this is sustainable either. Crawley 19, 1 left, 2 for 28.
He's floating with danger, isn't he? If you're Mitchell Stark, you can get him out in 2 ways. Either he's going to edge you to slip or gully, or you're going to get the ball that comes back in sharply and take out off stump or hit him on the pad. Wouldn't mind that at all. It can't be too long before Scott Boland comes in. He'll love these conditions as well.
Yeah.
He will ask difficult questions.
So last ball from Stark. Root waiting for him. Delivers here. Root digs out a full delivery. He's 1 to point. They want a second, but they won't be able to get it. So Root keeps the strike. He's 3. Changing commentary after the break. Adam White coming in for me. England 2 for 29. They trail by 234.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
SEN Test cricket, thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. England 2 for 29. As Pat Cummins continues. He's bowling to Joe Root on 3. He's not bowling to Joe Root on 3. Something distracted him. And he's going to have to do it all again. Could you work out what that was, Jarrod Kimber?
No, the umpires are talking to each other, and Joe Root was talking at both of them. I don't think it was anything behind the side screen.
It seemed a bit strange. 3 slips in the gully as Cummins comes in again. A bit wider on the crease, bowls to Root. He's in defence from off stump. Defending up to mid-on, Boland doing the fielding. So we haven't seen either of the Victorians used yet, with Boland and Murphy both coming into that bowling quartet in this match. We haven't seen Mitch Marsh either as the all-rounder. Certainly saw him with the bat. In fact, we
felt him with the bat. Another no ball?
Another no ball.
I wonder if that was Joe Root last ball saying, I think he's going to bowl a no ball. Just keep your eye out.
That's right. Root waits again. Cummins on the approach. Bowls, and nice shot from Root. Up on his toes, punching through point, and that'll be 4. Lovely shot. And once it gets onto those wickets, it really races away. And it's one of those unique grounds, Jarrod, where we've got pitches from one side of the ground to the other, because not only have we got the wickets to play matches, but we've got the wickets for practice as well.
The wings. Yeah, there's a few grounds like that over here, but that was just a little bit too wide. And they've got a deep point out when Stark's bowling, but not for Cummins.
Root up to 7, 2 for 34. Cummins again bowls, and Root pushes into the offside and takes a single. In fact, he might get 2 here.
Yeah.
Labuschagne was baiting Root to come back for 2. But they didn't. He comfortably took 1 instead. 2 for 35, Root up to 8.
Well, I also think that ball went close enough to Travis Head that he could have run around. And
yes.
He just kind of decided it wasn't coming to him. In fact, the deep point, or deep backward point, is going back out for Zach Crawley. So they're bringing it in when Root's facing Cummins, but when Root is facing Stark, that field is going back out on the boundary.
Cummins again. Wider on the crease again. Oh, Crawley, what a shot that is. Pulling it away forward of square leg and out to the rope for 4, and it bounced off the fence about 15 metres back into the field of play. That wasn't that short, but it was a jab, and it was right out of the screws. What a cricket shot.
Yeah, it just gets on top of this and just whacks it away. It's an incredible strike. And as you said, it hit the fence. And you said it came back 15 metres. It might have even been more. It really rocketed back onto the fence as well, but completely in control of that in a way that he hasn't been with all of his drives.
He's up to 23, Crawley, 2 for 39. Cummins again. Crawley hooks it, hasn't fully controlled it, but he kicks it importantly along the ground. Out to Murphy at deep backward square leg on the rope for a single. 2 for 40.
Yeah, that one, again, just seeing that he's not completely in control there. Looked like he turned his head on that, and he was lucky that he didn't spoon that up in the air, I think.
I agree with you, because he took his eye off it.
Yeah.
Those ones often take the top edge and just balloon in the air. But it was a single. Root now back on strike. Cummins bowls, and Root is playing off the hot thigh pad for 1. Will he get 2 here? No, he won't. Stark being a left armer, gets it in quickly. So only 1 more to the score, despite the bad throw from Stark. Head doing the backing up. 1 more to the total, 2 for 41. Root up to 9. One of the features with Joe Root's batting, which I think gets underestimated a little bit, is just his accumulation of singles. The way he just dabs on the offside, takes a run. He gets disappointed when the non-striker's not backing up. He likes to get his ones early in his innings to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Last ball of the over here. Cummins past the umpire bowls to Crawley. He'll get a single pushing into point. Although Head is set deep and they can come back for 2. There's good cricket there from the English. They sensed that straight away with Head set so deep. They came back for the second run. Crawley 26, Root 9 on the Beaumont Tails scoreboard. England 2 for 43.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
Now I'm going to have another go at this. I'm going to be brave. The SEN Test cricket thanks to Headingley. Brand new Headingley completed homes in Bonnybrook from just $619,900.
$619,900. I think you got that right.
I did?
Yep.
I certainly got it wrong the first time. But I bounced back strongly. A great supporter, Henry Holmes of SEN Test cricket. We have got Scott Boland into the attack for the first time. He's going to bowl from the Howard stand end here at Headingley under overcast skies, the lights taking effect. He's bowling to Joe Root, and his first ball is down leg side. It takes a little bit of leg, and it races, in fact, nothing at all. It's raced into the fence down to fine leg, and Scott Boland had no control of that one. And I feel a bit sorry for Alex Carey. He had no play on that at all. He swung and just kept going and going and going. It was like a half-tape tennis ball, Jarrod Kimber.
I'm surprised that because Root and Crawley seem to be laughing about that. I'm not sure I'd be laughing about a ball pitching outside off stump that the wicketkeeper can't get to down leg.
No, that's right. Boland again to Root, who cuts nicely. Gorgeous shot. Backward of point between gully and point, and out to the rope for 4. That's Joe Root at his absolute best.
I think Australia have been very frustrated with Root all this series so far because they've wanted, Pat Cummins just want to have the point out. But when he's had the point out, Smith and Labuschagne specifically, and sometimes David Warner have complained that Root is getting singles too early. Or too easily, I should say, without him having to do anything. And so Cummins, in a couple of occasions here, has gone, OK, well, we're going to keep the points up. And, of course, Root still finds the gap.
Boland again, an expensive start to Root. That's down leg side again. There's a noise. There's an appeal. Carey's gloved it cleanly down leg side. We're not sure. Boland is confident. Carey perhaps not so much. Cummins getting involved. Carey underarms it to Cummins and says, don't bother, skipper.
Well, they were the two that really for a little while was selling us, and eventually they lost steam in that one. But again, that seems to have just darted down the leg side. I'd be shocked if he did hit it, really.
Just having a look at the replay, thanks to tyre power, and it's just touched the pocket of the trousers. That's a great clean take from Carey to get two hands to that low down to his left-hand side. So there's real sort of banana benders here from Scott Boland, who's really more a seam bowler. Here he comes again. It's a Root who, on the walk, lets it go outside off stump.
So that ball, he purposely put that wide of off stump, and Root saw that and left it, and that has ended up, I'm pretty sure Carey took that on the leg side of the stumps again. So the amount of movement he is getting off the surface at the moment is quite full on, and you can see that Root was not expecting it to come back that far and ended up having to throw his bat behind his shoulder to make sure he didn't get any edge on it.
This is real bowlology. Damien Fleming will be very impressed with this. Boland again bowls to Root. He's in defence to a ball that again swings back into the right-hander. Full face of the bat, pushing up the onside of the pitch.
And Todd Murphy would be happy then too, because Boland just put a big foot in the middle of the wicket as he went across.
Yes, I can't wait. No, I'm very biased here, but I cannot wait for Todd Murphy to bowl. As I mentioned earlier, he's never been to England before. And now he's going to bowl in what could potentially be an Ashes deciding test match. Boland close to the stumps, bowls to Root, hit on the pad or maybe an inside edge onto the pad. And a bordered appeal from the Australians as the crowd get involved here at Headingley late on day one. End of the over. England 2 for 51 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Crawley on 26, Root on 13.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Thanks to Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. SEN Test Cricket live from Headingley. Adam White and Jarrod Kimber with you, with England 2 for 51 in its first innings, with Crawley on 26, Root on 13. Pat Cummins is going to continue a fifth over. He has the figures of 2 for 25. He bowls to Crawley, who pushes into mid-on. He takes the single up to start, who's set a little bit deep at mid-on, so they could take the single comfortably, running straight after contact. Crawley to 27, 2 for 52.
Yeah, there was a slight hesitation after he started the run because he realised he did it to the right hand, but then he looked up and saw it was Stark, so he was fine. A lot of celebrities at the ground today. John Howe was in the press box earlier. He got turfed.
He did.
No accreditation.
Was that the England manager? I only sort of half saw it on the monitor. It's a short ball. It's hooked away by Root. It's not going to be caught. It's going to just be a single. I thought again for a moment that was in the air for quite some time. But Murphy getting down low, fielding and throwing back in. One more to the score. Root 14, 2 for 53. That was the England manager, wasn't it?
Okay. It was someone football.
I only sort of half saw it.
Gareth Southgate, I'm being told.
He said hello to me before. Quite happy with that.
Yeah?
He had no idea who I was, but I knew who he was. Two slips and a gully. Cummins now to Crawley on 27. And Crawley's hit on the pad, but above the knee roll. It balloons to gully. No appeal, no run.
There's a few former English players around as well. We saw Steve Harmison with a full pint before, talking to Ryan Sidebottom with an also with a full pint. Next to them was Adam Hollyoak, who had a full pint. No, I didn't see Hollyoak, so I don't want to suggest he was drinking, but the other two certainly were.
He might have been having a creamy soda or something like that. Field spread here, apart from the two slips and the gully. Crawley as Cummins bowls, and Crawley in defence, standing tall, pushing up to mid-off. It wasn't a half volley by any stretch of the imagination, but with Crawley such a tall man, he can kind of take a half step forward and feel like he's lunging forward.
Umpire just having a look at Pat Cummins' footmarks there. I think he's okay, actually. Maybe something was just loose on the pitch.
Cummins on the approach, past the umpire. Bowls to Crawley, edging and just short of Khawaja at Gully. I'm 99% sure it didn't carry.
No, it didn't carry. You called that right. It was just in front of him. It looks a little bit deep at Gully there, and sort of curtain railed it a little bit. Did Zach Crawley's hands sort of coming across the ball, and good thick edge that went up and down and was about 1.5 foot short of Usman Khawaja.
You're right there, the way he sort of pushed at that. And I also think you're right that Khawaja's taken a step forward.
Yeah.
Cummins again bowls to Crawley. Oh, that's a tight lead with the ball coming back off the seam. End of the over. 10 gone. England 2 for 53. Crawley on 27. Root 14. And it looks like drinks are coming onto the field here at Headingley. So we'll take a short break and be back with more shortly.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Cummins away from us round the wicket. Never gets old. Kirkstall, Lane and bowls here. Duckett edging and caught behind. That's a screamer from Carey. An absolute beauty. Diving up across first slip. Did everything right with the footwork. Timed his dive to perfection and drags it down for Australia. England lose their first wicket with the score on 18. Duckett gone for 2. Lovely afternoon here in Yorkshire. Cummins bowls here and edging into second slip. It's gone as well. Brook in the channel. Couldn't resist. Cummins gets a couple in a hurry. England already in the hole at 2 for 22. Brook gone for 3. He hanged the bat out there. It was always a risk of catching the edge. 4 plays and misses and 1 finds it. Jeremy Coney, that's bad batting.
Players dispersing after the drinks break with England on 2 for 53. We have Jarrod Kimber. We also have Bharat Sundaresan with us. Thanks to Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Still a fair bit can play out, guys, over the next...
Very much so. Right now, Pat Cummins disregarding umpire Nitin Menon's outstretched arm and just running in to go past it.
Scott Boland.
Oh, Scott Boland, I mean.
They are very similar looking men.
They are.
They're both mammals.
Yeah, from a distance. It's been a long day.
So we're ready to go. 2 slips and a gully and a backward point behind the wicket on the offside as Boland bowls, and it's edging on the bounce to Mitch Marsh, who does well with 2 hands to his left.
Jarrod threw his head back after he played that shot. I don't think he played it with as soft hands as he generally does. Didn't go anywhere close to the slip cordon, but it did go slightly aerial, more aerial than he would have wanted it. And it's that backward point that they have at an angle. Todd Murphy, I think, is the man there. Just to cut off that Jarrod single. He keeps guiding the ball in that direction all the time.
Boland close to the stumps, bowls to Root, dabs on the offside, thought about a single, but Boland spooked him on the follow-through and decided against it.
I don't think he's enjoying the ball coming back in this much at the moment. So he had that one that went down the leg side, he was giggling. He stopped giggling since that time. Once Boland has got the right line, it's just these balls are coming in so viciously that it's so tough for him, to handle. And so he just now wants to find a single, probably to third, or maybe something out to point to get off straight.
Boland again to Root, who's dabbing on the offside. He can't take a single.
And that's the fielder. That's the fielder cutting off that single.
It's an interesting field here, guys. And again, using my experience of watching Victoria play and with Boland bowling, and in the past Andrew McDonald as coach as well. This is not abnormal where they leave the offside open to try and get the batsman to dab on the offside for the easy single, knowing they got to get a bit of bat on it and they can get a run, but also they can make a mistake.
Especially someone like Jarrod, who just plays that impulsively.
Boland gets a short one to Root, who pulls it away nicely along the ground out to square leg. Head has a bit of a fumble. They thought about coming back for a second. They decide against it, and Boland will now get a chance to bowl at Crawley for the first time. 2 for 54, Root up to 15.
Travis Head does have those moments on and off on the field. He's very good at covering ground when the ball goes straight at him.
He's not always good at realising that he should be the one fielding the ball.
That's true.
And he's not particularly got good hands. And he's not always a good throw.
Yeah. It's a throw is the problem. There are some really wild throws that come in from Travis Head. Scott Boland will fancy himself against Zach Crawley.
Here he comes, bowls to Crawley, who's in defence, standing tall, pushing up to mid-on. Yes, Travis Head looked like a suburban cricketer out of 1984 when he had that bushy moustache. I know you're disappointed he's gone, but he now looks like a cricketer in modern times.
Day. Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know whether Jess, his partner, was convinced. Like I said, I bumped into them at Leeds Station. We were on the same train again. Give it a 5-minute discourse as to why she should allow him to grow that moustache back. She just smiled politely.
Last ball the over, Boland to Crawley, who dabs it at his feet, thinks about a single, puts the arm out. Do you want to come, Joe? Joe says no, and that is the end of the over. So on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, England 2 for 54 with Crawley on 27, Root on 15. Adam Collins about to rejoin you right after this.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll be OT. Grab your favourites like Cascade Draft 24-pack for $54.99 or $49.99 for Hump Club members. Jim Beam White or Canadian Club 4.6% 10 packs $41.99 or $36.99 for members. Sign up online or in store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July.
Even camels get thirsty.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas, and it's Mitchell Marsh, the golden boy today, 118 of the best runs you'll ever see, getting an opportunity with the ball from the Kirkstall lane end, with England 2 for 54, 209 behind. Can he get the ball swinging around early on? He's away from us. Into Root on 15. Bowls here. First delivery. Root, a little bit of a leading edge into the offside, but straight down, no concerns. Bharat, Sundaresan, Jarrod, Kimber with me for Red Energy.
Yeah, if there's anything in the air, there is quite a bit. Mitchell Marsh will get it to move it on, if not hoop it on. Doesn't bowl at the pace that he used to, like you said earlier, Adam.
I think it's a big shift in his career, Jarrod, remembering back to the summer of 15-16 when he was playing as the all-rounder, but as like an impact bowler, bowling short and bowling fast, and quite effectively in that summer. 2 slips a gully, delivers here, Root down the leg side, works him out through mid-wicket for 1. He's 16, 2 for 55, but I suppose it was the string of injuries, the bad ankle injury at one stage, and he sort of remodelled himself as a swing bowler.
Yeah, I think he's come on too early here, because I would have waited a couple more overs. He's bowled no ball. This is a lot of no balls in this series so far. Yeah, I think they've brought him on a little bit too early, if that's what they want him to do, if they want him to swing it around a little bit. But yeah, he's had to remodel himself. He's not bowling, late career Shane Watson pace.
No. Bowls here, Marsh. Leg stump again. No movement yet. Turned into the onside behind square for 2. Well played by Crawley. Up to 29. 2 for 58 the score.
I mean, so he's at 80 miles an hour there, so that's quicker than Ollie Robinson.
Oh, yeah.
Have we got an update on Ollie Robinson?
No,
we saw it was a back spasm.
Back spasm. Oh, he's ruled out for today.
Ruled out for today, but it didn't. I mean, he had those in Australia a couple of times and returned the next day to bowl. So I don't think it's devastating news for the England medium pacer, as he was being called after the Edgbaston Test a couple of weeks ago. England 205 behind. They've already lost Duckett and Brook. Marsh up, bowls here, back of a length and helped into the offside by Crawley, but won't beat cover. Labuschagne in there, no run.
And the big question is, will his batters give him a day off tomorrow? It's unlikely.
No.
Whatever happens from here.
Yeah.
They don't bat for too long. You know that. Yeah, Mitchell Marsh hasn't got his length right so far. He's been slightly short of length, but hey, it's been his day so far. Wonderful clips of his family celebrating his 100 I just saw on social media.
Oh, great.
And Sean Marsh absolutely losing his head.
Beautiful. Are they here, are they?
No.
Marsh bowls, and it's on the leg stump again. Not a good start from him. Crawley moves to 30 with a single. 2 for 59. So they're back at home and posting pics, are they?
Yeah, there's a clip of them doing the rounds. It was night time wherever they were. Maybe in Perth. You think so? Yeah.
That's where they're from.
Yeah. Doesn't necessarily they have to be in Perth.
They could have been in Adelaide.
It looked like.
At your house. Were they at your house?
Could be. There's a lot of space these days.
Says the man in the Adelaide Hills.
Indeed. Beautiful town of Uradla.
So Marsh to Root. He'll be trying to work it away from the edge ideally. Delivers here. That's a nice ball, but played well too. Like a centre wicket practice, pushing out to mid-off. End of the over. 2 for 59. They trail by 204. Crawley 30, Root 16. My apologies. One more. Don't go to the out if the scoreboard had the balls not updated. One more go here. Thank you. Back in the studio, not going to the break. Note to self, don't rely on the TV screen for how many balls are in the over.
It's hard now because the no balls are called at such random times.
Yes. This time he finishes to Root. Bowling here, Root, leg stump again. Quick single or quickish. Stark as the fielding. Root retains the strike. He's 17, Crawley 30. 2 for 60 the score.
Whether it's been a big weekend or a big weekend of NRL.
And Jerome Luai can't rise that. Picks up a try.
SEN has you covered. Catch up on all the scores in the time it takes to make your morning coffee with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on SEN League. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
Marsh, last ball for real this time. Another front foot, no ball to finish before. Leg bite from the leg stump to finish from Crawley. So 2 for 61. Not a great over from Marsh. 6 taken from it, but no deliveries really threatening. I caught a shot of a guy out the back, Jarrod. I did think of you. He's sitting on his roof behind our Kirkstall Lane media centre, and he's sat at the apex of the sliding roof, and beneath him about 4 or 5 metres away is the Velux window, which means getting down to the window, if he's sliding down on his bum, he could end up falling off that roof.
Oh, God.
I say it reminds me of you. I'm imagining it's something you would have done as a kid.
There was one of them up there before. I don't know if it was on the same roof, but he was sleeping on the roof.
Oh, wow.
Did you see that one?
I didn't.
So they've had a good day, the guys on the roof.
Very much so.
Bold. New over starts. Boland in. Football stand in. Bowls here to Crawley. Playing with softer hands to deep backward point. Gets one to Todd Murphy. He's 32. It's really settled down here now. 2 for 63. 201 behind. For about 10 minutes there, it felt like it was going to be one of those nights where they lose 5 wickets before the close. But with half an hour to go, things have settled into a bit of a rhythm for this pair. They're working their way into it.
It's time for Todd Murphy, I feel. Just bring him into the game early. Very early. Why not?
On our screen here.
Oh.
Dickie Bird. The great umpire. In these parts. Must be well into his 80s now. Andrew Sampson can check that. Root facing Boland. Delivers here. Back off the seam defensively to Murphy at backward point. He's in off the rope when Root's on strike.
Yeah, that fielder is frustrating Joe Root. A few times in the last over from Scott Boland. He trying to hit it slightly to Todd Murphy's right. That fine-ish backward point to get off the strike. He hasn't been able to do that. because of the length caught Boland's ball and that slight nip back into him. He's going further and further out of his crease to meet that ball in front of him and just find that gap.
Batting in the short sleeve jumper, facing Boland. Bowls here, Root in behind it, a ball that came back off the seam a fair way, and Root watches it not only to the blade but looks down at the surface and does some gardening. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, Dickie Bird was not in his 80s anymore. Turned 90 in April.
Wow.
Nervous 90s. I've been to his house twice, and he's got a whole lounge room which is basically dedicated to Dickie Bird. Sorry, that's wrong. He's got 2 rooms dedicated to Dickie Bird. From the floor to the ceiling, pictures of him with famous people.
Boland delivers. Root playing that shot he does so well, but picking out backward point, guiding it in that direction.
Letters from people telling him how great he is. Things from Prince Charles. You know, I think he had something from the Queen. He has these major displays. This big "This Is Your Life" book. He takes you through it. And every time I've been at his house, he's ended up crying. And what he does is he tells you that he gave up on having a family and he dedicated his life to cricket. So cricket is like his family. And then he shows you another picture of him with a famous person.
Boland to Root. He's 17, using his feet, gets out of his crease and tucks it behind square for 1. Might want 2, happy with 1. He's 18, 2 for 64. It reminds me of when I spent an evening in Shah Bakhtar's, I call it bunker, last year in Rawalpindi with Tommy Deason from the Sydney Morning Herald. We went and did a video feature with him out there, and his house includes a life-size print of himself where you have to take photos with him in front of it. And it says on the top, miss you, Shoaib. All the memorabilia and so on through that room. He's a YouTube star now, Shoaib.
Yeah, I know.
So is Inzamam.
42 runs to stand in. Just 49 balls. Boland finishing here. Crawley playing just in front of point. Dabbing it there. Wants a second but won't get it. But a good over nevertheless. They're breaking the field up here. Partnership 43. They trail by 198 at the end of the over. England 2 for 65 with Crawley 33 and Root 17.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
2 for 65, getting a nice shot on TV showing not only the Headingley Stadium, but next door to that the football ground or the rugby ground. It's joined up by that grandstand. Marsh bowling here, and he chops down into the turf. I thought he chopped on Crawley there. I thought it was back towards the woodwork, not quite, but it was a bowl stroke nevertheless.
Yeah, it was a better length. I think that might have swung a little bit in the air, and it just got him to play a little bit of a weak shot, and yeah, it could have gone anywhere, that one. The only other thing I want to say about Dickie Bird is that there's a statue of him. Is it Barnsley he's from? I should know that since I've been there twice, and in the statue he's got his finger up, and the local teenagers sometimes put used things on there.
Oh dear.
What else do you expect?
Marsh bowls here. Hard hands defensively down to mid-on, no run. That shot of the football stand has that laneway that you have to walk through when coming to the ground from the car park in the morning. We did this morning, Jarrod. It's a graffiti tunnel where I suspect a lot of bad stuff has happened over the years.
Definitely.
And that's our walking route every morning.
It's the Leeds Rhinos, and is there another club that uses it? I know it's Leeds Rhinos. I'm looking at Andrew Sampson.
So Leeds Rhinos are the rugby league club, aren't they?
Yeah, I think.
It's a rugby union team here as well, I'm pretty sure. Shows what state I'm from. Marsh bowls here, edging to first slip. He's got him. Marsh gets a wicket. His day improves yet again. Or is it a no ball? We're looking towards the central umpire. It's not a no ball. So Crawley's nicked off for 33. Australia get a third before the close of play. Mitchell Marsh, after a century, has delivered with the ball as well. Just what he was trying to do. Enough movement through the air, off the surface, and those hard hands of Crawley have been his undoing. David Warner taking the catch from first slip behind second slip. That's a fine piece of bowling.
Yeah, that first over, he just didn't look right. And I thought at the time maybe it was just a couple of overs early. And this over, straight away, got it a little bit fuller. The ball started to move. And Zach Crawley does what he does. He pushes with hard hands, gets the top of the edge, as he always does. And it's ended up. So again, Crawley's looked $1 million. And again, he's leaving the field.
Yeah, looks $1 million, but is worth just 1,000. That's exactly how his innings play out. But yeah, Mitchell Marsh has already been his day, but it just gets better. Just had a sneaky feeling when the ball went to him that he was going to get a wicket or two.
Well, the first over did look a little bit like the guy who'd made the 100 and looked a little stiff, didn't
it? He didn't bowl at all in the lead up to this test. He batted a lot. He wasn't with the bowlers, but yeah, that's what he does. That outswing and points at the Australian fans who cheer back.
So walking out to the middle, the roar you'll hear is for Johnny Bairstow. Favourite son in these parts, made one of the great centuries last year on this ground, coming in with England in a world of pain at 6 for 51 and rattled off an 80 baller. Well, very different circumstances today. 3 for 65, but Australia in a position to drive home the advantage. Bairstow, of course, elevated from number 7 with this reconfigured batting lineup. 5 with the gloves, unusual as that is.
The other interesting thing about all of this is that, you know, England, Mitchell Marsh is the sort of bowler they're a bit more used to. You know, you can't get really used to Mitchell Starc unless you face Shaheen Afridi recently, right? And Pat Cummins is only one of him. Mitchell Marsh is the sort of guy that you do play a lot in county cricket. But to be fair, having watched a lot of Zach Crawley in county cricket, that's how he goes out. Those are the sort of bowlers he goes out to. Yeah. But the point is that, you know, they want to get on top, but they want to attack, and they've let the guy who's bowling the 80-mile-an-hour wobblers get the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps flirting at these deliveries outside off them. He did it against Cummins, did it against Starc. And don't forget, Johnny Bairstow, according to England, is 10 not out from the last game.
So 3 for 65. Marsh up to Bairstow. Pat Corden, first ball, leg stump, pushing out to mid-on. No run. Interesting response from the Aussies there. They all huddled together and all looked towards Kumar Dharmasena. They all thought it was about to be called a no ball.
Yeah, I think that is because in the last over, Kumar Dharmasena didn't give an official warning, but he wasn't happy with Mitchell Marsh in his follow-through. Said to him, stay away from it. And as soon as the Aussies started celebrating, Kumar Dharmasena started walking towards that market. They were like, oh no, what's happening here?
4 slips. Marsh bowls inside edge, close onto the back boot, I reckon. Marsh throws his head back, knows how close it was to picking up 2 and an over.
And Johnny Bairstow has kept his bat in his crease and he hasn't moved the bat.
So Johnny Bairstow, who was such a talking point between test matches.
But, I mean, this will bother him because we talked about it in the last 2 years for SEN. He just can't help himself. He comes down the wicket almost every ball. And so this will upset his normal rhythm.
Carey's smiling as well. I do hope Carey tries to throw the stumps down when one ball goes through here. From Marsh to Bairstow. Oh, hit on the back pad on the way through to the gloves. That is some over from Mitchell Marsh. Bairstow already under the pump. He's leaving his foot in the crease at the end of the over. We get it, Johnny. You're out. 3 for 65. England lose a 3rd wicket. Route 17, Bairstow gets a score.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
That was so close to hitting the leg stump, and all the theatrics with Bairstow looking right into the eyes of Carey. Boot and bat behind the line until they ran past him. I don't think he knows when the ball's actually dead.
Yeah.
That might be a handbrake in terms of all the ticks.
I just hope he's focusing more on that and he gets knocked over and he can get back to the dressing rooms.
Flem's with us again to finish the day. Starc bowls here, a ball that comes all the way back to root after passing the stumps. Good delivery to start his fresh over.
And a good bowling change as well. He's got bowl and bowl 3 overs, looked okay. With Johnny Bairstow in there, stumps and his pads are always in play early on. Especially Starc getting that ball to shape back in, Flem. He hasn't always got his radar right so far. But it's a good call to bring him in with Bairstow in there.
So Root and Bairstow, the engine room for England. 2 Yorkshiremen. And after that first ball, there'll be a change in the field. Usman Khawaja jumping over from cover, and he'll end up at leg gully or leg slip, whitish leg slip, let's say.
It's again that ball that's shaping back in sharply.
So Starc away from the football stand. Up to Root on 17. Bowls here. Root back towards him, inside part of the bat. spits out in front of the square leg umpire. They get a single, but oohs and ahs from the Aussies. That wasn't far away from being a vociferous leg before shout. Route 18, 3 for 66.
Yeah, big delivery here, isn't it? You're talking about Bairstow gets bowled, a high percentage for a top order player, for a quality player. And Mitchell Starc, he's the type of bowler that challenges the outside edge, but more in particularly for right-hand batsmen. That big in-swinger going back in. Wow. LB, bowls. Johnny's been very focused on his previous dismissal. Is he focusing on the ball coming down? Because if he's not, he's going to get knocked over.
He's one of those cricketers who's been tense all the time. You can see it's cut in half by Mitchell Marsh. Last ball of the last over.
Starc in his long run up nearly starts at the boundary edge here. Bowls to Bairstow for the first time, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. One that just went away, maybe the wobble seam.
And that's natural variation as well, isn't it? You know, for Mitchell Starc, you're worried about the in-swinger and that one that hits the seam and goes towards the slip. He plays around with the wobbled seam more than he did a couple of years ago. Not as much as Hazelwood and Patrick Cummins.
Bairstow did that little thing again, that ball, where it went to the gloves of Carey. I'm with you, Flem. If he's focusing on that,
yeah,
he's vulnerable here. Yet to get off the mark from 4
what
balls.
What about that thing funny the first time?
Yeah.
The 100th time?
Starc in, bowls to Bairstow, who leaves alone
Johnny.
again. Carey throws the ball through the cordon.
Jeez, Johnny.
I reckon Carey should throw it next ball. I think he should do it the next time that the ball ends up in his gloves, because that'll get in Bairstow's head again.
Even more than it is already. Yeah.
It's swinging. Really good release here from Mitchell Starc.
I think he played at that one, Johnny. I'll tell you he didn't, but he did.
So Bairstow waiting for Starc. Feels like something's going to happen here. Starc with the 2 slips in the gully. Left arm over, delivers here. Bairstow wants to flirt at a really wide one. Lets it go at the end. Through to Carey. Just a cross on the angle.
Yeah, a bit of a gutter ball, wasn't it? No corridor there for Mitchell Starc, but if he bowled an in-swinging Yorker this ball, it wouldn't surprise me. And that's the package you get, isn't it?
And I keep saying Moeen Ali at number 7. Australia can get knock one more out and brings Ben Stokes in.
Or a night watchman. Mark Wood's got the playing kit on. I reckon they might use him 18 minutes till stumps. Last ball of Starc's over. Bowls to Bairstow. Misses out again way outside the off stump. Through to Carey. Over complete. Bairstow yet to get off the mark. Route 18. England 3 for 66. A change in commentary after the break. Adam White in for me, taking you through to stumps.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Mitchell Marsh starting a new over. He bowls and it's wide of the off stump. Root leaves alone. He's on 18. Bairstow yet to score. 3 for 66 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Damien Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan with me right through until stumps at break free.
He's had a great day, Mitchell Marsh. He could have an outstanding day if he could pick up one more wicket.
Yes.
And it's swinging for him too.
And it does look like Mark Wood is padded up in the rooms.
Oh, he'll be keen to get out there.
Marsh bowls and Root in defence. Bat and pad close together. Back to the bowler.
I wasn't sure Bazball allowed for night watches.
Oh, they got the Nighthawk, don't they?
Nighthawk. Stuart Broad is generally the Nighthawk.
That's exactly right.
Well, it hasn't
Maybe they've
exactly
got multiple
been
ones padded up.
Bazball so far in this innings, has it?
Not at all.
Just been normal test match cricket.
It's a good point, Flem. And they've still gone at a reasonable rate.
Yep.
Except some of the shots that have resulted in dismissals have been pretty Bazball-y.
It's still going at over 4 runs and over as Marsh approaches again. Bowls to Root, who's back and across. Dabbing at that one down the outside of the pitch.
But Bazball's not 4.5 and over, is it? It's 5 to 6.
I think the conditions have dictated that as well. I mean, the way Duckett and Brook got out, eventually Crawley as well, that inability to just respect the conditions and just keep flirting outside off stump, it'll get you into trouble every time against quality bowling.
13 wickets have fallen today. Marsh close to the stumps, bowls in a chow outside off stump. Root thinks about it and then aborts mission and lets it go past.
13 wickets lost. It's a pitch that just was a bit quicker, a little bit extra bounce from the previous 2 test matches, a little bit of movement. It's been a beauty. It's been a cracking day one pitch.
It's been a good day of cricket, hasn't it?
Yes.
Better than that, it's been a great day of cricket. Marsh here bowls again to Root, who's back and across defending away on the offside. So I've got a question for you after this ball for both of you. It's a tough one, and I don't want either of you to sit on the fence based on what's happened today. At 3 for 66. The deficit is 197. One more ball here in the over from Mitch Marsh. Has the figures at 1 for 8. Gets close to the stump, so it's flicked away by Root. Out into the deep behind square leg. Todd Murphy will do the fielding, and that will be the end of the over. So Root on 19. He'll keep the strike with England at 3 for 67. So the question to both of you is, under any circumstance, could Cameron Green and Mitch Marsh play in the same team?
Yes.
And what would that look like?
Well, that's going to take more time, isn't it? It is, because I've been contemplating it today.
A lot of people, maybe even George Bailey, has been contemplating it.
Yeah, so it's yes, but it's complicated.
A leg slip in play here for Root, along with 2 slips and a gully. As Stark starts a new over, he bowls and Root up on his toes, wants the single, but Bairstow says, no, I want to face as few balls as possible before stumps.
Unless there's an injury, I just can't see it happen, because Travis Head has played such a big role. In the past, you would have said that's the position you could bring Mitchell Marsh in.
But you're not saying next test or this series. You're saying in the future.
At some point.
Oh, at some point. Oh, okay.
But,
that's the way I answered it. I'm not thinking this Ashes series.
So would Marsh stay in instead of Cameron Green based on what we've seen?
In this Ashes series, I would say yes.
Stark again, late afternoon sun, bowls outside off stump, good channel, and Root again thinking about it but deciding to leave. I mean, because he's come in as an injury replacement player. He's made 100 and has taken a wicket and has looked a lot more comfortable at the crease than what we've seen from Cameron Green through the first 2. Now, Cameron Green's a long-term Australian player and doesn't deserve to lose his spot in the team based on his output, even put into consideration the catching. Gee, you'd be leaving out a very good player in good form for the next test. Stark again, bowls to Root, who's defending away on the offside.
Well, I think if Australia win, it's least likely that I think Mitchell Marsh will keep his spot, because we're 3-0 up and Green's the future. If Australia lose this test match and we've got to win the next one, I think Mitchell Marsh will play.
Great point. And going back to your original question, the one place I can see them playing together is in the subcontinent, with some issue behind the side screen, where, as we saw in India, Australia wanted 3 spinners. And with Travis Head being looked at as an opener in those conditions, and David Warner said he wants to finish off during the next home summer. So the next time Australia go to the subcontinent is Sri Lanka at some point next year. I can definitely see Travis Head open and 2 all-rounders, whether it's Mitch Marsh or Aaron Hardy or whoever it is, playing together, and then 3 spinners. Then you have 1 fast bowler in Pat Cummins and 2 seam bowling options and 3 spinners. It's a lot of activity happening.
There's still some issues. It's above the sight screen in the grandstand, it looks like. Just above the sight screen. Looks like that's now settled down and Root is ready. Stark charging in late in the day. Bowls to Root, who again leaves outside off stump.
That work for you, Flem? Subcontinent, maybe?
Yeah, possibly. I'll keep reflecting on it, but I think the question is, this series, as in they're not playing together, but who plays, Marshall or Green?
I mean, the only way I see it potentially happening is there's still more problems behind the side screen with people coming in and taking their seats. Is that if David Warner doesn't play the home summer, could everyone from 5 push up one? Now we've seen Kawaja go from a number 3 to an opener. Could Marnus go from a 3 to an opener and put Steve Smith back at 3, Head 4, then you've got Green 5, Marsh 6. And Stark bowls here to Root, who leaves alone again.
Well, what we don't have is, we haven't picked a middle order replacement here. We've got 4 openers, which is unbelievable. So there is not many players who are unlucky. Pete Hanscom played in India. If Warner gets his wish and retires at the Sydney Test match, there's a couple of Test matches left for this summer. Who is the middle order player that's going to put their hand up and play? So that could lead to that possibility you're talking about. Marnus to go up to open. David Boone did it. Greg Blewett floated.
Yes. Yep.
So if Mitchell Marsh is the best number 6 in Australia, we know Green's only going to move up the order.
Well, that's my point.
They can do it now.
I don't think we've seen the best of Green as a batsman yet, based on what we've seen at first class level. Stark here to Root, who nudges away on the onside, can't get a single, so Besto will face the start of the next over. So it's 3 for 67. We're going right through, Bharat.
Oh, right.
Ad break free, right through the stumps. So we can continue this discussion. Now, they have got a couple of first-class players that they're looking at as a specialist sort of middle-order player. I know McSweeney's one that they're looking at. Jack Clayton at Queensland. Jack Clayton I really like. I think he's got a real future, but that's still a way away from materialising.
I think with Matt Renshaw, because he spent those 3 seasons batting in the middle order for Queensland, they look at him as a dual option.
Yeah.
And every time they bring him back, and at least in India, they threw him into the middle order, it didn't work out.
Surely they know now we got it wrong. Basing his ability to play spin on playing spin in the Big Bash, where he plays it really well, but the pitches are predictable and don't spin a lot.
They're going back to Cummins late in the day. Cummins to Besto, and he has very nearly played on. And the ball has dropped at his feet. He was out of his crease. Yeah. He was out of his crease.
What was he doing?
Players converged from everywhere. Johnny quickly got back in his crease and wanted to pick up the ball.
I thought he was walking off as if he'd played on.
Played it into his back leg, yep. And then
he can't
at his
see
feet.
it. Okay.
Yeah. Johnny, get back in your crease.
This is a big wicket for Australia.
He looks a little all over the place right now, Johnny Besto.
A late flurry here from Pat Cummins. 3 slips in a gully. He's bowling to Besto, who shoulders arms.
Waste of a ball there, Pat. Let's target around that off stump.
I thought they might have gone to Murphy for an over or 2 before stumps, but they're going to the skipper, the strike man, with 2 wickets already in this innings.
No, I wouldn't be bowling spin.
I think even Pat Cummins has sensed as Johnny Besto is not switched on.
Yeah.
Still 7 minutes to go.
He's 0 off 9. This is not baseball.
Not at all.
Where's it gone?
Oh, more distractions behind the... This is actually... It's helping England to face less balls, potentially, but it's also hurting England in breaking concentration. Cummins is ready again. England 3 for 67. Bairstow leaves a tight line outside off stump.
It's coming. You can sense something.
The last thing on that conversation around Mitch Marsh is that I know David Warner wants to continue, but David Warner will continue if there aren't other players putting pressure on him within the squad. And it's hard when they're not playing.
And he misses out.
Yeah.
Yes. And he's been better than a lot of people expected in this series so far. That one down leg side.
That was his in-swinger.
Chases it.
His in-swinger started on leg, swung down. Look where his follow-through finished onto the other pitch. And that means he's fallen away too much. It swung from the hand. The next time he bowls it, he might use his front arm as the focus. I'm grabbing off stump, getting myself straight down the pitch, because when he gets his in-swinger right, as we saw with Pope, it's a beauty.
Cummins again. Bowls to Bairstow, again leaves outside off stump, and that one shaping the other way away, and it actually got to Carey on the half volley.
Sorry,
Bharat, you go.
Why does that happen though, Fleming, with fast bowlers when, like you said, he falls away? Is he trying to get it to go more than he wants to? Like, why does it happen with fast bowlers?
I don't know, you just fall away.
Right.
Yeah, just pushed it down the leg side. It's disappointing because you got that one chance to surprise him, and then you've got to build it up again.
Last ball of the over, they put another man in the deep to try and almost encourage the single. And Bairstow will get the single, flicking it down the fine leg, and that gets him off the mark. It took 13 balls for Johnny to get off the mark. England at the end of the over. 3 for 68. SEN Test cricket for Maccas.
Not the worst result for Australia. They still have 6 balls at Johnny Bairstow from Mitchell Starc. Could well be the last over because it's Johnny Bairstow, you know, he'll get distracted by a lot of things behind the side screen. He sees things much like Sachin Tendulkar used to, things that nobody else can.
He'll see things down in Coventry that will distract him.
I was going to say, he wants the moon moved. Can you move that big thing in the sky?
So there's 3.5 minutes to go until stumps. I doubt there'll be another over. And Johnny just scratching out his guard again with Mitchell Starc ready. And now walking away.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's distracted by something.
It's a big test for his concentration powers here, Johnny Bairstow.
Gee, I hope they get knocked over after all this.
I know.
I mean, it's the next tier up.
Yeah.
Watch the ball. It'll be coming out of the side screen, not the first tier.
There's people coming out of a door to sit down in their seats with drinks, and it's bothering him. Okay, we're ready. Starc coming into bowl to Bairstow, and Bairstow, late decision to leave the ball across him through to the keeper. And again, that ball dying as it got to Carey at sort of ankle height.
It'd be fitting with the series if Australia get a wicket here.
Especially that of Bairstow.
That was his scrambled seam, that one, Mitchell Starc. So this could be deliberate, go across the crease, then he'll bowl his in-swinger.
2 slips and a gully and a short mid-wicket, and that backward point, kind of the catches here for Bairstow. Starc again, past the umpire, bowls to Bairstow. That's wild. And Carey did well to get a mid on that one on the bounce, knocking it down, and Steve Smith collecting at second slip.
It can work to your advantage because the batsman, John Bairstow, he's not getting many siders of his best ball when they're bowling that wide.
Then if he can get it right, he can zero in on those pads.
Well, it might be this ball, the in-swinger. So he's shining it up. How's he holding it? He's holding it for a swinger. Yep.
Okay, here we go. Is this the delivery? Mitchell Starc past the umpire, bowls to Bairstow on the stumps, flicked away on the onside to forward square leg, no run.
Just a bit too much on middle stump, I guess. Yeah. Bairstow could just easily turn that away. Yeah, you picked it.
Yeah.
It definitely did turn. It definitely did turn in the air.
Yeah, it went to the rough side.
3 balls left, and we've got 1 minute and 15 seconds
What
remaining.
are they doing in the middle?
Yeah, so this will definitely be the last over.
A change of... Oh, no. The helmet comes out for Travis Head.
Right, okay.
So that's us.
Yeah.
They've given up that it's the last over.
So, Andrew, how many overs have we had today? To this point,
not enough.
That's my
not
point.
enough, but about average.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll be 8 overs short at the end of the day.
Right, there we go. So I know that both captains were spoken to after the last test by the match referee around slow over rates, and my understanding is that there's going to be a point where they're going to get together to say 90 overs is too many. Starc bowls here to Bairstow, who pushes confidently up to mid-off. So with things like the DRS for the boundary, as well as for the dismissals, concussion tests, and all those sorts of extra things that are going in, the feeling is between these two teams at least, it's hard to bowl the 90 overs. Now, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's the feeling the two teams are saying at the moment.
Change it to 85 and then they'll bowl 78. And then it'll become 8. Maybe 70 will bowl.
2 balls left in the day. Stark to Bairstow, who plays it well, just taking the bottom hand off the bat and riding it behind square leg. No run. Did that well, Johnny. He's got one to go.
Seems a good fielding position, though. Travis Head at bat pad.
Joe Root now very relaxed at the non-striker's end, just having a chat to the umpire. He can down tools for the rest of the day and into the night, knowing that he'll be batting again tomorrow morning. And what is meant to be a beautiful day for batting.
Can Australia get a 4th wicket? They make it more their day. Still even at this point.
Here we go. Last ball. Stark on his way. Past the umpire. Bowls to Bairstow, who's squared up and playing it nicely into backward point. He survives. He stays in his crease. He doesn't move. He's like a statue. Now he starts to walk away as he's joined by Joe Root from the non-striker's end, who's clapping his bat on his hand, saying, "Well done, Johnny." He gets a fist pump. "You've done well. You've got us to stumps." And it's quite dark here at Headingley as well. The light's really taking effect. It feels like a day-night game with the lights really beaming down on Headingley. At stumps, England 3 for 68 after 19 overs, still trailing by 195, with Joe Root, the main man for England there, 19 not out. And Johnny Bairstow, he's still there on 1 as the England fans clap off 2 of their favourites, 2 of the veterans of this team. And now we'll hear from the crowd as the Australians start to make their way off. And Mitchell Marsh is going to lead off his team after that stunning century earlier today. And the response from the crowd is actually pretty good, all things being considered. Maybe a few more boos now. So, as we get into our post-match wrap for Australian Made, look for the green and gold kangaroo logo and buy authentic Australian products. It all started way back this morning when England won the toss and sent Australia into bat on a wicket that looked conducive to fast bowling, but also potentially a chance on a quicker pitch for the Australian batsmen as well. Australia ultimately dismissed for 263. Just quickly going through the card, David Warner made 4, Usman Khawaja 13, Labuschagne 21, Stephen Smith 22, Travis Head 39, Mitchell Marsh 118 off 118 balls. Then it was Carey 8, Stark 2, Cummins a duck, Murphy 13, Boland not out, no score. So there's a real collapse there at the end. So of the 263, Marsh made 118 of them, and as I said, off 118 balls with 4 sixes and 17 fours. The bowling figures, Broad took 2 for 58. Mark Wood, clearly the star, 5 for 34 coming back into the team from injury. He cleaned up the tail. Wokes took 3 for 73, and that was all she wrote. England then batting a first time. The first man out, Duckett, caught brilliantly by Carey off the bowling of Cummins for 2. Harry Brook caught Smith bowled Cummins for 3. And the last man out, Crawley, caught Warner bowled. Man of the day, Mitch Marsh for 33. Root 19 not out. Bairstow 1 not out. England 3 for 68. Still trailing by 195 runs. Damien Fleming's going to stay with me for the post-match wrap for Australian Made. What was our Macca's I'm loving it moment of the day, Flem? I think there's one that stands out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to go something different. Mitchell Marsh. Mitchell Marsh.
You always had me for a moment.
Come in late as a replacement, has not played a lot of cricket for a long time. A lot of it down to injuries. But they prepare for this opportunity. You know, when you're part of the touring staff, they prepare them so well these days. And he looked good. He come in at an ugly stage, didn't he? The last over before lunch, and Woods bowling express speed. But he looked good straight away. Let the ball go, blocked it, gets a cover drive last ball, absolutely belts it. But his experience, there's probably a little bit of, well, I've got nothing to lose about it, that Cam Green's probably playing the next test match at that stage. And it was just pure hitting and power, wasn't it? He was succinct in his footwork. He smashed his drives. He murdered anything short with those pull and hook shots. And in between that, let the ball go and took the singles. I think Travis Head helped him. He batted tough.
Yeah.
Never got going. And it's funny, once Marsh got out, Head fell pretty quickly after that. But the magic moment for me, Mitchell Marsh, his third Test 100 against England.
And of course, you can order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I really want one of those. I've been talking about it all day, and it would be good.
It'd be nice, yeah.
Okay, the Macca's delivery of the day. We're seeing on our in-screen monitor at the moment, we've got Mark Wood chatting to the Sky Sports team. He bowled a couple of really quick ones, but he also bowled a couple of unplayable ones.
Yeah, I went with it early in the day, and I'm going to have to stick with it because it was the biggest wicket of this series. Usman Khawaja, no bowler has really threatened Usman. He's dominated with runs. He's batted a lot of deliveries, which has actually protected the middle order. And it was the setup too. He was banging short to good length, and then he went full, almost a half volley length that did Usman for pace, but then just that little bit of in-swing late, and that's what Wood brings to the table. He's got a really good wrist release and swung the ball. I thought that was the ball of the day.
It looked good, didn't it, when the leg stump just comes out of the ground.
And Usman's reaction. I mean, he's got a couple of crackers. I mean, Tongue bowled him with a beauty in the previous test. So it's taking exceptional deliveries to knock over Usman, and that certainly was one today.
The Macca's delivery of the day. Macca's order via delivery on the My Macca's app. So that's pretty much it for our post-game show. I just wanted to mention, so we've had 331 runs in the day and 13 wickets.
Brilliant.
That's Test cricket at its best.
Keep it coming.
As Andrew said, there was obviously 8 overs lost for slow overs, but it was still entertainment packed throughout the course of the day. England winning the toss. Who's in front? We're going to go to Flem Viz.
Yeah, Flem Viz is going 50-50.
I told you you're not allowed to sit on the fence.
If we had the same, if it's the same day conditions overhead tomorrow, it's 60 Australia. My worry, 25 degrees and sun. I want some clouds for this ball to swing. Roots a gun. Bairstow's got something to prove. Stokes coming off 155, but then we start to get into Ali and Wokes there. So Flem Viz, 50-50.
Now, before we go back to
I'll change that in the pre-match tomorrow, depending on overhead conditions.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair. I think that's fair. I think that's why Flem Viz has Crick Viz covered, or Viz covered.
I'm flexible.
Yeah. Now, Andrew, I'm going to bring you in to finish things off. You've watched a lot of cricket over a number of years. Where does that Mitch Marsh innings sit for you?
I've watched, too much cricket over too many years, but
there's always recency biase where we ask these sorts of questions.
I mean, I've seen a better innings at Headingley in an Ashes test recently,
true.
but I mean, it was hit so cleanly and beautifully. The guy hasn't played much first-class cricket for the last 3 years.
Yeah,
it ranks very high. I mean, we arrived at the ground, nobody expected Mitch Marsh to be scoring a century, let alone playing. No, it was an exceptional innings. Yeah,
we got to give some credit to Bharat, the track watcher, because he was the one that brought attention to a lot of people about he might be playing based on the preparation yesterday. And sure enough, as we turned up today, we realised that Mitch was playing, and what a day it was. I hope you've enjoyed it. You're listening. Hopefully, you're still listening. You're not going to bed, or maybe you're in bed listening. It has been another amazing day of Ashes Test cricket. It just keeps seemingly getting better and better, and tomorrow shapes to be a great day as well. That was our post-match wrap for Australia Made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo. On behalf of the entire team, both all the technical wizardry back in SEN Towers, and for all our team here led by Adam Collins and the crew, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and you know what, we'll do it all again tomorrow.